Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day two of the Global Refining and Petrochemicals Congress 2022. I'm your host. My name is Anisha Nair Dhawan. It's good to see all of you back on day two of the conference. I'm sure you've been able to get priceless insights from the industry leaders who have joined us on day one. And I'm sure you'll be able to glean insights in the current trends in the downstream sector, different strategies to manage the risks that are there and may arise in the future, and how new technologies and process innovation are bringing in greater efficiencies and flexibility in the downstream sector. So there was lots that was discussed on day one, and there's a lot more still coming up on day two, especially the technical sessions where we will get down to the micros of management, of expectations, of how experience has worked for different industry leaders. You'll have a chance to learn all of that during the day-to-day. We have interesting sessions coming up today where we will be discussing maximizing integration in refineries in a sustainable fashion, virtual plants, and process technology innovation. Let's start the day with our second leadership panel of GRPC 2022. Triggered by internal competition and the pursuit of higher gross refining margin, the downstream sector has been undergoing evolution by integrating a refinery with a petrochemicals complex. And it's not just market forces that are driving this kind of transformation. The path in which refining technologies themselves are moving is in fact giving shape to the different market scenarios. But given the shocks in demand that we have seen over the last 2 years and the changes in user preferences, there are many challenges to bring an integration that offers high level of flexibility. Yes, there is efficiency, but the way we're moving forward, we also need high level of flexibility. Some of the issues include multi-site integration and coordination strategies within a network of petroleum refineries using different crude combination alternatives. In our first leadership panel, we'll be discussing maximizing integration, new challenges, new pathways. Please welcome our esteemed speakers on stage with a round of applause. Please welcome on stage Mr. Sanjay Papaneja, Chief General Manager, Petrochemical Project, Indian Oil Corporation. I request Mr. Papaneja to please come on stage. Please also welcome Mr. Anil Kumar, CGM Process, EIL. Round of applause, please. Please welcome Mr. Praveen Kalia, Process Specialist and Subject Matter Expert on LP slur. Please welcome on stage Mr. Arun Bharadwaj, General Manager Refinery Operations, HPCL Mittal Energy Limited. We also have with us Mr. Manoj Srivastav, President ONGC Petro Additions Limited, OPAL, who is joining us virtually. And please also welcome on stage Stuti Chawla, Managing Editor, India Pricing, Petrochemicals and Container Freight, S&P Global Platts. Stuti will be moderating this discussion. She manages India Petrochemical and Asia Container Shipping teams that were set up in 2020 to focus on the India and Middle East markets. She has been a business journalist for more than 20 years with a specialization in commodities. A warm round of welcome applause for all our speakers on stage. And I'd request Priti to take over the stage and steer this discussion. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure they can hear you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to everybody. Thank you for joining us at this session. At this session, we have a really nice panel. I'll just introduce quickly I'll just give a quick introduction to the panelists we have today. On my left is Mr. Sanjay Papaneja. He's the Chief General Manager of Petrochemical Projects at Indian Oil Corporation Limited. He has an experience of about 30 years in chemical engineering, both in upstream as well as downstream. He's currently engaged in Business Development Division of Indian Oil and is responsible for conceptualizing of new petrochemical projects. Next we have is Mr. Anil Kumar. He's the Chief General Manager in Process Design and Development Department in EIL. He has more than 2.5 decades of extensive experience
and he's looked at various processes such as refinery configuration, conceptualization studies, technical due diligence, vision plans for clients, um, in-house technology development, and other technical services for refineries and petrochemical complexes. We also have on the panel Mr. Parveen Kalia. He's a process specialist and subject matter expert on linear programming at Fluor. He has more than 15 years of industry experience in chemical engineering with hands-on experience in various projects. And he's looked at feasibility studies and detailed engineering as well. He's put in more than 10 years at Fluor, and his main focus here has been configuration studies and linear programming for selecting optimum configuration for local as well as global clients. I also have on the panel today Mr. Arun Bhardwaj. He's General Manager, Refinery Operations at HPCL Mittal Energy Limited. He's a chemical engineer with over 30 years of experience in the petroleum refining sector. He started his career at HPCL's Mumbai refinery in technical services and then worked in operations as well. His current contributions include finalization of configuration and design of grassroots refinery, and he's also looking at upcoming petrochemical complex of HMEL. Joining us virtually is Mr. Manoj Kumar Srivastava. He's the President and Managing Director at ONGC Petro Editions Limited. Mr. Srivastava joined ONGC Petro Editions Opal as a President on 15th March 2017. He holds a master's degree in chemical technology with specialization in plastic technology from HPTI Kanpur. He has more than 32 years of experience in diversified technologies of petrochemical operations. He has a rich experience of a large-size petrochemical complex from inception to production, which includes conceptualization, project execution, pre-commissioning, startup and plant stabilization, and process optimization. Prior to joining Opal, he was working with Petro Rabigh in Saudi Arabia and was heading all upstream units of phase 2, including naphtha complex, aroma complex, MTBE, isobutyl, methyl methacrylate, cumene, phenol, and so many other units. So please give them a big round of applause before we start the session. Thank you. Crude to chemical refineries has been a buzzword for a long time in India because we know that over the last few years, and particularly during COVID, we saw that demand for gasoline and diesel started tapering. In fact, even globally, most people are projecting there will be a slowdown in demand for these chemicals, and there will be a shift to chemicals instead. Refineries would find chemicals more lucrative over a period of years, and that is rightly so. But before we begin, I would request Parveen Kalia to share his views with us on integration. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be standing here in front of such a great audience and to be part of such a esteemed panel where a lot of industry stalwarts are here in the field where I am working on. And my role here is to start and set a basis for the discussion by giving us Fluor's view or overall view on integration as well as on decarbonization. Basically, when we talk about refinery, petrochemical integration and decarbonization, both is in coming years will be the part of integrations. None of the refineries in coming years will have an integration without decarbonization. So what we are planning here to touch base on both these topics and just set up a quick basis so that to move forward. I would like to thank GRPC team for giving us the opportunity as well as my organization Fluor for giving us an opportunity to speak here. Coming to the presentation, before I begin on the actual, I just want to bring to the notice that Fluor has come in a big way in energy transition in last few years. In fact, we are in carbon capture as a licensor from some years. And our panel of experts are giving webinars, and those webinars are available at fluor.com. You can visit that. I would quickly will run through the agenda. I'm going to cover views on emerging EV threat globally, what our experts have seen, and golden yields for oil to chemical, what is the refinery of the future, an Indian case study, decarbonization and carbon capture. After summing with my perspectives, I will then hand it over to Stuti for a panel discussion. So I would like to start off with the global view on emerging EV threat to fossil fuels. As you can see from this slide, what we have done, we have taken the data from various open sources as well as our own in-house research. And what we found that if we talk about this decade, globally, this decade will be going to be a decade where there will be a transition from ICE operated fuels vehicles to EV vehicles. I know in India it will still take some time because as Mr. Prabdas has pointed out yesterday that it will be a gradual process. But if we talk about it by the end of the decade, so it all depends upon the battery price that we are having. And if we are able to get the battery price around $65, then it will be a win-win situation for electric vehicles. And the major transition will come when we will have a solid state batteries available. And that will change the course of this discussion. Then comes a point that what it tells us. It tells us that we need to diversify. Refiners need to diversify. We engineering companies need to think while doing configurations to diversify. And so we have brought up this slide just to show that where the things are. The numbers are based on whatever is available in open system. So maybe there is some variation. But if you look at it for a typical 15 MMTPA refinery, what we found that there are refineries which are coming at the targeting. They have not come yet, but they're targeting like Panjin, in which Fluor has worked on with a 55% chemical yield. And then there are refineries in India also which are targeting more. And in fact, I was just speaking to my co-panelist IOCL. They are integrating it in a big way, and so is HMEL. So basically the key is that there is a golden yield of 37 to 40% that refiners are targeting, because in India scenario will be there for transportation fuel. It will be still there for in coming 15 years or a decade or two, and that's what all of them have said yesterday also. Now, when we talk about yields, what we can do, we can move from a pure play fuels refinery to we can go first, if there is existing refinery, they can go to a first set of integration, which can be in a way of max propylene mode FCCs or DCU. But now it has moved further, where most of refineries are targeting petro FCCs. And in fact, as Fluor, we have done projects for 3 NOCs where we have tried to do that. And most importantly, as HMEL is doing, as IOCL Panipat is doing, we have a fully integrated refineries where we can have a CCR which is more aromatic based, and then a steam crackers. And when we will do this, the GRM uplift will be there. If a normal GRM is around $8 per barrel, there will be a plus of in the range of $5 to $8 per barrel, which we can target. So the future toolkit of the refinery is to have a CCR, to have the integration as well as aromatics, steam cracker, and after steam cracker, what we need to do. That's another question. So we just tried to answer that question by looking at it this slide. We have done an internal case study based on our experience. We have taken a refinery which is a standard fuels refinery with all the major secondary units, and then we had 2 options, a polypropylene versus a niche derivative. So the point that we are trying to make here is that if you are integrating, you need to think of about the going towards the niche derivatives, and there is a substantial benefits there. If a capex is a base there for polypropylene case and GRM is a base, then capex will definitely be higher for when you will go to the niche derivatives, but the GRM benefit is much higher. So but the key thing is here that whosoever will move first in this will have the advantage. So that's all about the first part of my presentation, which here I have looked at the integration to set a basis that where we are going and what are our views. Secondly, when we talk about the decarbonization, so in a refinery, we need to integrate the decarbonization as well. So there are means of doing that, like you can do a fuel substitution, you can have a feedstock substitution, recycling, and more importantly, carbon capture, utilization and storage. And just to give a heads up that we are having, as I said, we are having a technology with the carbon capture. where we are using either chemical solvent or physical solvent or without solvent. And moreover, we are having experience where we have worked with other companies for the technologies, so we can integrate with that. Just before summing up to perspectives, I would like to share views from one of the global paper on the carbon capture, which is important when we talk about the integration as far as carbon capture is concerned. This is a global CCC Institute paper, and there is another there are 2 or 3 more papers in this sort, which from various organizations, which can be looked into. Here, if you look, there is a breakage that when you look at carbon capture in a refinery, so you need to look at a compression, transportation, and injections cost and the monitoring cost. And this need to be integrated for a brownfield also. Like for if I talk of a storage, then if the crude wells are there which are not in use, those can be used for storage. So all these things need to be looked at. And on the right hand side, we have tried to capture the cost part of it. We are not looking at the technical part of it. So the cost is like around, for FCC, if I take, it's in the 60 to 70 USD per ton of CO2. But this is very much impacted by few parameters, which is like what is the CO2 partial pressure availability in the carbon capture. I think there is a session at the end of the day today where the speakers will deal into this in much more detail. So where we will have a CO2 partial pressure, and the scale of plant is also important. Why is important? Because if you look, when the partial pressure is low, the scale is low, then it is very much cost is very much varying. So what is telling that for refineries or plants where they can have their own carbon capture, they can sustain, but otherwise in future is going to be the CO2 hubs. And that's what exactly what European market is doing. They are coming with the projects where they are having a carbon capture hubs with the across the plants. And just to summarize my perspectives, so definitely refiners need to move beyond motor fuels to future-proof their refineries by petrochemical integration. That's the key here. But they cannot forget the fuels also. So they need to balance in there. And the key balance will come when we talk about gasoline and diesel, because Indian market is still sensitive to diesel. And but there is a variation which is happening as far as ATF and gasoline is coming. So there will be some more in future, there will be more demand for that. Still, it will be there. And even if it is a refinery or if it is a decarbonization, some of the key factors are that the size and scale does matter. You need to look at the plot space, which is a key. Whenever we have dealt with any Indian refiner, we have concluded that plot space in India is very key. And final disposition to a point there they can give a better margins is very important. If we talk about carbon capture, give 40 to 50% CO2 removal. We are targeting 90% now. Pre-combustion is a preferred captured route for SMR, even for ATR, and post-combustion for reformer flue gases. And if we talk about the brownfield projects, because most of refiners in India are already there, so this need a very careful construction planning for doing these integrations, and need to be there so that they can blend nicely with the existing operation. And as far as the process point of view, configuration also need to be looked at very carefully, not only on the process side, but on the utilities side as well. So this is thus, and if you want to touch base, we have a subject matter experts who are in various, and they are available. And just we have a visiting cards. We will share this presentation later on, and we are available on various social networkings also. So this is my views on integration to set a basis. Now I will hand over back to Stuti for taking us forward. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Praveen, for your insights into integration. Okay, let's move on. Asia has the highest amount of integration globally. So on a parameter, if you look at it, it's about 70% of Asian refineries are integrated with chemicals. So when we look at Asia, one question that I think comes to my mind is the supply that we're projecting, is it overinvestment? Is there any overinvestment in the sector, or will the supply deficit still stay? So Sanjay, my first question is to you. At Indian Oil, what steps are being taken for maximizing integration of petchems with refineries, and what is the future you see?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. In fact, at Indian Oil, the need of integration, I mean, that more conversion to chemical than to fuel was since long back. And we started with a small step in 2004 when we came up with the LAB unit at our Gujarat refinery. And after LAB, we came up with another unit of PXPT at Panipat refinery. So we started with utilizing aromatic value chain of these crude molecules. And then after we took a big step when our naphtha cracker was commissioned at Panipat in 2010. Basically, it was the first step toward the integrating our available naphtha. We pulled the naphtha from our three major refineries, that is Mathura, Panipat, and Gujarat. See, at Indian Oil, we have about 10 refineries located all over the India. So we have molecules available at all these locations. The challenge is to integrate these molecules, and for a sizable unit, we need to bring them together at particular place. So naphtha cracker was first such example wherein we pooled the naphtha from three major refineries, and this basically was. Subsequent to naphtha cracker, we came up with another C4 value chain of butadiene and then styrene butadiene rubber. And then subsequent to that, we were supported by our own in-house technology, Indomax. So wherever there was refinery expansion, that was integrated with Indomax, which helped in maximizing olefinic yield in terms of higher C3 up to an extent of about 70 to 18%. So that could be utilized for further conversion into petrochemicals like polypropylene, and we are also upcoming with the OXO unit at Gujarat, that is for production of butyl acrylate. And wherever now refinery expansion is coming, it is being supported by Indomax and further enhancing the yield of C3 for converting into more chemicals. Apart from naphtha, currently, if you see, we are placed at about 3.2 million metric ton per annum of petrochemical capacity, and that approved plan in next 3 to 4 years will take us to about 7 million metric ton of capacity. And currently, we are at about 4% of conversion to petrochemical conversion, total conversion, and we will be at about 7% in next 3 to 4 years. And beyond another 4 to 5 years, we would be touching the level of about 15%. So that's how we plan to gradually convert more chemical out of this crude oil feedstock. And if you ask the challenges in this regard, then of course, major challenges nowadays basically is the, of course, that OSBL cost. ISBL, if we see, that mainly dependent on license technology. So there we can't do much, but of course some of the license fees are even as high as about 40 to 50% of total plant cost. So that also becomes a challenge. But apart from that, OSBL is something which colleagues from EL and so like company can help to reduce, and they can further add on to such conversion of chemicals. So that's it for my side.
Thank you, Sanjay. Arun, my next question is to you. HMEL is also looking at integration. So, what are the key drivers of integration there, and how has integration evolved over the years?
I just cover the macro perspective of integration. I think a lot has been told by Praveen. See how this integration started. Let me start from the late 90s when APM was dismantled and there was a requirement of meeting Euro specifications. So that's how the refinery configurations have evolved at that point in time. And during that time, Government of India had approved three refineries in the country, which were supposed to self-sustained basis. So they had to be complex refineries so that they generate higher GRM for the company. So to start with, all these configurations had co-gasification in the configuration. But when we did the detailed study, we found that it is very costly. It was almost 30% our cost. So technology was not that matured at that point in time. So we had to drop all that from our configuration. So we started looking at what we should do and to maximize GRM for our company. So we came up with an idea that let's have petrochemical configuration. So to start with, we didn't go for very big configuration petrochemical, but we had came up idea with FCC with high propylene yield. So in fact, we were only the third FCC which had very high propylene yield outside China. So first one was in Thailand, second was in Saudi Aramco, and third one was us. So we had 19% propylene yield from our FCC. So after that, I think whatever refineries have come in India after that, they have copied this configuration, and they all have FCC with the high propylene yield. So what are the drivers towards going in for petrochemical? So there's OPEC has been controlling the market, and the crude prices have been controlled. So just to give an example, the Arab heavy supposed to be heavier crude, but it is available at premium for last 3 years, except during the period when pandemic period when it was available at discount. Otherwise, it has been available only at premium. Second thing is the demand of all the petrochemical is in double digits. So it assures you whatever you make from the petrol complex will get sold. Third thing is with petrochemical complex, you are assured of margin from your company, because there are always pricing cycles for every industry. Sometimes refinery industry you have a lower margin. Sometimes you don't make from petrochemical. But both going down simultaneously, so hardly any chance. So you have to take advantage of if you have an integrated complex. So you are always assured of GRM from your complex. Now, what to integrate? How much to integrate? So there are three kind of options you can do. One is that you have a aromatic complex, downstream PX and PTA. Then second is you can have a steam cracker for generation of propylene and ethylene. And third thing is you have both. But having both simultaneously is not possible for a smaller refinery like us. It may be possible if you have capacities over 15 million tons, because you don't have sufficient naphtha for making both products. So now coming to what to integrate and how much to integrate, basically for our refinery, so we had since we had petrochemical FCC which was producing high amount of off gas, plus we had coker also. So it generates a lot of off gas, which is a very good potential for feedstock for cracker. Plus, because of this FCC, we had high amount of LPG produced in the complex. So that because off gas and LPG, they give very high yield of ethylene. So we had these two streams which were very good for our cracker. Third thing is standard naphtha. I think naphtha is available in any refinery. So naphtha was the logical choice for. Plus, as we know that because of availability of LPG everywhere in the country and a lot of gas network, kerosene demand is supposed to go down in future. In fact, it is not getting sold also in I think few states have banned kerosene. So that stream is also potential available for our complex. So we had built this our petrochemical complex with all these feeds. Now, in addition to that, when we built our refinery, original refinery, we had built with very wide range of crude APIs. That point in time, we thought that we will take because crude discounts they vary time to time. So we thought that we'll take the advantage of pricing cycles, and so that we can process any type of crude in the refinery. So that design will actually is going to help us in future when we commission our petroleum complex. So when you have a petroleum complex, you require lighter feeds. So earlier we have been targeting to have a lower API so that we can fill our cokers and maximize our margin, because heavier crudes are available at discounts. Now when we go for polymers, we require lighter feeds. So our feed to the cracker complex need to maximize. So at that point in time, our crude diet will shift from heavier crudes to maybe lighter crudes. But ultimately, based on the LP, it will decide what kind of crudes we are going to process. So now coming to the what are the advantages we have in when you have integrated petroleum complex. See, naphtha cracker or ethylene cracker, they produce lot of off gas and hydrogen. So these two streams, they can be used back in our refinery as fuel. Off gas can be used as fuel, and hydrogen basically for our hydroprocessing requirements. So that way, integration is helping in both sides. It is helping both refinery as well as petrochemical sites. Now, the other advantage of integration is basically in terms of pricing cycles. We have seen the Singapore GRM 1 year back, it was only $2 per barrel. So that point in time, if you have a petrochemical complex along with your complex, so we'll generate money from that. But now situation has not for integration as of now. Last 2 months after Ukraine war, the Singapore GRM has crossed $20. In last 20 years, we have never seen such kind of GRMs. So the crack from diesel has crossed $50. It was never there. In last 3, 4, whatever years I have seen, maximum 15, 20 at the most, but never ever I have seen, at least I have seen, I don't know, going out $50. So today, refinery is making huge amount of money. Though we may not be making money from the petrol complex, but at least we are getting advantage from the refinery. So when you have a petrochemical complex integrated with your refinery, so you can take advantage of both pricing cycles as well as for refinery as well as for petrochemicals. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun. I think that's a really interesting perspective on exactly how to integrate forward. Manoj, my next question is to you. How can a refinery make integration meaningful? What are the strategies that we need to look at? Manoj, can you hear us? Yeah, my question is to you on how we can make integration more meaningful for a refinery.
Coming back to your question, I'm trying to digress little bit, from the technical stuff now. So what I feel, that the integration within the company and outside the company has become very, very essential in a non-technical domain. Now, what I want to say by this, within the company, the integration between the functions is of vital importance, because within the company I can see this perspective very closely. And it of allows to have proper integration between the functions and within functions. So when I say that, the data becomes a key point for that. And now the company has started, putting up a data policy, data strategy. Not many companies in our country have this. as a company. Like in the petrochemical complex and products, we handle the data, the marketing function, the finance function, plant, maintenance, operation, all kind of data are being handled. So once we have a strategy, data management strategy in the company, then the framework can be put in place how to manage the data. Now, starting from a supply chain, how the integration helps the company to improve the margins and those kind of stuff. Right from the supply chain till the if the proper data strategy and integration in place, the industry can handle the data in a real time manner and definitely improve the margins. And when I talk about outside the company, the integration, to me, this has become a big subject now for discussion because of the external factors which are basically pinching the petrochemical due to this war and these kind of stuff. So now the time has come that we have to have a strategy of integration. Outside integration. When I say this, during the crisis, Ukraine crisis, the prices of some of the catalysts and the additives were four kind of numbers. So when I went into detail, I found out that why it is happening actually. We have manufacturer in India who makes that additive or catalyst, but the source material is coming from somewhere, maybe from China, it may be from Malaysia or somewhere. Now, because of the war, the entire supply chain got interrupted, and this fellow in India doesn't make the source material, so he doesn't get the raw material, and he has to source the raw material by hook or by crook to supply the material to us, and thereby the prices have gone up manifold. So the need has come for the industry. I think this is to the entire industry that we have to see how to become the Atmanirbhar in the real sense. So what I felt, in this crisis, whatever we may say, but we are still not Atmanirbhar. We are dependent on other countries to a great extent. The petrochemicals, all the inputs, coming, the critical inputs, we are dependent on all other countries. So what I am trying to say that the integration within the industry is very important, and the data management within the company, between functions. Nowadays, lot of IT-enabled tools are available like AI kind of things. The company has to use to bring about a change. And actually, this change is nothing but it is only sustainability. The petrochemical people, they know, like my refinery plant told that the refineries are making good money now. No, the petrochemical plant will say, we are feeling the pinch now. We are in a very compressed margin current state of affairs. So the need of the hour is the integration, and I would say, the data is the key here. Data and the technology to handle the data. So this is what I want to say actually, and in case anyone has any questions, they can ask me. Thank you.
Thank you, Manoj. I think we'll take questions once the session is drawing to a close. Anil, my next question is to you. How do you see India's crude diet changing, particularly when we look at a move towards refining to chemicals, particularly petrochemicals?
Thank you, Supi. Very good morning to all of you. As Mr. Papneja was just mentioning that up until say about 2010, the refineries were primarily configured with an objective of meeting the fuels demand. We were not looking at the petrochemical demands per se till that time. It is only after that that the demand for petrochemicals picked up, and we started looking at the integrated complexes. So up until then, we were actually designing the refineries for a crude API of about say 27 to 32 in that range. And the unit capacities for secondary and the tertiary block were fixed based on the yields for those corresponding APIs. Now, as we look to integrate further with the petrochemical block, there was a need to generate naphtha to have a sizable naphtha cracker complex. But unfortunately, because the naphtha make was less, we were not able to have a sizable or an economic size cracker in that complex. So, like the complex in Panipat had to actually import some bit of naphtha from Mathura as well as Gujarat to meet that 800 KT capacity because naphtha was not available. Diesel was in excess. We could have cracked diesel, but that would have called for, hydrogen demand would have been there. We could also have steam cracked diesel, but that would not have been economical and our furnaces were not designed for that. So the option was to actually look for crudes which make higher quantities of naphtha. And as Mr. Bhadwaj was just mentioning that they're already looking at changing the crudes to a lighter API so as to be able to have that naphtha for their petrochemical block. The other option which we feel would be more profitable is that we co-process lighter crudes or condensates uh, in a separate fractionation unit, generate that bit of naphtha that is required for the cracker complex, and that way we will be processing the heavier low API crudes as well as higher API crudes, and we will be able to satisfy the capacity requirements of both the refineries units and the petrochemical units. So that is what we feel at here.
Thank you. Right now, our popular debate is that oil demand globally will peak in 2030. In India, that deadline may be slightly far off, but then that is something that is at the back of the mind of all the refiners. Eventually, they'll have to evolve. But then, how do you manage? How do you balance that with the new regulations that are coming up on sustainability, on carbon neutrality? So, Arun, my next question is to you. If someone wants to invest in a new facility or move into integration, what are the key factors that need to be kept in mind, particularly when you look at carbon neutrality?
See, basically, we're talking about carbon neutrality.
So, we need to, when you put up a new integration, what are the key factors that you need to keep in mind?
Okay, yeah.
I would like if you could touch on carbon neutrality as well.
See, basically, unlike refinery, refinery produces very standard first slate, LPG, kerosene, diesel, and so on. You may have different configurations. Okay, when I was doing the configuration study for our refinery, original refinery, we studied thousands of configurations, but that's still the first slate was almost fixed type. We have only 3-4 products. But when we go for petrochemical, a huge amount of variations which is possible. Like from propylene, you can make multiple thousands of products. From ethylene, also you can make. Plus, you have different combination of benzene, what you produce. So there are many combinations which you can produce from a petroleum complex. So in addition, see all these complexes comes with a very high capital cost. And to come to a particular configuration, you have to do a lot of studies. You have to do a lot of market studies. So I think whenever anybody is designing or new complex, they have to take various options. They have to maybe talk to various people, take various ideas from various people while fixing the configuration. As you know that whatever decision configuration you've taken now, that is going to take 4 to 5 years of implementation, and then maybe few years for stabilization. So by the time you are actually stabilized, the situation may change drastically. So whatever, plus because of huge capital cost, whatever money you have to be generating post that, you have to really think multiple times. You have to take care of your regional requirements, because just to tell you that if you are an inland refinery and if you are sitting on the coast, your options for petrochemical may change. Like for a PVC, suppose you want to go for PVC, so you require chlorine for that, and for chlorine you want salt. So if you are sitting on coast, then you have access to see what, then you can make salt and then make chlorine from there. But if you are in land refinery, this becomes very difficult for you. So getting all the sewage salt from, you need a huge amount of land. Plus, okay, this is about India, but let us say if you are in maybe Middle East, there you have a very cheap crude. Whatever you can make from the crude, you can generate money from that. But that luxury is not available when you are in India. See, whatever crude comes, you are on the mercy of the crude suppliers. So, the whatever decisions you are taking on the crude diet, that will remain for long with you. So, all these regional factors are to be considered while designing complex. The other factor is basically in terms of the natural gas. See, all the gas crackers, today the gas prices is over $20 per MBTU. It has touched almost $53 per MBTU in the month of February, March. See, at that gas price, the gas cracker will never be economical. Only thing is that currently whatever the gas crackers are in the world, they have got term supplies, so their prices are controlled. But that, how long that will continue, you never know. So whether you put gas cracker, you put naphtha cracker, is once you take decision, you are bound by the decisions. So all these factors is a very plus. See, now there's people are coming with all the petrochemicals. We are seeing that there is growth of petrochemicals almost in 2 digits. But suddenly, if everybody starts integrating, there may be a situation when there will be surplus of petrochemicals, and then will be all the investment will go haywire. So, because I told you earlier, because these have long gestation periods, an additional take will be there for you for your lifetime. So, these are the challenges current refineries are facing on the plus on the decarbonation. Yeah, definitely. As all these industries, refining industry is generate a lot of carbon dioxide, and as we go along, these decarbonation requirements will put a lot of pressure on the refineries. So you have to invest more on these things, and although industry is already in challenge, like refinery, okay, now it is a different thing for last 2 months, but earlier it was you're not making much money from the refinery industry. So if all these decarbonation requirements comes, then basically it will put pressure on the industry, and you have to be prepared for that. Thank you.
I think that's a very interesting point that you raised on oversupply, because that's a major challenge. Everybody is looking at integration, but there will probably come a point where your supply is more than demand. It will take a few years for the demand to catch up. When we look at that kind of a scenario, Sanjay, my next question is to you. What are the challenges you think the refineries will face when they look at things like optimization?
Before we come on to that, I would like to supplement what has been just mentioned. With respect to carbon neutrality, as a small step towards this process, what companies have started adopting is that like these units are mostly major power consumers, and as an immediate step, what has been done, that mix of power has been started to be utilized. Like it's a mix of renewables, of solar plus wind plus fossil. That's the first immediate step that has been already taken by the companies. Other than that, of course, there are some research is already going on, but they have also come up with some initial trials, like reverse conversion of some of the polymers into its base chemical. I mean, we at our own R&D they have succeeded into for conversion of polystyrene into styrene, that reverse conversion. So that kind of chemical recycling kind of thing is also being looked into. So if we see that conceptualization of such chemical projects along with consideration of carbon neutralization, then we have these few steps which are being immediately looked into. First is that recycling, then a mix of power to be utilized, And then some units have also adopted that carbon capture kind of thing. At one of the Indian oil installation, we have already conceptualized a carbon capture unit, which will be utilizing that carbon captured from refining operation, and that will be utilized as a gas injection to nearby oil producing field for enhanced oil recovery. So those kind of various steps are being conceptualized. Now coming on to the over investment kind of thing. So if we see the projection for Indian perspective till 2040, even if we consider that single-use plastic ban and if we consider the potential coming out of this recycling, organized recycling, we are left with a demand of more than 45 million metric ton per annum. And if we have to meet that demand, we require investment of about 1,80,000 crores kind of investment, out of which only 6,000 crore, 6 lakh crore is in pipeline. So that means still a huge investment required to meet the demand that is projected for 2040 and 2045. So if we are merely focusing at domestic demand itself, that itself requires a huge investment if we see the scenario beyond 2040 and 45, because as Mr. Anil has also indicated that ratio of fuel to chemical is gradually transforming, gradually shifting. Refineries of 2000 had a ratio of about not more than 4% of chemical. Now that projection beyond 30 is that they must have ratio of about 15% of chemical and balance as a fuel. So, I mean, that is how it is to be tackled. So, oversupply per se in Indian perspective, though we have a challenge from country like China who are, but still if we do have indigenous production, substituting that import, that can easily compete with those kind of oversupplies.
Thank you. I think you brought up an interesting point of demand growing at such a rapid pace. Anil, I would like to understand from you, do you see a diversity in the product mix downstream in petrochemicals when we look at additional investments happening?
Yeah. In fact, recently we had concluded a study along with IOCL on the demand pattern, as Mr. Pakneja was saying. The requirement is to have at least one cracker every 2 years up until 2040. So that is basically the pattern that we see up to 2040. But in terms of products, what we had concluded in that study was that the demand will remain majorly in the bulk petrochemicals. Say, if you look at the ethylene, it will be in polyethylenes and PVC primarily. And if it is propylene, it will be in polypropylene. That will cover about 90% of the monomer demand for both ethylenes and propylenes. Balance 10% will actually diversify into specialty and the niche petrochemicals in both C2 and C3 segments. So it will primarily be, say, in cumene phenol, polycarbonates, or if you look at propylene in the oxos, acrylates, that will be the route, but those will be in a fairly limited proportion in relation to the bulk polymers. In addition, we also envisage that the PX extraction from the back end of the cracker, that will be pursued by the clients because that is a profitable route. So that will be pursued in addition. And the crackers which will be coming up will primarily be dual feed or liquid crackers mainly because we have demand for both ethylene and propylene. So we will be generating quite a bit of benzene. So the derivatives of benzene will also find place in that segment. And if you look at benzene, it will be, say, cumene phenol is one of them, and they will also try and diversify somewhere into the pharmaceutical intermediates also, as Mr. Prabdas was also mentioning yesterday. So that is the product profile that we see in the near future.
Thank you. Praveen, my next question is to you. We touched upon transportation fuels earlier. So I would like to understand whether that would still be a criteria for configuration selection.
As far as configuration selections are concerned, And based on taking on the cue from what my fellow panelists have said and what I have said in the beginning in my presentation, transportation fuels will since India is a developing economy, and uh, transportation fuel demand will still be there, and it will be a deciding factor in the configuration selections. But we need to be sure of one thing, that for any project that comes to us, and when we discuss with the clients, the main key criteria is how much return it is giving us. ROI, what is the ROI and what's the capex investment we are looking at. So considering that, uh, so transport, there will be a balance, as I said earlier, that the key parameters will be like the conversion from the refineries need to be targeted high. That's why the unit selections will be such that the 90% type of conversion can be achieved. Secondly, though transportation fuel still be there, there will be integration with respect to petrochemicals. As Sanjay sir has just said that from 15% onwards to 30-35%, as we are talking about second generation integration nowadays. I want to add one more thing, which uh, I said that it all depends upon the region also, because we have done a project recently with South Sudan, and we have seen that they are not targeting petrochemicals considering the region they are in. They are targeting only transportation fuel. Similarly, there are refineries in India which are more dependent on the transportation fuel, and still having a good GRMs. And I think Bina is one of the great example in that. So it also depends upon the region that is there. And just to conclude, I think last thing, demand. Not only on the petrochemical side, we need to look at the supply and the demand, but also on the refinery side, on the fuel side, as rightly told by Sir, in Singapore the things have changed suddenly based on that. So to conclude, I would say that transportation fuels still be a major criteria for deciding, but it will not be the only criteria. There will be few more important points that will be part of it. Thanks.
Thank you. Manoj, my next question is to you. You said that your plant is under turnaround and you talked about data strategy. So I would like to understand, how do you combine the two? Are you looking at some kind of data strategy in your maintenance operations as well?
So, ma'am, actually, you know what, I got very close to this subject, about a year or so, when, all of us were suffering with COVID. And, uh, and then the things moved faster in our company. What we did actually, let me explain you something within micro level. So, in any organization, you will find the pockets of data, which is like the operations will have data on DCS, the maintenance, electrical will have data on panel, there will be something in PLC, and this kind of instrumentation will have. So what we have done, we are doing actually at a very advanced stage. We are trying to integrate all this technical data in first phase. So the operation, maintenance, electrical, instrumentation, all kind of data which is floating in the company will be brought to one platform. And then we will exploit this to use the AI and all kind of current IT techniques, to improve the reliability of the plant. Basically, that will lead to more margin. This is my thinking actually. So maybe other companies are also doing, but they can take this as a clue. And I have, whatever I've seen in my career of 38, 39 years, I find that there is a scope of improvement on this subject in practically all the companies. So once we bring all the data at one platform, and from there, we can work upon and do integration and do improvements back to the reliability and optimization of various inputs, catalysts, and additives, kind of things. And I mean, this can be thought of by the industry. This is my experience, what I had, and we are implementing in our company now at a company level.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the audience for our panel members? If not, there's one question I would like to pose, and it's slightly more generic. Petrochemical demand is increasing exponentially, be it plastics or polymers and olefins, as you said, for all bulk chemicals. How do you balance this with increasing regulations around carbon neutrality and sustainability? What will be the tip-off?
As I already mentioned that the new conceptualization of project, they are to be supported by more share of renewable powers. That is one thing which can be immediately done. Renewable means it also not only, I mean, it helps in carbon neutrality, it also leads to lowering of overall power cost for a particular project. So that helps in more realization also. Apart from that, some research are already there. They are at advanced stage, like as I told you that we have chemical kind recycling kind of concept coming up, wherein we can convert a end product back into its basic monomer or basic feedstock product. One of such technology already being developed by our own R&D, that is from polystyrene to styrene, that is at advanced stage. And there are some other licensors, I think LYB, and they are also working on the development of catalysts that can convert used plastic into a feedstock that can be fed to a cracker kind of complex along with the routine naphtha feed. So those kind of things are already in pipeline, and shortly we'll see development in that regard. So new projects can be clubbed with these kind of technologies. Apart from that, carbon capture is also now a reality, and already projects are being conceptualized. So that this can become a feedstock for some some more chemicals. So this is how we see that immediate development in this regard. Others can supplement.
Yeah, I think the work on having electric furnaces instead of fuel-fired furnaces for cracker, that is, some licenses are thinking about it. So if that comes up, that is also reduce some amount of carbon footprint in the industry.
So renewable along with electrical heating will be supplementing that reduction in carbon.
Just to add on a point here, carbon capture and those technologies, fuel substitution, electric heater, that will be there. Along with that, globally, our refiners are looking at bringing in renewable fuels. There are projects going on where existing hydro heaters, they are trying to bring in the renewable fuels, be it a second generation, more in that direction. And like a renewable diesel in comparison to biodiesel is more like a normal diesel, it can be blended. Similarly, ethanol blending into gasoline, those are also some of the factors that can come in. And we feel that this carbon neutrality now need to be brought into the picture at this conceptualization stage itself. And while configuration selection, some of the somehow it need to be monetized, because LP being a economic model, it need to be monetized somehow, and we were discussing with us for that and other vendors for that. So that need to come from there, that how we can monetize this carbon capture in this carbon constrained world. Because if we start at that point from there itself, it will help in the future, because right now what we are looking at is what is there after 15 years, but the refineries which we are going to plan in coming years will be there after 30 years or 20 years. So we need to think from that perspective as well. Thank you.
So I'd like to add one more perspective on this polymer demand supply. See, when we talk about India, we talk about that India has very low plastic demand per capita. But we need to understand the population of just Delhi NCR is almost equal to the population of Canada. So you see how much, whatever you are consuming, consumption of plastic per square kilometer is very large as compared to, if you just compare with a country like Canada. So if we start increasing, if we have plastic consumption equal to developed countries, the amount of plastic waste we are going to generate will be very, very huge. And it may pose so much problem and then ultimately there may be some government or some other people may come that, okay, enough, I think we have to do something on this plastic waste. So maybe as industry leaders, maybe we have to work on how to recycle this whatever plastic we are generating from our complex. Though it may be slightly detrimental for our whatever new polymer we are generating, but even then, it is worthwhile that we work on maybe depolymerization of plastic waste or incineration so that they can be recycled back to the all our own use.
Thanks for sharing our perspectives, everybody. I think we've had a really interesting discussion on integration as well as carbon neutrality. Please thank the panel with a huge round of applause. Thank you so much.
A big thank you to all our speakers for taking the time out and coming here and sharing with us their insights on integration. I would request Stuti to please present our speakers with this memento from our side, a memento for Mr. Sanjay Papaneja, Chief General Manager, Petrochemicals Projects, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. A memento for Mr. Anil Kumar, CGM Process, EIL. A memento for Mr. Praveen Kalia, Process Specialist and Subject Matter Expert on LP Fleur. And a memento for Mr. Arun Bharadwaj, General Manager Refinery Operations, HPCL Mittal Energy Limited. We would like to thank Mr. Srivastav, who has joined us virtually. And now I request Dr. P.V. Rastogi, former advisor, Government of India, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, to please come on stage and present Stuti with a memento for coming here today and sharing this discussion. I request all speakers to gather for a group photograph. Thank you to all our speakers, to Stuti for coming and steering this discussion. It has been very informative. We are going to take a short tea break, just 15 minutes. In case you find it's a little short, you can bring your coffee or your tea on the tables, but we'll start our program on time because we have lots of speakers aligning their schedules and we don't want to keep them waiting. We'll be back in 15 minutes with our technical sessions.
Request all of you to please settle down, come back to your seats. If you require, you can bring in your coffee or tea to your seats, but I request all of you to please settle down. We are running slightly late in our proceedings today, but we'll try to keep to the schedule that we have. Just a reminder for everyone that a day earlier we had a lucky draw, and the same lucky draw is happening today. Aspen Tech is giving away Apple third generation AirPod. So if you want a chance to win in this lucky draw, make sure you drop your visiting card in the bowl which is outside this hall. Right outside the gate, there's a bowl. Drop in your visiting card, and one lucky winner today will win the Apple AirPods. A day earlier, we had seen Mr. Bharatan from HPCL win. So try your luck, and we will do the draw towards the end of the day. We're giving you all enough time to drop in your cards, so do that for sure. Right. I request everybody to please settle down into their seats so that we can start. We are now going to start our technical sessions. We've already had a couple of technical sessions a day earlier, and in this session, we'll be talking about virtual plants. Refineries are using digitization in concert with improved processes and skills to squeeze more productivity from existing assets. Faced with margin pressures, companies have invested in analytics, deployed automation more quickly, moved information technology to the cloud, and have invested in big data. In this technical session, we will discuss virtual plants, technologies and innovations, and also take up a few case studies. So for this session, please welcome on stage our speakers, Mr. Satyendra Dubey, Principal Consultant, Pre-Sales Aveva. Please welcome Mr. Dubey on stage with a round of applause. Joining him on stage, we have Mr. Pankaj Zawar, founder and MD of IoT Solutions. So please put your hands together and welcome on stage Mr. Pankaj Zawar. And the session chair for this session is Mr. Vikas Deshmukh, Vice President, Leader Automation, Technology COE, Reliance Industries Limited. A round of applause for Mr. Deshmukh. Mr. Deshmukh carries 27 years of experience in hydrocarbon industry in various functions like operations, technical services, process automation and control. Additionally, he has 4 years of consulting experience and has dealt with business development and solution architect assignments for global clients like Saudi Aramco, Petronas, Malaysia, KNPC, and more. I would also like to call on stage Mrs. Snehal Gopalka, Manager, Supply Chain and Consulting, IoT Solutions. From IoT, we have 2 speakers, and we'll have very interesting solutions in different processes that we will learn about today. So it promises to be an exciting session. I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Deshmukh to take the proceedings forward.
Thank you. Very good morning to all. Thanks GRPC for inviting this session and giving this opportunity to chair this session. So this being a global refining and petrochemical session, most of you are coming from refining and petrochemical background, and this way or that way, either as a consultant, either as a service provider, or even the operator. So most of you are coming from this background, and this particularly, I would say, exciting time for this refining and petrochemical industry, because last few years you have seen this industry has started making investment into digital technologies. And today the topic here is that's on virtual plants or maybe virtual manufacturing, you can say, and how these digital technologies and investments this industry is making today, how this is going to be useful in making improvements, whether it is safety, whether it is production or efficiency improvement. So we have subject matter experts in digital technologies, Mr. Satyendra Dubey from Aviva. So I will quickly give a brief profile of all these subject matter experts from this digital transformation area, and they have spent a good amount of time of their career in implementing, even right from conceptualizing to implementation phase. So let's welcome Mr. Satyendra Dubey, who has worked with global and regional energy majors in the initial part of his career. So he's carrying almost 30 years of experience, and his focus has been to consult, develop, and deliver digital solutions to help companies achieve digital transformation. Recently, he has been providing thought leadership towards industry's sustainability and net zero objectives. He is responsible for Aviva's value chain optimization solution and pre-sales for Asia Pacific. He is from Singapore. So another expert for today's session is Mr. Pankaj Jawar from IOG Solution. In fact, he is a managing director and subject matter in digital technologies. He is a chemical engineer from UDCT Mumbai with 20 plus years experience in providing consulting, engineering and implementation services in the areas of supply chain management, MES, APC, simulation and modeling solution. He is one of the prominent active enterprise solution architects working in oil and gas industry. He is passionate about applying advanced and best technology to solve complex business problems. He is very strong domain knowledge in oil and gas industry. He has diverse experience across different functions, including performance optimization, sales, business development, consulting, and project management. And he has so far led several remarkable projects for state-owned as well as private refineries and petrochemicals complex in India, Southeast Asia, Middle East, Europe, and Africa. So he has been recipient of 2 consecutive President's Award for Consulting Sales Excellence and 4 consecutive excellent ratings in previous organizations. So we also have Snehil from IOG Solution. Snehil is a supply chain expert with 5 years of experience as a manager in supply chain and consulting. He also has a chemical engineering background from NIT Calicut and started his career with Reliance Jamnagar in refinery technical services. He holds integrated knowledge for entire refinery value chain, feedstock management, production planning, scheduling, execution, and production reconciliation. He has experience of working on multiple consulting and system implementation projects for refinery production planning and scheduling and energy management as well. And he has been involved in several market leading solutions. So I would request to start with Mr. Satyendra to share Aviva's view on virtual plants and the innovation which is happening, because you must have seen last few years there has been huge leap forwards in virtual plants, virtual manufacturing, and today we are talking about energy transition, net zero, and how these digital technologies are going to be useful in achieving net zero goal. So maybe Satyendra would like to put focus on those areas.
Yeah. So thanks, Vikas. Thanks for the very generous introduction for all of us. And let's hope we are able to live up to the name and really talk about something insightful and hold your attention for next 40, 50 odd minutes. Uh, so, like Vikas mentioned, and the way I see this session is it's basically trying to align some of the things which were said in the keynote session right at the beginning, some of the challenges which face our industry, and then actually think of it as an opportunity. And that's why the whole talk is titled as digitally uncover profitable pathway to net zero. So, just trying to summarize, so basically the way I'll capture this topic is talk about the challenges. This is something which was addressed in the keynote session by various speakers. Then talk about what we at Aviva call carbon chain optimization solution. And then, align it with some of the standards in the industry with respect to greenhouse gas emissions and energy management. And then finally conclude it with, some kind of suggested next steps as most of the operators embark on their net zero journey. So what are the challenges? And I think much has been talked about this, so I'll be brief. I won't go too deep into it. But on the screen, on your left-hand side, you can see a lot of investment is going into this area of net zero. So those are some of the top companies spending billions of dollars. On the other side, what you see is what are the technologies, what are the options available, what are the initiatives available to these companies as they embark in net zero. So the curve there is called carbon abatement curve. And then what it is signifying is what are the initiatives which you can take, how much carbon dioxide or GHG emissions they can abate, and what is the cost. Right at the beginning, you can see energy efficiency. So energy efficiency is something which can obviously bring down GHG emissions, and it comes at a negative cost, which means it actually pays for itself. As you are focusing on your energy efficiency, you are kind of reducing your fuel costs, energy costs, and also bringing down the emissions. And on the far end, you see things like carbon capture. Some of these things we have talked about. And looking at some of these things, at the bottom side, what you see, how most of the companies are thinking about it and going about it. So what they are saying is that what we can immediately do is go on to a more efficient operation. So look at your energy efficiency, look at your loss, and address them. After that comes the step when you are kind of slowly introducing low emission components into your supply chain or into your value chain. And these low emission components, I'm using it very generically. It could be low emission feedstocks, renewable feedstocks or blend stocks, or it could be equipment which are more energy efficient, because a lot of manufacturing capacity out there is of a certain vintage, and if you are kind of replacing it, and as the cost of energy and the carbon emissions goes high, it will become profitable to kind of start replacing them and think of more energy efficient components. So that's the kind of a next step people are thinking about. And then finally, you would have to, and this was talked about by various speakers earlier, you have to think about changing your operating model. Moving on to petrochemicals might be one step, but then, at the outer end of net zero journey, carbon capture would be a reality. There would be hydrogen production, maybe green, maybe gray. Those things are still to be played out, but essentially, instead of being a fuel supplier, you are becoming supplier of chemicals or a hub for low emission energy feedstocks or products. So those are the kind of things which, based on our survey of various companies and their visions, that's what they're thinking about globally. But the challenge is obviously far more difficult to address than with just those simple phasing.
because what you see here is carbon pricing. And recently in COP26, there was a commitment to come out with a framework of a global reporting framework for carbon emissions by each of the companies. So that one of the challenges which we have always seen with past clean development mechanisms, CDMs as we used to call it, or current carbon pricing and carbon trading is, how do you rely on information, correct? And that is being, the fundamentals for those things are being laid as of now. And pretty soon they will be a reality. Even besides that, there are a lot of jurisdictions in the world where carbon pricing is already a reality. So if you go to somewhere in Northern Europe, the carbon price would be in range of $150 per ton. In Singapore, where I come from, the current carbon prices is $5 per ton. So it's there, and the government is thinking of increasing it gradually. And soon, some of those mechanisms you will find in India as well. So you can see that the whole carbon pricing and the economics will kind of play their role as we kind of go into the future. There's also another additional uncertainty. As per a recent IEA report, which of which an extract is being presented here, for achieving even 2030 targets, only around 20% of 80% of technology is commercially available. For achieving a 2040 or a 2050 target, almost 50% of technology is not available. So there is even a technological uncertainty in deciding, how exactly to go about those phasings which I was talking about earlier. So what all this highlights is, while there are a lot of initiatives available, which are known as of now, but there is an uncertainty related to regulations, market dynamics, and the technology, which kind of actually prevents companies from laying down a clear path to net zero. It's not possible at this point of time. In lieu of that, how do they kind of address this challenge? And this is where what we call as carbon chain optimization solution comes in. It's not a set of new solutions. It's a set of solutions which already are well deployed by the industry. We have a lot of clients using these solutions, but it's a more enhanced and a more relevant, made more relevant for the current context of net zero. So what is this solution? So you see the circle out here. One part of this is what we call as carbon-aware planning. And this basically is just like a planning solution which typically you might be using, but it is slightly more enhanced by considering scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. So this kind of a solution can help you plan what you want to do in your long term, or even what you want to do operationally, what kind of crudes you might want to buy, given any cap on emissions or carbon you might want to put. Next part of this is a process digital twin based energy and emissions management solution. And while the planning tool addresses something which is more economically significant, so you can decide what kind of capital expenditure you want to do, or you can decide what kind of a feedstock you want to buy, but there are a lot of decisions with respect to energy and emissions which have to be done more operationally. So whether to replace a drive, whether to do hot integration, whether to clean up an exchanger to drive more efficiency and hence reduce the energy costs. Those are the decisions which LP or the planning tool can't help you make. And that's where this process digital twin, which is kind of working on your energy and emissions management, comes in. It helps you take those decisions. And then finally at the bottom what you see is unified production and emissions accounting system. And what this solution does is, you are doing already perhaps your production accounting, but it is kind of aligning your production accounting with emissions accounting and coming out with single set of robust numbers which add up. And we'll talk about all of these in detail in subsequent slides. But I just want to kind of share with you how working together, these can take you to the net zero path, and that too profitably. So on the other side, what you see is a number of initiatives, a lot of them not yet determined, but this solution can help you identify that I want to take these initiatives in this particular order because they make economic sense. And then you baseline whether you have achieved whatever you projected using unified production and emissions accounting system, and then go further. As you make changes, obviously you will make changes to your process digital twin, you will make changes to your carbon aware planning, and from there on you can find out the next set of initiatives which will take you profitably further. Not only that, not only can it guide you throughout your net zero journey, the initial implementation itself can give you a gain of 5 to 10% because of the optimization features built into this. So if you're deploying it correctly, you straight away get those jumps using the digital technologies. And one more thing which I want to highlight, the way this solution would work is based on a plan, do, check, act kind of a framework. And it would help you do those iterations because it will bring a more techno-economic input into your planning targets. What kind of targets you want to set on your net zero journey and the achievement which you want to do as you go along that. And then also it will help you measure the gaps from your target in a much more robust and an engineering fashion. And then you can prioritize those actions based on those gaps. So it kind of really enables that PDCA approach to your net zero journey. So let's talk briefly about each of those aspects. So let's starting with carbon aware planning, and the session, some of the panel speakers in the session before were talking about, I remember Arun mentioning that the final decisions will be made as to what their LP says. And that's where this carbon aware planning comes in. Because in a typical planning tool, what you're doing is you're talking about material flows. And in addition, what you can get an insight is, along with those material flows, how the money is flowing inside the LP tool, correct? And it'll tell you that where you can make more money, where you can make less money. In a carbon aware planning, the additional element which you are adding besides the material flows and the economics is you are modeling the carbon flow, the carbon intensity flow as well throughout your LP. So you're able to capture the scope 3 emissions contained in your feedstocks. Then when you bring them inside your refinery, you are able to model the scope 1, the direct emissions. If you are importing any electricity and steam, you are able to model the scope 2 emissions. And then finally, as you produce, you have the capability to model the scope 3 emissions of your product slate as well. And what this allows you to do is, as you can see, the green part is the future feedstock slate and the future product slate on the diagram. And as you plan to move slowly from your traditional feed slate of a crude and a mobility-based fuel products, you can gradually start evaluating which options make more sense immediately, and then subsequent years downwards using such a carbon aware planning tool, and hence bring more rigor to planning your net zero journey, which is based on pure economics and obviously the process constraints and the technological availability. The next, what we can talk about is once having planned, I just wanted to kind of add this particular component in there, is having done this planning, let's say for next 2-3 years, what is also key is closing the loop on planning. And that's where a unified project and engineering view comes in. Because the technologies which are available nowadays can help you quickly do a sustainable design. So you can quickly evaluate the renewables, the potential of the renewables, the potential of some of the green technologies like hydrogen, and then come up with a configuration and feed it into a more detailed engineering and a process engineering kind of an environment. And all this happening digitally. So you don't lose time transferring data and collaborating across different teams using more traditional methods. So you are able to seamlessly transition from sustainable design to a unified projects and engineering kind of an environment, quickly do your engineering, including working and collaborating with your EPC contractor, if it's a big project, or if it's an in-house project, delivering it, trying to do the engineering yourself. And then finally, coming to the point of a quick handover and a flawless handover in a startup, which takes you to full throughput pretty fast. Because this is one capability which will be valuable, because the time will be a constraint as people try to come up with various kind of projects in response to the environmental challenges which we see. So this will be a key capability, and you can see there is a significant benefit to approaching this whole cycle of project and engineering from a digital perspective. You can significantly reduce the amount of effort which goes into engineering, the amount of there could be schedule reductions and the cost reductions you can drive, making you more agile to take on subsequent projects in a very fast fashion.
Satyendra, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Peter. So quickly moving on to the digital twin part. And let me explain this concept, because what this process digital twin is trying to do is, it is trying to calculate the reduction potential. And this reduction potential is for energy and for emissions. So typically when you are operating your plant, you would kind of benchmark a particular process based on some kind of a static data. This could be past year's performance, it could be a benchmark from other refineries, but you would have some kind of a static number which is kind of saying that this is how I'm going to review the performance of my process. And when you compare it with your current average, you sometimes see current average go up, sometimes see current average go down, and you might take a judgment call. Okay, you have performed good this time, and you have not performed good on the other occasions. But coming from process industry, we all know that that's not the entire truth, because how you perform with respect to energy or even emissions depends on the severity of your operations. It depends on what kind of feedstock you're processing. And depending on those, the situation might be seen a little bit differently. So the bottom curve which you see, if I'm able to neutralize for these conditions, if I'm able to neutralize for the severity of operation or the heaviness of the feed, then what I get is the best achievable, best practically achievable energy consumption or emissions. And then when I compare it with the actual, that is what is the true reduction potential in the process. And if I'm able to track it over a period of time, then I can prioritize that these are the areas, if I address, I will get a consistent and a sustained advantage rather than just comparing it with a static benchmark. And that's what is the reduction potential. And this gives you a true picture of what are the areas you need to address, and also at the same time be able to monitor whether when you have taken an action, you're truly addressing this particular point or not. And this is something which is driven by process digital twin. You can augment it with some kind of emissions modeling also to make the emissions predictions more robust. So you can imagine a first principles process digital twin and augment it with some kind of an AI where predictions become sometimes a little bit more challenging. So that is the picture of a process digital twin which is able to do energy and emissions monitoring. And in this slide, I just kind of give you an overview as to how this works. So basically, what you're doing is you're taking the plant data, reconciling it all in real time, then kind of tuning the model online there itself, and then optimizing it. That's the traditional cycle of a process digital twin. But to kind of make it work for energy and emissions work, what we do is we take in the tuned parameters and then run it in another mode which we call as green optimization mode, to calculate what is the reduction potential. And then finally, coming to the topic of unified production and emissions accounting. This is something which most of the people do. So they do production accounting. And when you are doing production accounting, one thing which you're doing is you're calculating fuel and loss. And if you reflect on it, fuel is nothing but goes out as emissions. And if you look at loss, you can possibly have losses of emissions, effluents, and solid waste. And then remaining part will be some kind of an unaccounted loss. So the message here is simple for this particular application, that you have to do your production accounting, but with a deep focus on fuel and loss. And on the loss side, you should be able to break it up and kind of account for all the emissions which are happening, and especially the bulk emissions. If you are able to do that, then you will mathematically add it up. Your production, your loss, your emissions, everything should mathematically add up. And it's just an enhancement of an existing solution. And in fact, it's not new. There are a lot of people following best practices who have been practicing this. They have been regularly embarking on loss management programs where they kind of bring focus into various kind of losses, and chief amongst them would be the emissions. Whether these are process fugitives, whether they are flare losses, and just by bringing a consistent focus over that and running it for a couple of months, we have seen clients bring down their overall losses from, let's say, 0.5% to even 0.2%. And each point percentage there implies not only benefits in terms of profitability, because you are producing more out of less, but also reduction in emissions. So finally, how all this comes together. Like I was trying to say, that you have, you need to generate your plan, your targets, which are more methodical and scientific. Then you should be able to track, do, check, and then finally act on those. And then, of course, re-baseline where you are, and if needed, again, plan again, do the planning side again. So basically, you can follow a framework which is more like, something like your what you follow for your energy management, ISO 50001, which is again based on plan, do, check, act kind of a framework. And for next steps, I encourage you to kind of get in touch with us or one of my colleagues out here. What we suggest for you is to kind of review your current systems, basically. You can review your current planning systems, your current optimization systems, your current LP systems, and see whether they are capable of meeting this challenge of net zero and take you there in a profitable fashion. Thank you.
Thanks, Satyendra. Maybe after the next presentation, we'll have a common question answer session. And all of us know that refining and petrochemical industry, and looking at today's capacities of the plants, yesterday we heard it's more 10 million tons, 15 million metric tons. So with those capacities, the industry is handling very huge volume of hydrocarbons, and the safe handling of these hydrocarbons is becoming more and more important. But to handle those hydrocarbons safely, operate those assets safely, what is most important is they also need to have a competent workforce. So in order to build those competency, these augmented reality, virtual reality technologies, those are coming up, and that is helping industry to build a competency in a shortest possible time. So company like Aviva, they have made great headways. Maybe I will come to you, Satyendra, after this next presentation. But the most important point as far as virtual plant, basically there are three different layers: visualization layer, application layer, and the most importantly, that is a model layer. So I will request Mr. Pankaj to throw light on model layer. That is the most intelligent layer of this virtual plant, and that is going to add a lot of value. And today, the industry, few industries from Japan, I will give you examples at a later time. are now moved ahead of the time and started operating their plants in an autonomous mode. So I invite Pankaj to share the perspective of IoG solutions on model-based performance monitoring, where digital twin is the most important element.
Can you help me with the projection of this? In the PDF format. Still not coming. The screen is still not coming. Yeah, okay. Thank you. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Pankaj Zawar. I'm the founder and director of IoG Solutions with about 23 years of experience in oil and gas industry. As Vikas mentioned, I am going to talk about the modeling layer, which is the key component of the process digital twin. Yesterday, we saw that these advanced software solutions can give you an additional benefit of $1 to $1.5 a barrel. That's a significant amount of money. And if you're talking about petrochemicals, about $10 to $15 a ton. So let's see how we can use the process digital twin to derive some of these benefits. So these are the topics that I'm going to cover. Introductions to IoG solutions, best practices of process modeling, how then the process, how do you do process simulation or LP model development when you have insufficient data? We'll look at an example and then come back to the type of services that we offer. So IoG Solution is about 9-year-old company founded in 2013, based out of Pune and Abu Dhabi. We are focused on deriving value out of your investments into advanced software solutions. As you know, the software, the people and the processes have to come together to derive the value. And when I talk about people, it is both on the implementation side as well as on the client side. When we talk about processes, we are talking about best practices, but we need a zeal. We need a strong belief that this advanced software solution gives you substantial value. So these three things has to come together. Now, on the technology side, we are a service provider. So technology can come from application vendors like Aspen, like Aviva, Honeywell, and or specialized vendors which are focusing on a smaller piece of problem. IoG Solution has an experience of working with more than 50 refineries and petrochemical complex around the world. We have done a significant amount of work outside India. We have done extensive amount of work in Europe side, in Spain with Repsol, Cepsa. We have worked in Finland. We have worked in UK with British Petroleum. Extensive amount of work in Middle East with Takri, Satop, KNPC. In Southeast Asia with PTTGC, with Pertamina, Petronas. And of course, in India, we have clients like IOCL. We have done projects with Kane, HMEL. We have done work with Naira Energy as well. So these are the areas that we work in: supply chain management, simulation modeling,
advanced process control, energy management, environmental health and safety, manufacturing execution systems to acquire the data and then give you that data on a KPI dashboards, enabling technologies where we are looking at virtual reality, augmented reality, the mobility devices, and asset management so that you can get the best value out of your existing assets. Each of these areas, we have kind of identified what are the latest trends in these ones and have focused more on that. Not that we are covering all of these areas in all, but we have picked up areas where there is a significant benefit. For example, in asset management, predictive maintenance is an area of focus for us. When it comes to energy management, and Satyendra just talked about it, what he showed between the two graphs is basically what we call as the fixed line was your static targets and your this one is your dynamic target. So you need to have your energy compared with the dynamic target instead of a static target. So I'll talk about this, but the main focus here is on supply chain management and simulation modeling. So we are going to talk about the best practices on the process modeling and then how the process models can be utilized for LP model. LP model is very important because that's where you take some of the most important decisions. So this is the overall work process. Here, the best practice is to have a digital twin calibrated to actual operating conditions to develop a very accurate process unit submodels. Now, there are three parts to this particular workflow, and this is the key slide here. The blue one, which is the process simulation, where you conduct or you actually collect a lot of information as far as design and actual plant test run. Validate and reconcile these test run data, ensure that you have a good quality data available. Then you put them into a model, a simulator model, where you have reactors, for example, on the reformers, on the isomerization. You calibrate these models, and then you also build the downstream flow sheets of the entire plant. Now you have to compare your calibration results with the actual values or the design values and see how these models are predicting, right? I mean, these are models, so that means there will be some amount of errors, and whether that error is acceptable to you is something that you need to be aware of. You also need to be aware of what are the limitations of these models so that we can make we can decide up to what range this model is valid. Once you have the calibrated and tuned model, and then what you do is the next step of LP utility generation, which is shown in the green color here. You generate lots of sets of cases. Now what you are doing is perturbing the model so that you have different inputs and you are getting different outputs. So instead of applying machine learning and AI onto operational data, and which you can also do, you are now generating a set of data from your process simulators, which is a much higher quality data, and then you are finding out the correlationships between your output variables with the input variables. And what are my output variables? Are the yields, the main product qualities, okay? Now, when we call it as linear programming, but actually for many years it has been non-linear models, right? So in this process, what we do is check the relationships, we see the plots, and we decide whether a linear representation is enough. There are places where a linear representation is good enough, and we kind of use those linear correlationships in our LP models. But if linear relationships cannot explain the behavior, then we obviously go to the nonlinear, quadratic, or those kind of correlationships. And the last part of the process here is the backcasting process, where you periodically, the best practice is to do it every month. And at Reliance, for example, where I started, we used to do it very regularly. And so you basically look at how your LP models is behaving, your submodels are behaving, and then you repeat the cycle. Now, there are lots of challenges. I mean, this best practice is good, but there are challenges with respect to operational data. So availability of a good, consistent operational data is a challenge. Many times we don't measure we do not take lab samples at all the places. It's difficult. So there is, the recommended practice here is that if you can do test run, you can get a better quality data available, and then you can use that kind of data for your model calibrations and tuning. Process simulation model itself, you have to have a very deep knowledge. When we talk about all this digital twin, digital process twin, what's the key? The key is the process knowledge. You have to have a deep knowledge of process, isomerization, in alkylation process. When I interview people, I ask all these questions: what's the difference between catalytic cracking, reforming, where the steam is reacting, where steam is not reacting, and sometimes young engineers struggle with that. How does a naphthalene molecule looks like? How an aromatics molecule look like? So the fundamental process knowledge is the key as far as the refining and petrochemical business is concerned. So here, engaging with the experts with the strong knowledge and process knowledge is very critical. Yesterday we had presentations from the catalyst vendors. That knowledge we may not apply directly, but it is important to understand what kind of innovations are happening as far as catalysts are concerned, because that will give us a perspective of whether the data that you are getting from your simulators, is it a valid data or not. Now, integration of your simulation models with your planning processes, you need to have a streamlined processes so that you can repeat this particular work. What is integration? It is taking data from one place to another place, but in that process you transform the data, right? So it is important for you to understand the source as well as destination systems, how the data transformation is going to happen. And the planning systems. Now we have lots of tools on the planning side. The use of a detailed process model for planning purposes are recommended. If you are going to use a fixed yield model for your unit representation, it's a very simplified way of looking at your process unit. You need to have vectors that are reflecting the variation or the key properties. Now you don't need to overdo that. That means you don't bring pressures and temperatures into your LP model. You stop at a point where these variables will have an impact onto your decisions that you are taking in terms of buying the crude, selling the crude, which market to sell. Now, as data is insufficient, okay, what do if we do not have the insufficient data? Should we just leave the vectors blank and say that, okay, whenever we get that data, we will fill that up? No. The answer to that is that at least use generic process simulators, even if you actually will take time to tune or calibrate those models. Our recommendation is to follow this particular work process. I'll talk about this work process a little bit in next few slides. So basically you take the available data, first step, validate, put it into a simulators. From a simulators you generate lots of data, use statistical methods, machine learning, AI to make a reduced order model and then feed it back into the LP. So when you receive the data, make sure that you understand that the data has been given for what all cases. 3 different, for example, high severity, low severity, medium severity. Is it reflecting in the, for example, for the UOP platformer units, whether it is reflecting a feed which is having a very high boiling point of naphthas. So those things you need to understand. So this, you have to interact with the client a lot to help them understand why that data is important. Sometimes we ask for the reactor geometries and these ones so that we can get a right calculations as far as delta P's and those ones. Setting up the base model or generic simulator from the repository. So IOG solutions, we have built more than 25 process flow sheets. So pretty much every single process unit we have built process flow models. And if the client doesn't have access to our simulators, we at least use our generic simulators to get these delta vectors. Now, when we run the simulation model, we need to understand the inputs and outputs, in what range we are looking at, decide the input ranges, and then do the sensitivity study. So the model, I mean, here I'm assuming that there is a separate process for model calibrations and model tuning that we have now. Here we are talking about that the rigorous reactor models, and then from the rigorous reactor models, what we are doing is we are generating lots of data, which is the simulated data generations. And then we use statistical methods. In the statistics, it is possible to find out whether a variable is contributing or not, right? So we kind of identify the top variables that are having an impact on your yields as well as your product properties.
But we have 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's important in the model validations and tuning. Like you have generated your model, but your design data and your plan data, you then plug into these available data sets into a model and see how well your model is predicting, right? So for example, you have an yield difference of 0.2, right? On a yield which is like 80%, right? You have to take a judgment whether that is acceptable, whether you can improve upon that. So understanding of that, or you may have to do some small adjustments to make sure that your model is predicting well. Now what we normally look for is different data sets, whether the predictions are randoms. That means the predicted values and the actual values. If we constantly see a bias, then we can obviously update the model. So once this nonlinear model is available, I mean, this needs to be validated with the process knowledge, and we need to decide what process variables will go in, like sulfur, nitrogens, for a hydrotreater are the critical ones. And if needed, we can retune the model. So here I would like to invite my colleague Snehal to walk you through an example of how this is being done.
Thank you, Pankaj. Good morning, everyone. So I'll walk you through some of the examples about the work process that Pankaj explained to develop such nonlinear rigorous models out of your process simulation models, and how to handle data insufficiency scenarios. So I'll start with an example of a light naphtha hydrotreater. So as the work process said, we start with collecting the data, whatever data is available with the client at that point of time. Now this data might not be sufficient to build very rigorous reactor models, but we still collect the data, and the typical data collection is your feed qualities, your feed flow rates, temperature, pressure, your operating conditions. That can be your reactor exotherm, your reactor pressure profile, and then the product flows and the product properties. So we do collect that data and see whether that data is sufficient enough to build rigorous models, and if not, we use the generic simulators to at least capture the underlying nonlinearity or underlying relationship between process inputs and outputs, and then use those relationship and the available data to build a nonlinear relationship that can be integrated with your planning system. So that's the idea with the data. That's how we start with the data, the process data. Then as the next step, we start with the simulators. These can be a generic simulator built on some generic data, not the actual data of the plant. But we use these simulators to do sensitivity analysis on various inputs and output parameters. Now these input and output parameters, which are the critical ones, it depends upon the operational knowledge and the process knowledge, the design data available with the customer, and we kind of run multiple cases to see the sensitivity between the input and the output parameters. And using that sensitivity or the more data generated out of these rigorous models, we kind of understand the relationship between the various parameters. The third step, which is model calibration, now this depends upon the availability of the data. If we do have sufficient data, we do have sufficient experience, time to develop very rigorous models, calibrated models on our actual operating data, we take this step, we calibrate the models on the actual data, and if not, we will show what exactly we do in the case of data insufficiency. And once we have generated multiple sets of data from the simulators, we then leverage statistical methods to develop correlations between the identified input and the output parameters. And once these correlations are developed, we first check whether a linear relationship is sufficient to address the relationship between these two inputs and output parameters within the nominal operating range of the refinery. And if not, we move into more complex nonlinear models. And towards the final stage, when these relationships are developed, it needs to be translated into a form that these relationships can be incorporated into a planning system. Now, these structures will actually depend upon what kind of planning system you have, and depending upon that, these mathematical models can be translated into a form that can be integrated with your planning system. So just to give some more examples, this is a typical data set. You can collect it from your different data repositories, and you have feed flows, feed qualities, products, and product properties. Once the data is collected, you know whether the data is sufficient enough to build rigorous models, or you use generic models, you move into the simulators. Now this is a work process. This is independent upon what kind of simulation tool you have. There are multiple prominent simulation tools in the market which are very strong on the capabilities. So given your process knowledge and understanding of different process technologies, you use these generic simulators to generate more data out of it. Now, we IAG Solutions have a strong repository of almost all the secondary downstream units and as a generic simulators on various different simulation platforms. So we do have skills and capabilities in each of these areas. Now, irrespective of what simulation tool are you using, you use these rigorous models to run sensitivity analysis and generate more and more data. Now, this step, the manipulated variables can be a larger set of variables, because you need to identify like which one are the critical ones for your planning system. So you do not start with a narrow range of parameters, but you take a broader set and generate more data, and then do the analysis afterwards to identify the critical ones. So as you can see here, we generate lot of data. For example, in this case, it's an FCC, and we had running sensitivity on the feed nitrogen, feed sulfur, metal content, your reactor outlet temperatures, and determining different values of your yields and the product properties.
Snail, we're almost...
Okay, I'll be really quick. Once the data is generated, we kind of identify whether the relationships are linear or non-linear and try to fit that data on different mathematical models. You try to identify the parameters which can explain the variance of different outputs using different statistical methods and the process knowledge, which is very important. And once this is done, the correlations are developed, then you go back to the operational data that you have collected at step 1, and now tune this mathematical models inside, which is a reduced order model and simplified models, and validate it and tune it as per your requirements. And as the final step, depending upon your planning tool, you translate these relationships into a form that can be integrated with your LP system. You link it with your LP system and then rerun more cases within the planning system to validate and build confidence upon the models that you have built using this entire work process. So this was an overall example of how the entire process is done. So in terms of service portfolio that IOG offers, this supply chain management process simulation is one area that we are very strong at. And in addition to that, we work on all the systems between DCS and ERP. So whether it's related to value chain optimization, operation management, HSE, and asset reliability, we do touch upon each of these areas. And as Pankaj told in the beginning, that we have identified key pieces in each of the areas and focus on that to bring more value to our clients and deliver value to our customers. So we provide consulting, application implementation, training, and specialized study services to our customers in all of these areas that I mentioned earlier. So I'd like to close with this thing, and if there are any questions, I think we can move to the questions.
Yeah, thank you, Pankaj Stehil, for this interesting insights on this process digital twin, or maybe this will lead to a model-based performance monitoring maybe tomorrow we can see process engineers start working the way we are booking car with Ola, with our apps, the Ola Uber apps, and get a quick insight with regard to the processes. The today not this we are as far as today industry is concerned, technology is evolving. Few companies have also made the headways in terms of getting into autonomous operations. This digital twin is one of the major backbone which will facilitate sort of a remote performance monitoring to a team sitting in remote. And this year, in fact, started with the news about autonomous operations, which will be primarily aided by digital twins. And these two companies from Japan, I can tell, share the names. That's JSR Corporations from, and that is a vinyl plant. And this Ineos Corporation, that's a refinery and petrochemical plant of Kawasaki refinery, I would say. And they have run their plant without operator in control room and operator in the field for multiple days, and that trial has been successful. And this news we started coming up from this year, and maybe tomorrow industry will look for such type of opportunity as digital transformation is progressing. As I mentioned, maybe I will have. Is there any question from audience? Yeah.
Hello. Hello, I'm Alok Saxena from Sulza GTC. My question is for Pankaj. What role do you see of artificial neural network-based process simulators as compared to detailed kinetic-based models in simulation in the long run?
Yeah, that's a good question. We are hearing about machine learning and AI everywhere. What I believe, I worked in Reliance. My boss Setlur there used to say, statistics can prove anything and everything. So statistics or the machine learning or data science has to be applied in a proper way. Where things can be explained through the first principle method, that should be utilized, or take the form of the equations from the first principle. And then also you still have to do the adjustment of the coefficients and these ones where the machine learning and AI can come. So I believe the first principle and the AI go hand in hand. Different companies are calling it as embedded AI, hybrid models and these ones. But essentially what you're doing is taking the best of both the worlds.
Have you done any modeling for extractive processes, extractive distillation processes?
No, not that I can recollect.
Fine. Thank you.
Yeah. So thanks everybody for patient listening. We had a session from Aviva also. They had especially as far as technology innovation is concerned, a lot of work on augmented reality, virtual reality, and how this particularly can help in building competency in the workforce who is front end at the operations level. So with those technologies evolving, we see a great future for refining and petrochemical industries, and that will make, I would say, it is the start of golden days for refining and petrochemical industries. And this collaboration, as Pankaj mentioned, this domain knowledge and technology, if that collaboration happens perfectly, then we can see these particular goals in terms of safety, productivity, competency development. So the goals can be achieved very easily. Thank you very much, Pankaj, Satyendra, Snehil.
Thank you so much for steering this discussion. Very insightful presentations that we saw today. I would like to thank all our speakers and Mr. Deshmukh for coming here and taking the time out to share the knowledge with everyone. I would request Mr. Deshmukh to kindly present our panelists with mementos. We are grateful to all of them for taking the time to come here. So I request you to please present memento to Mr. Satyendra Dubey, Principal Consultant, Pre-Sales, Aveva. One memento for Mr. Pankaj Zawar of IOG Solutions. A memento for Mr. Snehal Gopalka, Manager, Supply Chain and Consulting, IOG Solutions. I would request Mr. DLN Shastri, Director, Oil Marketing, FIPI, to please come on stage and present Mr. Deshmukh with a memento for steering this discussion. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph with your mementos. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll now move on to another technical session. And during the course of these 2 days, we have heard a number of experts opine that today the future of oils is actually in chemicals and not exactly or wholly and solely in fuel. Petrochemical capacity is steadily increasing, with refineries pumping out more chemicals than ever. Oil companies and engineering firms are shifting towards petrochemicals and are installing new equipment and even designing new processes to seize the trend. Will the refinery of the future bring in flexible technologies that enable refining complex to make a wide variety of chemicals along with fuels? What new technologies are being developed to revamp crude cracking so that production of olefins, polymers, aromatics, and glycols becomes more efficient and profitable? To discuss these issues in our technical session, I would like to invite Mark Nathaniel, Senior Global Product Manager, Elsevier. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Mark Nathaniel. Please also welcome Dominic Winch, Market Analyst, Johnson Matthey. Please welcome on stage Dominic Winch. Okay, he's joining us virtually. Dominic is joining us virtually. And please welcome on stage Mr. Sunil Saxena, Executive Director, Technical Engineers India Limited. Mr. Saxena is the session chair. He has about 36 years of industry experience. He has led the first of its kind energy benchmarking and targeting studies for 13 PSU refineries in late 90s, which is coordinated by the Center for High Technology. He has conceptualized and developed various innovative equipment and system designs during his tenure at EIL. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us, and I'll hand it over to you, sir, to steer this discussion ahead.
Thank you very much, all the participants here. This is a very important session. I think I've given this opportunity to chair this, rather co-chair it. Technology innovation we have been talking about since last yesterday. and it actually plays a very important role in moving forward. We all are having the industry experts here. So there are a lot of focus on the new technologies, but basically making the technologies more greener, more energy efficient. So in the last two sessions which I attended in the morning, there was a discussion on the technology integration, where the refinery and petchem integration has been talked about. We had experts from our own company. Mr. Anil was there. Sri Arun Bhardwaj was there. He shared his journey on actually conceptualizing the petchem complex there in HMEL, and where I was lucky to be involved there. And we had discussed so many options, and we had innovated the concepts also. We had even done something which have been done for the first time in industry. Okay, thank you. So am I able, can you hear me now better? Okay, thank you. Sorry for that. In my opinion, technology innovation is actually we can do into three areas. One is when we conceptualize the whole concept, whole process scheme. Basically, the initial phase when we do the LP modeling. Just now, the session which was concluded, we talked about digital twins. We talked about LP modeling to really take care of all the aspects. There was a talk by Aviva to really to look into the energy and emissions both. So that's the first stage of conceptualization. Then comes to the technology selection, which is they are the experts in the particular technology. They keep on innovating the technologies, make them more energy efficient and more profitable, more emission friendly technologies. And then lastly, which is very important aspect, is to really look into the equipment design. Why I'm talking about the equipment design? Because I have contributed a lot in my own company in actually looking into the equipment design. Until unless you have the simpler, efficient equipment design, probably you cannot achieve the other two aspects. So I will not take much of the time. We have got two industry experts, two waiting virtually, and Mr. Mark is here already. I'll hand over to Mark to really give his own presentation. Over to you, Mark.
So I was waving because I have a little camera here that follows me around using AI. So that was the gesture. But hi. Namaste. My name is Mark, and it is truly my joy and my honor and my privilege to be standing here in front of you, men and women who work tirelessly to bring energy into the hands of the people. Energy that is something so crucial, something so needed for this world to continue to move forward. And I'm so proud and humbled at the same time that I spent the first 17 years of my career being a part of this wonderful industry, wonderful fraternity, wonderful society. In the 17 years of my career with Schlumberger, I witnessed and led many new product development where we implement many innovation solutions with our customers. Anywhere between market identification, design, prototype, field testing, commercial launches, and eventually manufacturing, mass producing. It is very rare for an engineer to experience such end-to-end life cycle. And it's all thanks to this wonderful industry that we belong to. So I switched sector a couple of years ago to information technology sector. And I am so excited. I'm so excited to share what I've learned over the past 19 years of my career, what I learned about innovation and innovation process. But before we get to that, we need to answer a more important question about why we are here. Because as I've sat through hours and hours of training in the oil and gas industry, I know that to be able to sit through 40 minutes listening to some random engineer from the upstream side of all places, why do we need to do that? So why are we here? If memory serves me right, we go to conferences. We go to conferences to be inspired how to increase our efficiency, to lower our CapEx and OpEx while still producing higher productivity. We want to be inspired on how to select better materials and better processes to increase our performance while not sacrificing reliability and reducing mean time between failure and the dreaded non-productive time. We want to be inspired to see what kind of new technologies out there to improve our workflow, to mitigate risks, to provide more safety for our workers, and to streamline database decision-making. Coincidentally, those are the three main pillars of net zero as summarized by Elsevier through many interviews with industry leaders and experts. So net zero is actually a new direction, a new metric based on classic themes of efficiency gain through better materials and processes and new technology adoptions. Why? Why efficiency gain? Because efficiency wins at the end of the day. Whether it's upstream, downstream, midstream, whether it's about sustainability, whether it's about profitability, efficiency wins. And this is why net zero is good news for this industry. Energy transition has happened throughout our history. It is nothing new. But this is where you and I come in. This world needs the expertise, our expertise, because no one understands energy delivery better than us. Net zero innovation needs your expertise and my expertise to continue to move forward. And that is good news. And therefore, we need innovation. And process technology innovation starts here because I want to propose to you that a foundational concept that is needed for process technology innovation. First, I want to talk about innovation. Why is innovation so elusive? Throughout my studies, throughout my research, I found out that all of the innovation literature and books and papers and studies will mention that innovation is often misconstrued, misidentified with the next cool, with the next hip idea. Well, that is not the case, ladies and gentlemen. That is not the case. Innovation is actually the next cool idea with a correctly timed market implementation. There is a business aspect to innovation. That is why we need this collaboration between the technical people and the business people together. Yesterday, we heard from Sri Prabdas about how the market is so finicky. What is the market switch fascination and focus like that? One moment is about green hydrogen, the next moment is about blue hydrogen, one moment is about diesel, the next moment is about natural gas, and so on and so forth. This ever-changing landscape of the market makes innovation very elusive. The next one is this. A lot of times, innovation, when we mention innovation, we are referring to the disruptive innovation. The next Google, the next Google Maps, the next Twitter, the next iPhone. While in reality, the majority of innovation lies here. I will read you this quote. 80% of innovation is considered continuing innovation. That is, trying to do improvements to our current products, trying to adjust the product so that we can get lower costs, better performance. And the other 15% is change innovation, which may require a totally new process altogether. Disruptive innovation is a whole new animal in of itself. And might I remind you why we are here again? We are here to do just that. We are here to lower the cost of our product. We are here to increase the performance of our product, increase the reliability of our product. So innovation does not have to be so elusive. Innovation doesn't have to be so elusive because if we concentrate on doing the continuing innovation and change innovation well, we will give ourselves the best chance to get to the disruptive innovation. Speaking about innovation, the drill bit company that I was a part of recently celebrated 120 years of drill bit design, of delivering drill bit solution to our customers. 120 years. And I did see a lot of innovative solutions that we delivered to the customer's hand that saved millions and millions of dollars. However, it doesn't guarantee innovation. I still remember countless nights that I spent sleeping in my truck, rain, heat, snow, because I was so focused into solving a problem for our customer. And once again, expertise doesn't guarantee ingenuity. Expertise doesn't guarantee ingenuity. We were trying to solve a problem. We were murdering 5 drill bits to drill 1,000 meters, day in and day out. And we worked diligently for 18 months to solve this problem. We went through 18 iterations of 1 bit type at one point in time, just to accomplish a solution. And then one day, a field hand with no engineering background came to me and said, "Why don't we try this?" I said, "Let's go, let's do it." I went to my engineering department. My engineering department said, "No, it does not make sense. Why bother going through it?" And then after that, I said, "We need to do it. We just need to do it." We built it. Lo and behold, we started drilling 1,000 meters with 1 bit, and then 2,000 meters, and then 3,000 meters with 1 bit. That 1 bit design significantly altered the drilling landscape in the Northeast US. Together with the customer, we saved millions and millions of dollars. But what if that inspiration source ran out? What if there's no more field hands that we can interview to gain inspiration to a solution? And that's why I want to propose the most fundamental question we need to ask before we start innovating. And that is, do you know what to do when you don't know what to do? To answer that question, I took apart the concept of knowledge, and I came across this study about the Johari window. The Johari window is a framework of knowledge. It's studied by 2 scientists, and if you look at the first quadrant is a type of knowledge that is known to us and known to other people within our industry. That is called the arena knowledge. It is industry-wide standard knowledge. The next quadrant is called the facade. The facade is something that is known by us, but not known to anyone else in the industry. That is what we call expertise. I'm sure people here sitting in this room and out in the webinar, you know what your company's specialty is in, what your facade is in. But these 2 quadrants are not what keeps us up at night. These 2 quadrants are not what kept me sleeping in my trucks during the heat, during the snow, during the cold. It is these 2 quadrants, the blind spot and the unknown. The blind spot and the unknown. Yesterday, one of the keynote speakers quoted Hemingway saying that mastery is a journey. I would like to build upon that quote by a quote from my old VP. He said, "To experience growth, we all must be incompetent at some point." What does he mean by that? If we want to grow, we better move away from the first two quadrants. We better move away from the arena and the facade and start feeling some uncomfortability and venture on into the blind spot and unknown territory. And that's where innovation happens. And of course, an understanding of knowledge itself is not enough. We need to move on past that into an understanding about organizational learning. Why? Because knowledge, personal knowledge by itself doesn't mean anything. Collaboration of that knowledge with the team, when you apply that knowledge, is what counts. So we need to change the question. Does my team know what to do when my team doesn't know what to do? And to do that, I came across this study. This study, in particular, investigated the roles of knowledge integration and organizational unlearning with respect to new product development outcomes. To summarize that paper, I created this diagram. In essence, organizational learning is divided into two phases. The first phase is knowledge integration. Knowledge integration consists of the acquisition of knowledge, the sharing of knowledge, and the utilization of knowledge. After those three stages are completed, it shifts, it morphs into our ability to do organizational unlearning. And that is where old practices, old routines, and old beliefs are thrown out and replaced with new practices that eventually becomes new routines and then eventually becomes new beliefs. Traditionally speaking, well-funded organizations do so well in knowledge integration because we are equipped with vast resources, both in people and finance. And knowledge integration has a direct pipeline, has a huge correlation with high innovation speed. Organizational unlearning has some effect to innovation speed, but not so strongly. However, inversely speaking, organizational learning strongly affects high innovation level, while knowledge integration has only some effect on high innovation level. And what kind of organization thrive at high innovation level? These are the highly flexible organization, the highly agile organization, where they are quick to respond to market demands and landscape changes. This is not perfect. So each type of companies are trying hard to supplement where they are lacking. The big companies, as you can see, as you are aware of, there are layers of bureaucracy that prevented organizational unlearning from happening efficiently. So we supplement it with data. My opinion doesn't worth anything to upper management unless I supply it with data. On the other hand, the smaller, more agile organization supplement their knowledge integration by hiring subject matter experts, oftentimes from the bigger organizations, to increase the innovation speed. But let me take you back to the Johari window. What happened if our SME run out of inspiration? Because again, to grow, the SME must venture into the area of blind spots and unknown. So do my SME know what to do when they don't know what to do? And then eventually, data is going to run out. Because once we step into a new territory, there is no data. How do we supplement our current data with an external data to make innovation happen? So I would like to propose, in order to make innovation happen on the knowledge integration side and organizational unlearning side, that we need to supplement our data and subject matter experts with a digital knowledge solution. Why knowledge solution? Because again, we are here to look for inspiration. We are here to learn new concepts. And why digital? Because our digital knowledge solution has to be multidisciplinary. So yesterday, the keynote speaker also mentioned the importance of learning from other industries. This is not the time to rely on an internal and our industry-wide knowledge to move on. What do we know about IoT? What do we know about the process of the digital twin? We need to learn that from other industries to make things move faster. We need a broad content coverage from our digital knowledge solution. And sifting through information in this digital age requires a digital technology. Next one, the discovery experience for the teams. So even though we have a digital knowledge solution to acquire new concepts, we need a digital knowledge solution that enable a discovery experience to ease the process of sharing of the knowledge. These time of day, we sit all over the world. Our team sits all over the world. And the knowledge transfer has to happen quickly. This is where digital trumps traditional. Next one, we need to have a digital knowledge solution that has interactive tools and data to make the utilization of the knowledge that is acquired and shared within our internal teams to be easier. So I would like to propose another thought about this. Not only that our digital knowledge solution have to be multidisciplinary and have a discovery experience designed to help your team and have interactive tools and data, we need something else, something deeper. Because isn't Google a digital knowledge solution that is free for all? This picture represents an internal proprietary knowledge that we have in our own organization. If we infuse an industry-wide knowledge, the picture becomes a little bit more clear. If we infuse an external knowledge from Google and from all these reports, the picture becomes a little bit more clear. However, when we infuse a published knowledge solution that is peer vetted, that is trusted, we find a complete solution. And it is up to you whether your team works with this or with this. Let me tie it all up in an application. I'm trying to be brief about this for the sake of time. So I struggled 5 years to solve an issue with this tool. This drilling tool utilizes impact to break formation. So as you can see here, the left part, that is the bit, is contacting the formation. And there's the blue part is a piston that moves up and down based on differential pressure to exert energy onto the bit to break the formation. This is a problematic area. So is this. We keep breaking those areas. We keep breaking those areas. So naturally, I try to look for my subject matter expert within Schlumberger, and I fail to do so. They're busy. The 7 years that I'm trying to solve this problem, I could not find a subject matter expert on impact and on corrosion and our fatigue failure. So, try the next best thing. Google was my best friend at the time, even though Google maybe is not such a good friend, because if you know the format of Google, the results that comes up to the top are the popular ones. And you and I know what's popular might not be right. So I incur some ads, some thesis from some PhD students. I don't know if it's right. Coding. Coding might be an issue. What type of coding? There are hundreds and thousands of codings. I spent 5 minutes in Novel, and I found the following things. high pressure cold spray coating from American Society of Materials. Okay, we're moving somewhere. I don't mean that this will guarantee a solution, but at least I know what to do when I don't know what to do. I move a little bit closer towards a solution. And then I also found this, a corrosion fatigue crack growth in relation of stress corrosion. Something that I can bring to my customer and say, we are experiencing corrosion. We need to do everything that we can to prevent corrosion from happening. Oh, and then I found a temperature on 4130 steel. 4130 steel is something that we use who knows from when. If we want to come up with a better material, 4130, 4330V is the benchmark. But there's a novel corrosion, which I can evaluate which materials are more compatible with corrosion other than 4130 and 4330. And if I come up to my SME and say, give me a material, a better material selection for corrosion, he or she are going to say, what's your problem? There are thousands of material that I can recommend to you. Wouldn't it be worth our time if I could narrow it down to 5 materials based on a trusted digital knowledge solution? How much time, how much money can we save by doing such method?
Mark, 5 minutes.
So in conclusion, thank you. Innovation needs organizational learning, because knowledge integration and organizational unlearning directly affects innovation speed and innovation level. We need to supplement those with our subject matter experts and data. But what happens when they run out of inspiration, when they don't know what to do? We need to supplement it with a digital knowledge solution. And it is completely up to us whether our team works with this or this. So innovation should not be elusive. And I hope through this talk, you are better equipped in understanding the framework of knowledge and organizational learning with respect to innovation. And this is good news. Again, I want to empower you because the world needs your expertise in delivering energy in a better, safer, more efficient manner to the world. And that is what net zero is all about. So I want to wish you luck. I want to wish you luck in your quest to increase your efficiency, to select better materials and processes, and to adopt new technology. And know that all that we are doing right now is in a good trajectory to achieve net zero, to achieve new grounds of innovation. And with a trusted digital knowledge solution, what we don't know today, we will know tomorrow, because we know what to do when we don't know what to do. And ladies and gentlemen, that is where process, technology, innovation start. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. It was very interesting topic which you touched upon, and you have given a lot of insight on the innovation aspect. In fact, what you said, that innovation is not all that complex. It has to be. It's not that always it should have the ideas. You should use the technology, the digital tools to really work out the innovation in the best possible way. In fact, I was reading an article, like I was thinking that for the bit design, the AI and ML tools have been used extensively. Yes. And that has improved the drilling operation, and the efficiency has improved so much. The Johari window concept is definitely something which has to be applied, and it saves time, and then you give everybody a new way to look into every aspect of innovation. I did not tell much about Mark in the beginning. Mark is the Senior Global Product Manager at Novell Elsevier Design Platform. Before joining Elsevier, he has spent almost 17 years in oil and gas industry of Schlumberger drilling technology. That's why you would have found out that he talked so much about drilling part. And he had been leading the implementation of various drill bits, motors, rotary, steerable system solutions in North America. He's a avid technology enthusiast. Mark is highly committed to continuous learning, collaboration, and sustainable growth by cultivating an innovative culture within the team. Thank you very much, Mark, for a very good topic. You have shared the ideas with us. Now we have the next speaker, Dominic, who is available virtually. Dominic is from John Matthey. He is a market analyst for John Matthey's low carbon solution business. Currently, he supports the development and deployment of solutions and technologies designed to enable John Matthey's customers to decarbonize their existing operations. He joined JM on their graduate scheme in 2019 after completing his degree in chemistry at University of Leicester. Over to you, Dominic.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Great, I'll just bring my presentation up. So thank you for having me, and apologies that I couldn't be there in person presenting with you. It's an honor to present today, and the topic I'm going to present on is enabling the transition to net zero. So I simply have an issue with it going into the right mode. So I'm trying to figure out the sharing of the screen. Apologies. Great, thank you. Apologies for that. So yes, so today I'm going to present on enabling the transition to net zero. And so what I'd like to emphasize is it really is a transition. We're going to need a lot of different technologies, and we're going to need to use all the different technologies that we have available at our disposal to play to their strengths in the areas that we need to use them. So we're going to need new, innovative, disruptive technologies and to scale them up quickly and deploy them quickly. But also, we need to use the existing commercially available technologies today that are available at scale and deploy those in the short term, because those can have an immediate impact on our net zero targets. So at Johnson Matthey, our vision is for a cleaner and healthier world today and for future generations. Over our 200-year history, we've continually innovated to bring new products and technology to market, changing and adapting to our market needs and our customer needs. We recognize as a technology leader with a number 1 or 2 position in our chosen markets. And last year we had sales revenues of £3.9 billion. We're a global player with over 14,000 employees worldwide. At Johnson Matthey, sustainability is at the heart of what we do. And as the effects of climate change become more apparent, urgent action is required to mitigate the worst effects of global warming. And really, it's almost as much about when you do something as about what technology you use. And today, we really need to start making steps towards delivering CO2 reductions, carbon reductions, reduction in greenhouse gas emissions to mitigate the worst effects of greenhouse gas induced global warming. And so our sustainability goals at Johnson Matthey drive us towards delivering our vision of a cleaner, healthier world internally and for our customers. One area particularly close to our heart is syngas. And for those of you not familiar with it, syngas is a mixture of CO, hydrogen, and CO2 predominantly. And we've been involved since the 1960s through our legacy ICI business in the production of ammonia, methanol, and later hydrogen through steam methane reformer. And you can see here, since the 60s and 70s, we invented the first, the low pressure methanol process, which was the basis for the first synthetic methanol 1,000 ton per day plant. And we improved that technology, continually refining it, introducing advanced reforming in the 80s and 90s, introducing a renewable methanol facility using our technology in 2000s, starting up the world's largest SMR-based syngas reformer in the mid-2000s, and then most recently commissioning the world's largest methanol plant in 2020 in China. So you might be thinking, why is this relevant? Well, syngas is building block for ammonia and methanol, like I said, which are important in this energy transition, but also is the same process used to produce refinery hydrogen. And today we're able to play across the whole hydrogen value chain. We have experience at large scale reforming with carbon capture and storage for blue hydrogen production. That's both in new build LCH technology plants and for retrofit of existing grey hydrogen SMRs. And we also produce PEM components for electrolysis. Elsewhere, our catalysts support the conversion of hydrogen into methanol and ammonia for transportation across different regions. And we also have technology for end-use applications of fuel cells and conversion technologies to create sustainable fuels and feedstocks from hydrogen and CO2. And this is critical, having the whole picture in mind when you think about your decarbonisation solutions and your decarbonisation pathways, because the processes that you have today may be adapted and integrated into a transition for the future. So I want to talk now about our low carbon solutions business. So recently, JM started this low carbon solutions business with a focus on decarbonising our existing customers' asset base. Our goal is to reduce the carbon intensity across existing industrial processes and assets for our customers in the refining and chemical industry. We're looking to help them extend their asset life in a world with continually increasing carbon pricing and extra pressure from stakeholders and governments as we see new net zero targets announced. We're here with our low carbon technology to help them make a tangible difference in the short term to meet their goals. We provide complete integrated solutions using third-party partners to deliver full technology solutions, and we also provide services to help you plan your decarbonisation roadmap and help you through your decarbonisation journey in a way that's tailored to you, your needs and your customers. What I'd like to present now is our solution for decarbonising an existing SMR-based hydrogen plant on a refinery. So this is for existing grey hydrogen, which is used for clean fuels production on an existing refinery site. Typically, you have a few options when considering your existing SMR. You can look to retrofit it with carbon capture, shut it down, or replace it with green hydrogen. But this solution here is something we think is particularly inventive in the space of carbon capture. Usually the options available to you on an existing SMR are pre-combustion carbon capture and post-combustion carbon capture. With pre-combustion carbon capture, you're typically limited to a carbon capture rate of between 50 and 60% across the plant. With post-combustion capture, you can get 90% plus and up to 95% potentially, but every percentage you go increases your operating cost. With our solution, we're integrating our advanced performing technologies into your existing SMR flow sheet, working in synergy with it, and using pre-combustion carbon capture, which is enhanced to get 90 or up to 95% of CO2 reduction across your existing flow sheet. And this comes at a fraction of the cost of an existing blue hydrogen plant and at a fraction of the cost minus 30% capex versus post-combustion equivalent. So you can achieve significant CO2 reductions up to 95%, which is comparable to a new build blue hydrogen plant or comparable to a post-combustion application. And you also save pot space versus a post-combustion solution, which is particularly at a premium on existing refinery sites when you're considering a revamp. So, as I mentioned, the key benefits are the low capital expenditure upfront versus a post-combustion solution or versus a new build plant. And this also extends the lifetime of your existing asset, which means you can continue to depreciate it. It's a highly efficient process, so it has a low operational expenditure. The CO2 reduction is up to 95%, which is significant. And that means that we can continue operating as we approach 2050. And it has a limited space requirement, which is really important when you're considering an existing plant which is already congested. Furthermore, this is using technology that's already been well proven at scale, that Johnson Matthey is familiar with deploying for decades, and it can be implemented in phase over time so that you can spread your upfront investment in a capital-constrained world. Now, with grassroots blue hydrogen, we have our award-winning LCH process. This applies our leading expertise in syngas to tackle energy-scale blue hydrogen production for the hydrogen economy. This is one of the most efficient processes for new blue hydrogen capacity, which can then be used to decarbonize other existing industrial processes or for transportation fuels or to decarbonize industrial heating. This uses 9% less natural gas than a conventional SMR and has a much lower capex compared to an SMR-based solution of the same size. It also is able to capture over 98% of the produced CO2, which means that you get a really low carbon intensity hydrogen coming out of the other end. This uses our GHR and ATR technologies in combination to deliver this. This technology is already being commercialized, having been selected for phase 1 of the HyNet project in the northwest of England. As part of this project, they're trialling using this decarbonised blue hydrogen as a fuel and feedstock for the local industry in the area. This project will see up to 80,000 tonnes of hydrogen produced a year, which is equivalent to a world-scale hydrogen plant. And as I mentioned, this will be used to decarbonise existing industries, including glass makers and others in the area. Key advantages of this LCH process: it's highly efficient, it has a low capital expenditure, it's got a low natural gas usage, which means that, especially as we see natural gas prices continue to rise, your operational expenditure will be low, comparable to an SMR that will be producing the same quantity of hydrogen. And it has the lowest amount of CO2 produced per unit of hydrogen, which will be increasingly important as restrictions and definitions on what counts as a low carbon or decarbonized source of hydrogen come into play later. It has an intensified plot plan, which maximizes the amount of hydrogen you get per meter squared of land that you're putting it on. And it's a proven technology at scale using proven CO2 solutions. So use a pre-combustion solution, which is commonly used in the industry today at scale. So in summary, decarbonisation needs are accelerating. It's not slowing down. The trends we've seen after COVID show increasing carbon prices, increasing net zero targets being stated by companies, by governments around the world. And so it's going to be an essential part going forward towards the energy transition. We're here ready to help our customers navigate this complexity, to put in place decarbonisation roadmaps and help them with their plant, specifically tailoring our solutions to the conditions they require to operate in. We've got a legacy in large-scale syngas, which means we're familiar with the technology, we've deployed it before, we have the support and the services in-house to be able to continue helping you operate in the future, and we're well positioned to deliver these low-carbon solutions. And all of this is aligned to our vision for a cleaner, healthier world. So thank you, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dominic. In case audience has any questions from our two speakers, you can ask.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for wonderful presentations. And regarding this net zero, refineries, even compared with agricultural sector and the power sector, uses much cleaner fuels. But in agricultural sector and power sector, where 70% of the coal is utilized, there the production of carbon dioxide emissions are more. So we have to concentrate on converting the CO2 into much useful products. Then we will reach a little bit, in my opinion. My request to that winch, that JM is doing anything in converting CO2 into much useful products rather than pumping into earth crust, because there is also a limitation.
So I think that was directed at Johnson Matthew, right? So absolutely, each part has its role to play. And so for blue hydrogen production, you have to store the CO2 in the ground, because when you're utilizing CO2, generally you need a hydrogen source. And so it doesn't make much sense to make hydrogen and CO2 and then use that CO2 with hydrogen made elsewhere in terms of CO2 footprint. But absolutely, CO2 utilization is key. And so we are looking at, or we do have technology in-house that converts CO2 into sustainable fuels, so sustainable aviation fuels. We have fish process, and also into bioplastics and other type of things done that. As well as that, we are also a world-leading licensor in methanol technology. And so a lot of other projects are looking at converting that CO2 into methanol and then displacing traditional grey methanol production. So that is another use for the CO2.
Thank you all. I think any more questions? Thank you, Dominic, for a very good talk on this, the technologies, what GM is offering. Definitely, you said that your LCH process is very efficient. It produces lowest CO2 per unit of the hydrogen produced. Obviously, the CO2 is the monster. We have to capture it. And the question was exactly, is there any other way to really utilize CO2? To my mind, something was coming to when we talk about the refineries. We are now talking of the integrating the green energy into the refineries and petrochemicals. A lot has been discussed about integrating the refinery and petrochemical, but once we integrate the hydrogen generated from the green sources, and we also have the CO2 generated this way, which is difficult to capture. Can't we think about having the urea plant along it? The refinery petchem and then urea also, because urea also needs CO2 and hydrogen is there. Only thing is that hydrogen should become the affordable by using these sources. Otherwise, refineries are always looking for the hydrogen, which is difficult to get. You have to spend a lot of energy in producing the hydrogen otherwise. So once that becomes the reality, like producing an affordable hydrogen and you have the CO2 always available, probably we can look out for that option also. Any more questions? Otherwise, we would like to close this with some of my own suggestions I would like to share if the time permits. That we always look into the technologies to innovate and then come out with new technologies which are greener, more efficient, and then giving us the more value products in the value chain. On the engineering side, I think a lot more can be done, though we have already matured to large extent. We need to continue innovating the designs, make them simpler, make them more energy efficient, and maybe we can think of something which is out of the box, like the previous session on the integration. We talked about the electrically heated reformers, which probably a few years back we could not think about it. Now, similarly, we can think of having the electric heated the furnaces in our refineries. Obviously, there are some challenges because you cannot really heat crude directly, but we can have the indirect fired or electric heaters there in the refinery, which may actually make it more cleaner and more environmental friendly, because And the refineries, the heaters are the major polluters and more major energy consumers. So, and then one more thing is there's a lot of low-level energy which is wasted in atmosphere, which is also contributing to the global temperature rise. In a way, we need to contain that. So we need to find out some sources, some other streams to really capture that. We have certain limitations, but we can think beyond what is possible. Maybe using, like in recent refinery, we had used the hot oil to really capture the low-level energy. So that was for a very cold country, but probably that gave us some idea to really utilize hot oil. Why not utilize hot oil into the refineries and capture that low-level energy? Otherwise, we are wasting it. We are firing at some place and we are wasting something which probably we are finding it difficult to capture. So those are some of my thoughts. Probably we can work upon that in future if found worthwhile. With that, I don't want to talk much, and lunch is probably waiting outside. So the time to break the session. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot to the organizer.
Hello, I have one question. Yeah, from back side.
Sure, please.
Yeah, for Mark, I have one question regarding that.
Sir, request you to please identify yourself and
yeah,
your organization.
I'm Narendra Gnayotri from HMEL. So I just want to ask regarding the question. You have mentioned the Johari windows also, and there is a publish things. You have mentioned you are providing the published knowledge, and then the picture will be more clear in this side. But there is always a gray. There is no black and white things. There is something is a gray picture also, because something is come out as a new, has a lot of challenges. So how your company can be provided as a clear picture, because the things are not so much clear. It is a gray painted. It is not black and white. It is a gray painted. So how the things will come out from your side?
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, you're questioning about the analogy of such a blurry picture moved on to the clear picture while it is not such a clear. I understand. A lot of times when we are facing a complicated technical problems, we think that we are finished, but we look at the box of the puzzles and there are still some puzzle pieces remaining. And that is just the nature of solving problems. And that is where the fun is. And that analogy, I don't want it to push it too far, but that analogy is really meant to what gives you a better position? What gives you what equips your team the most in terms of equipping them to solve a complicated problem? We can start with just an internal proprietary knowledge that your company has, which in my case, I couldn't find my subject matter experts when it comes to corrosion, connection backoffs. It's so hard to find because it's such a vast organization. Or I can move on to Google and a thesis that I found off of some PDF. Or I can move on to a published knowledge which is peer-reviewed information. And that's what I'm saying. So it's not meant to, having a published, trusted digital knowledge solution, it's the key to everything. It is the starting point where I don't want it to displace the efforts of all the engineers doing all the lab testing and the field testing. So I hope that clarifies my intention.
Right. In case you still want some clarification, to get in touch with Mark over lunch. I would like to thank Mark, Dominique, and Mr. Saxena for taking the time out and sharing with us their knowledge on process engineering and the innovations possible there. I would request Mr. Saxena to please present Mark with a memento. We want to thank Mark for coming here and sharing his knowledge with us so that all of us can be enriched. I request you to please offer one memento to Mark from our side. Thank you, Dominique, for joining us virtually. We I want to convey our best regards and gratitude to you for joining us. I would request Mr. G.C. Sikdar, Executive Director and Head, Panipat Refinery, IOCL, to please come on stage and present Mr. Sunil Saxena with a memento from our side for steering this discussion. Thank you all for joining us, to all our speakers for sharing their insights with us. We will now take a short break for lunch for about 45 minutes. We'll reconvene at 2 p.m. and then continue with our technical sessions. 5% of its crude oil needs are met from imports. It is therefore imperative that refineries deploy technologies and processes to maximize efficiency from both a financial and a production perspective. There is a constant innovation underway to boost utility rates and eke out every last percent from the downstream process, be it in the refinery or the petrochemical space. To add to these asks, refineries also have decarbonization to deal with as well. No doubt, refining innovations will have to square with policy mandates to meet decarbonization goals, as well as address local environmental challenges. In this session, we'll be discussing process technology innovations for changing the type of feedstock available for processing and end products being produced in refineries, the call for some sustainable refining and making operations more efficient. Please welcome on stage our speakers for this session. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Rahul Khandelwal, Business Segment Leader, Sulzer GTC US Technologies. Please welcome Mr. Khandelwal on stage. Oh, he's joining us virtually. Please welcome Mr. Charlie Chu, Licensing Director Refinery, Aromatics and Derivatives Sulzer, GTC US Technology. Please welcome Mr. Anuj Seth, Deputy Country Sales Manager, Accents India. Round of applause for our speakers on stage. And please also welcome Mr. G.C. Sigdar, Sessions Chairman. He's the Executive Director and Refining Head at Panipat Refinery, Indian Oil Corporation. Mr. Sigdar has more than 3 decades of vast experience spanning with 5 refineries in 5 different states. He has got expertise and extensive exposure in various aspects of refining and petrochemical complex operations and maintenance. Further, he's also got an expertise in project management. Thank you all for joining us. I would request Mr. Sigdar to please take this session forward.
India, the Vasudeva Kutumbakam. So, we have been doing this session organized by the PP and on the dais, Mr. Chow, Mr. Seth, and of course, through BC and all my senior colleagues. There are many colleagues who's known to me in person, and ladies and gentlemen, why this Global Refinery and Petrochemical Congress is at all required? This question should be coming to in our mind first. If we talk about this Refinery and Petrochemical Congress, before that we should talk about why it is required. The requirement is global warming, greenhouse gas effect, and the world where we can live. Under these circumstances, if I try to give you a little bit of data, which you all may be knowing, or even if you do not know, does not make any lot more difference. But let me give you some data. We have been COP26. That means 26 meeting has already been taken place across the globe. But are we really going to that direction? What we all have countries has agreed upon or not? I personally feel we are not on the right path. Probably something more has to be done. And that is the need of this Global Refining and Petrochemical Congress. Now, if we talk about we are talking that refining or oil or crude oil or fossil fuel will be reducing. I talk about pre-COVID scenario. In the pre-COVID scenario, you have seen that our daily consumption of petroleum or crude oil was approximately 99 million barrels per day. During the COVID, it came down to 91. Again, it has gone up to again 97, 98, and the current year probably it will be crossing 100. And in the during this decade up to 30 or 31, this crude oil is going to see is the highest growth. Where it is going and how it is producing, how we are producing, where it is going. That means there is a need, demand, and across the globe it is being used. If I say that we have to come out from these oil scenarios, it is practically as wanted impossible. Yes, we have to go for, there will be dent will be coming. We have to go for EVs, we have to go for hydrogen fuel, we have to go for some other fuels. But per se, today onward or by tomorrow, we cannot cut down. So there has to be a policy. There has to be a roadmap how I shift myself from these creating of greenhouse gas to the green world. And that is why we need to discuss this greenhouse or refining and petrochemical complex. Further, if we talk about in our India also, any country in this globe wants to improve themselves needs to have the energy. What is the energy consumption per capita in our country? It is 0.6 million tons of oil equivalent, whereas global average is 1.8. Now we want to improve, we want to be developed. If I see our sustainable development index, we are at 0.55 or 0.6. And the country which is in better, that they have approximately 1.8, I said the global average. And in fact, their MTOE is about 4. Now let's say that India will be super efficient and they will be getting this energy and they will be efficiently using it. But still we have to go. If I want to go to 0.9 or 1, if I sustainable development index, sustainable development growth index, if I want to go to 0.9 or 0.1, those countries 0.9, they have 4 million tons of oil equivalent per capita consumption. If the India is doing oil, probably, let's say for example, it will be 2 million tons of oil equivalent. Now, if I want to do that, then also my 0.6 has to come to 2. That means 3 times. So you can imagine what is the amount of energy required. And that energy will be coming from the various sources. As on date, the major sources is the oil. There are coal, there are oil, there are solar, there are nuclear, there are hydro. There are many sources. Now the sources is to be going from one form to other form. And that other forms probably will take some time. Therefore, there is a need for efficient using of the refining and petrochemical field. If I talk about the petrochemical field also, global average of petrochemical consumption per capita is about 35 kg. And what is India? India is only 10 to 12 kg. What is the developed country? It's coming around 80 kg. So if you see the bottom of the pyramid, so this bottom of the pyramid is so huge that our petrochemical product consumption or requirement is huge, and which is one requirement which we cannot avoid. It will be coming, it has to be coming. Now how we make it in better and efficient way. That is why this better use or better refining technology and better refining petrochemical technology we have to adopt. Now there is a question, adoption, technology procurement and adoption. Technology procurement adoption. I can procure a technology, whether I can adapt it. That is how the skill is to be developed across the country, across the globe. So these are the issues that are to be addressed. And that is why I believe that such kind of programs are being arranged every year, everywhere, so that whole country gets the benefit out of that. With these few words, I would request Mr. Chow to carry on his presentation. Okay, he is the first speaker. Okay, you can start it. Are you getting, please? Mr. Khandelwal, are you getting us? Please start your presentation.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Yeah, you can start it.
Can all of you see the slides which I'm trying to share?
No, we are not able to see your slides, please.
Can you see it now or no?
No, it's not coming, please. Yeah, it has come.
Should be good enough.
Please go on.
So the session is focused more upon process technology innovations for the refining sector. And as was rightly mentioned, one of the main trends we are seeing across the refining industry, and this is happening all across the globe, is looking more into sustainable refining or green refining. And people are trying to leverage upon alternative feedstocks as opposed to conventional fossil-based feedstocks to produce so-called synthetic or let's say sustainable or green feedstock which can be put into a refinery or even cracker acids. And one of the feedstocks which is being actively investigated are the pyrolysis oils which are produced from different plastics. And this is where the chemical recycling of plastics comes into the picture. And that's the main topic of my presentation. I know my presentation is right after the lunch session, so hopefully it can be a replacement for the coffee, but let's see how it goes about. So the presentation has been structured to introduce Sulzer, followed by why we are seeing a main trend in the chemical recycling of plastics. And lastly, we will focus upon our portfolio in this particular segment. Now, Sulzer Chemtech is one of the divisions of Sulzer. It has a very diverse footprint, starting from equipment and services and all the way to technology and licensing. We cater to different market segments like chemicals, renewables, gas and refining, and water. Now, among the renewables, we have different technologies, like in the field of bioplastics like PLA, renewable diesel, which has gained quite a bit of strong momentum in US as well as in Europe. And last but not the least, the plastic recycling, which is the focus of today's presentation. Now, why has plastic recycling gained so much mainstream attention? If you look at this infographic, one can see that approximately 330 million tons per annum of virgin plastics are produced every year, out of which a humongous amount of 260 million tons per annum of waste plastics are generated. Now, these waste plastics, they undergo different routes. 25% are incinerated, and you can imagine that leads to greenhouse gas emissions. 40% go to landfills, which are an environmental hazard on their own accord. And approximately 20% are beyond any human control. I mean, these are plastic which we see scattered across land masses or floating on oceans. If you look at the recycling rates, approximately 16% are recycled, and mechanical recycling dominates the mix by approximately 12%. And chemical recycling, which is the focus of today's presentation, represents a minuscule less than 1% of the overall recycling rate. And this is where we personally believe at Sulzer a significant amount of growth would be expected. Why? This is highlighted in this particular slide. So if you look at the infographic on the left-hand side, the demand for virgin plastics is expected to grow at a healthy CAGR for at least the next 3 decades. This is predominantly because of the expected population increase as well as the middle class upliftment. Now, what does that mean in terms of recycling rates across different categories? Mechanical recycling will continue to dominate, but the two sections which are highlighted in the dotted red box, and this is what chemical recycling represents, which are recycled monomers and the feedstock produced from pyrolysis. These will see significant growth, and this is where our presentation is focused. Now, why do we believe that chemical recycling or this particular segment will see an exponential growth? It's for the very simple reason that when you're trying to chemically recycling waste plastics, because you're breaking them down into the building blocks, which are the respective molecules, you can actually create new plastics which parallel the properties of the virgin plastic. This is a limitation which, to a certain extent, mechanical recycling suffers from. The plastics in mechanical recycling, after a certain cycle, do not retain the same properties as the virgin plastic. And that's why we believe chemical recycling will see significant growth. Now, before I do a deep dive into our portfolio in this particular segment, we have offerings in almost all of the different plastics categories. Predominantly, we are positioned more on the back end, where when it comes to separation or the upgradation of the feedstocks which are produced during the depolymerization process. We are not positioned in the depolymerization or the pyrolysis section, so to speak. We have offerings in the PET area, polyamide, polymers, clothes like natural fibers, polystyrene, PMMA, and last but not the least, the mixed plastic. This is the largest category by far for the very obvious reason. Now, chemical recycling of PET. Now, before I talk a little bit about our offering in this space, it's an interesting trivia that India has actually one of the highest PET recycling rates, and that is because of different reasons. Now, our offering with regards to PET chemical recycling, as explained earlier, is on the back end, where after depolymerization, and that depolymerization can be through different routes like methanolysis, hydrolysis, or glycolysis. When you break the PET into the respective monomers, those monomers still need to be upgraded to higher purities. And that is where we come into the picture with a strong forte in distillation, crystallization, and other technologies. We have a suite of hybrid processes to accomplish this. Chemical recycling of polyamide 6. Now, polyamide 6 is a widely used plastic in different applications, like especially one of them is automotive. Now, as mentioned earlier, we are not positioned in the depolymerized section, but on the back end, we have a hybrid scheme which consists of distillation followed by crystallization. And we are able to produce the highest purity caprolactam, which is a starting monomer for this polyamide plastic. One of the key advantages of using this hybrid scheme is that whatever close boiling or co-boiling impurities that cannot be removed by distillation are taken care of in that crystallization process. And one thing needs to be taken into consideration, that when I talk about crystallization over here, I'm not referring to crystallizers like centrifuges or other complex kind of equipment. These are simple melt kind of crystallizers, like falling film or static crystallizer. Solvent-based recycling. Now, this is not exactly chemical recycling, but this, in a way, also competes strongly with chemical recycling. Over here, as one expects, you use a solvent to dissolve the waste plastics along with other impurities, and then you try to separate out the plastic from the solvent. Over here within Sulzer, we have a unique devo technology or devolatilization technology, which helps to separate the polymer from the solvent mixture. And one of the key advantages of using this technology is it is able to work across a broad viscosity range. Now, apart from the solvent and polymer separation, the solvent also needs to be reused and recovered in the process. So over here, we have solutions in evaporation, distillation, or liquid-liquid extraction. When it comes to textile recycling, we have a very strong interest in that. Sulzer is a major shareholder in a UK-based startup called One Again, wherein we are involved in helping to scale up their process of recycling end-of-life textiles or clothes. Polystyrene recycling. Now, as probably all of you are aware that when it comes to styrene, indigenously, India does not have a styrene production, and there are different. And this is one way by polystyrene chemical recycling that not only you can deal with the waste polystyrene, but also you can boost in a domestic styrene production. Now, of course, the quantity of waste polystyrene available across the country is probably not sufficient enough to meet the demands of the domestic sector, but still, it's one of the routes which can be explored. Now, when it comes to polystyrene chemical recycling, if you look at the value chain, as one can imagine, the waste polystyrene needs to be sorted from the mixed plastics, and then it undergoes a depolymerization process, which is highlighted in the green box. This depolymerization process can be thermal or catalytic pyrolysis, and in one particular instance, we have seen a microwave pyrolysis approach. Now, after a depolymerization process, you produce a crude styrene oil. Now, from this crude styrene oil, you need to have a specific scheme for purification so that you can produce a styrene monomer, which meets all ASTM specifications. And we developed a specific scheme for this particular application for predominantly two main reasons. Number one, even if you deploy the state-of-the-art sorting methods, that waste polystyrene will contain small fractions of other plastics. Those plastics can lead to impurities in that crude styrene oil in the form of nitrogen, sulfur, chlorine, and oxygens. And these impurities cannot be removed by conventional distillation. The other important reason is, during a depolymerization process, you can actually produce impurities like orthoxylene or phenylacetylene, which co-boil with styrene and cannot be removed by conventional distillation. So we within Sulzer Chemtech developed a scheme specifically for this purification. And this is what is highlighted by that, by that dotted blue box. Again, it's a hybrid scheme which consists of distillation followed by crystallization. What we do in the distillation process over here is that we don't go to very high purities of styrene. And of course, the purity of styrene gets limited by the close boiling or the co-boiling impurities that have come from the upstream process. We, on the other hand, we produce an impure cut, and we go at the back end to a crystallization block, which once again are simple crystallizers in the form of melt crystallizers like falling film or static. And in this crystallization block, the elegance is that it removes all close boiling and co-boiling impurities, which can render the styrene not suitable for ASTM specification. And we have demonstrated by real-life pilot trials that we have been able to produce not only ASTM-grade styrene, but ultra-high purity styrene, which exceeds all required specifications. This styrene can be used to produce the highest grade of polystyrene like SSPR or other forms of polystyrene. So this is one way the styrene monomer can be generated from a waste source like polystyrene. Now, last but not the least, the mixed plastics category. And in a way, the tires also come into this category when the tires reach their end of life. And this is where we are seeing quite a bit of momentum, both on the petrochemical as well as the refining sector, all across the world, to utilize the pyrolysis oils which are produced from mixed plastics. On the refining side, we are seeing quite a bit of interest in using these pyrolysis oils and co-feeding them in bottom of barrel units or even units like FCC. Even more stronger is the trend we are seeing in the market, especially in Europe, is using these pyrolysis oils and feeding them into naphtha crackers for the very simple reason that in the naphtha crackers, you once again generate olefins, light olefins like ethylene and propylene, which can be used to produce plastics once again. So it kind of closes the loop or brings circularity. Now, what are our offerings in this space? Again, we are not positioned in the pyrolysis space. But downstream of pyrolysis, we offer all the main value steps. So after the pyrolysis reactor, there is a requirement for a quench section. The reactor vapors need to be cooled down quite fast. Otherwise, you have fouling or polymerization problem. So we can offer custom-made designs for that particular quench section, not only from an engineering standpoint, but also we can deliver skids. Now, after the quench, these pyrolysis oil contains certain impurities which need to be removed before you can valorize them in downstream steps. Now, these impurities consist of total nitrogen, chlorine, sulfur species, oxygenates, high amount of olefins. You can imagine a lot of these impurities get generated from the waste source, which are the mixed plastics. Now, over here, we have, as opposed to a conventional trickle bed hydrotreating, we have our own proprietary liquid recycle-based technology called Max Flux, which brings in approximately 30 to 40% capex as well as OPEX savings as compared to the conventional trickle bed system. Now, why are these savings of importance, especially in plastics recycling? As one can imagine, I mean, these plastics pyrolysis unit or recycling units are not of the same scale as you see the refinery or the petrochemical throughputs. These are much smaller units. So economy of scale is really of importance over here. So capex savings really translate to increasing the viability of the projects. Now, after hydrotreating, one needs to distill these pyrolysis oil into different fractions so that they can be fed into different units downstream, either on the refinery end or on the petrochemical cracker end. Now, over here, within Sulzer Chemtech, we are one of the world leaders when it comes to separation or distillation process. And we have actually dealt with these pyrolysis oils and supplied a distillation skid for a European plastics pyrolysis company called Quantafuel. That skid was put into operation in quarter one of, or basically quarter four of last year. Now, after fractionation, depending upon what kind of mixed plastics were put, there can be certain fractions which need to be upgraded for further downstream valorization. One particular instance which I would like to point out is there is this company called Encina, which are involved in catalytic pyrolysis. And because they are doing catalytic pyrolysis, they have a high amount of aromatics in these plastic pyrolysis oils. And we supplied a hydrotreating followed by an aromatic extraction solution to extract those high amount of aromatics from those mixed plastics. Similarly, the heavy end of these pyrolysis oil, they contain quite a bit of waxes, and they are of high demand in the candle wax market. So within Sulzer Chemtech, we have our own unique wax deoiling technology, which is solvent-free based. So depending upon the nature of the molecules present in these pyrolysis oils, we have different technologies in our armor to help the clients extract valuable molecules out of them. And this helps not only in extracting the molecules, but also in purifying these oils. And this helps the refiners as well as the petrochemical operators to use these pyrolysis oils in their downstream units. And this in a way promotes the sustainability or the decarbonization effort which these particular clients want to undertake. Now, summarizing my presentation, plastics recycling is no longer a fashion. We are seeing a strong trend because of different reasons to increase the plastic recycling rates all across the globe. Within the different categories of plastic recycling, we believe chemical recycling will see significant growth as opposed to mechanical recycling, for the very simple reason that you are able to break the waste plastics into building blocks which can be used to make the plastics which rival the properties of virgin plastic. Having said that, chemical recycling will play a complementary role. Mechanical recycling, because of its existing infrastructure and certain benefits it brings to the table, it will continue to dominate the mix, the recycling. We can help the clients when it comes to plastics chemical recycling, when it comes on the separation and the upgradation of these pyrolysis oils before they are fed into the downstream refinery or the petrochemical units. And we can handle different kind of oils coming from different plastics categories. With that, I conclude my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khandelwal. I think we can start from presentation from your end also now.
Thank you, Session Chairman. My very good afternoon to all my fellow delegates present here in this session, and also my wishes to the delegates who are joining remotely over this session. This session today is our combined presentation together with Charlie, who is on behalf of Sulzer GTC. With that, I think I would request him to join me as well as we continue through the session. So today session is to actually introduce the alliance which has been signed by Accents and Sulzer GTC. And in few words, this alliance is about bringing to the market a technology which actually lets you conserve the RON of your FCC gasoline, and also to provide flexibility for the operation of the refineries such that you can produce petrochemical products. So this is about Accents. We all know, and the Accents as a company, we are the technology licensors and Sulzer GTC. So with this, I shall go into an introduction for Accents Prime G technology. And over the session, I would let Charlie take over for presenting his part. So Accents Prime G technology actually consists of three major stages. The first one is a selective hydrogenation stage, whose main function is to actually selectively hydrogenate the diolefins and also to have sulfur shift from lighter mercaptans to heavier mercaptans. So the catalyst employed is Accents selective hydrogenation catalyst. The second stage is a naphtha splitter column, as you see. The function of the naphtha splitter is to lift the lighter olefins to actually top, which is called as the light cracked naphtha. And the aim is to actually blend this light cracked naphtha directly into the gasoline pool because it is very rich in RON. You cannot actually hydrotreat that and lose the RON. The heavy cracked naphtha, which is concentrated in the heavier sulfurs, is actually going to the HDS unit, and the HDS is the third stage where we actually have a very selective HDS such that no olefins are saturated, and we are able to conserve the RON of this stream. So this stream, after stabilization, meets the BS6 specifications, and then it's blended with the gasoline pool of the refinery. Moving forward, I would let Charlie join me here and present the extraction technology.
Thank you, Anuj. So Anuj gave you the general idea about what the Prime G process look like. So I'm going to show you what the general idea of the GDBTX Plus process look like. So GDBTX Plus, as you can see right here, is a extracted distillation system that consists only two major columns. The first column is called EDC column, the second column is called SRC column. It's a pure extraction technology with there's no chemical reaction happening inside this process. So what we do is we take the FCC gasoline that contain different components, as you can see, PONA on the left and S represents sulfur. So with the PONA and sulfur in the feed, the aromatics and the sulfur are being extracted by the solvent to become the extract, while all the non-aromatics, the PON, are being rejected to become the raffinate product. This is a process specifically designed for the FCC naphtha. And I'm going to turn it back to Anish to tell you when these two processes combine, what we can do for the FCC gasoline.
Thank you, Charlie. So now getting into the combined offer of Axens Prime G and GTPTX Plus, what we need to have a look upon is the market trends. So if you look at the screen on the top left, what you see is the demand of the coming years compared to 2020. And we all know, which we have been discussing, that the refineries would be shifting to very integrated mode with petrochemicals. We see that the gasoline demand is going down. We all agree that the lowering demand will actually hit the revenue of the refiners. What we see on the top right is the gasoline price in the market, and we know it has been very volatile over the years, and it's also on a downward trend. Now, low demand coupled with the low price always obviously will hit the margins of the refinery. So what do we have in hand? There is a third cost center, what we call as the octane barrel. Now, what is octane barrel? First of all, what you see here is the distribution of the octane barrel over different regions. So this octane barrel changes from an Asian region to the US Gulf Coast, and there are different statistics about that. Now, octane barrel, in a very basic sense, is the incremental cost a refiner pays per barrel of the gasoline to raise the octane by 1 compared to the average what you are getting in the refinery. So you would draw a parallel that if you are treating an FCC naphtha and you are losing RON, then actually you are getting hit on the octane barrel to a large extent. So supporting with an example for a 50,000 barrel per stream day FCC treater. Now, if you talk of maybe the 40% of that is coming out as naphtha. So if it is operating, if this FCC post-treatment is taking place at an octane loss of around 3, octane barrel of $1.5 will actually translate to a loss of around $37 million in a year. So that's the cost what we are talking about. We all can do the mathematics compared to the catalyst cost, compared to the investments, and we could see that what is happening. And frankly, this is the innovative integrated approach which Axens and Surya GTC bring in together to think about that. Now, Axens Prime G has a number of configurations, and these configuration of the Prime G unit actually depends on the level of the RON a refiner is looking for, what is the feedstock property, what is the budget of the refiner, and as well as what is the available plot space. So these various configurations which you see here have been licensed by Axens, and all of these have been running for some refinery or the other. Now, with the integrated approach, with the combined offer of the GTPTX extraction process, the SDS step, what we were talking about in the previous slides, that could be improved further. And this actually will translate into a better RON retention compared to a standalone Prime G. So getting into a little bit of chemistry, what you would see on the left-hand side of the slide is a typical composition of FCC naphtha. So you are seeing there are greens, the bars, those are telling you those are the olefins. Olefins are very high in RON, we need to conserve them. Sulfurs also are distributed among the same cut points. So we need to devise an approach to treat them. So that is what Prime G is all about. Now, in a combined offer with GTPTX Plus, the SHU reactor, selective hydrogenation, and the SDS actually retain their functions, what they were doing in the original Prime G. The naphtha splitter is modified, so you would see that there is a MCN. Now, MCN is an intermediate stream, and it's also called as hard cut. Refiners would be knowing. So this MCN is directed to the GTPTX Plus unit. From the GTPTX Plus, we get, first of all, a raffinate, which is
again highly rich in olefins. So we concentrate the olefins, what you see in green, to this MCN cut, again conserving the RON, and the unit is designed that you blend this now directly into the gasoline pool. So we are conserving the RON here. Then there is an extract. The extract is something which is very rich in sulfur and also carries a lot of aromatics. Now, depending on the potential of the feed, right, these aromatics is something what Charlie will cover and how do we take that in the later part. So, schematic that all the sulfurs is then sent to the HDS, and as you would see again on the left that the cut point 150 to 190 sulfurs would be again concentrated to heavy cracked naphtha. Now we call it HHCN. And then once these HHCN, which is low in olefins, we treat this in the HDS. Again, the selective catalyst by accents come in play, and then with a very little saturation of the olefins, we are able to get the HDS. This is stabilized, and then the product is blended with the gasoline pool. One very important thing to note here is that the HDS throughput has gone down here, right? Because we are now treating less stream as compared to the original configuration of the prime G. The hydrogen consumption has gone down because you are not actually saturating those olefins which you were doing earlier. So this would come as a cost saving, and when we discuss about the commercial parts later in the case study, I would see how that we can see how that affects the profitability. So now this is something which we can relate to the extent of the possibilities with the combined offer of the prime G and GTBTX plus. What you see here is a graph which shows the delta RON relationship with the percent HDS. If you do a desulfurization step on a FCC naphtha, you are bound to saturate the olefins. There is a RON loss that would happen. So this is the graph which shows that. And for a very basic one-stage scheme of accents, which you see in orange, this combined with a finishing reactor, there is an exponential relationship between the RON loss and HDS. So the deeper you go in HDS, the higher RON loss you have. Now, one improvisation on this can be the green part which you see. This is a two-stage prime G process, and we lower down the RON loss for the same level of HDS as you are seeing. Here comes the combined offer with the GTBTX plus. The relationship can be gone to linear, and the curve becomes very flat. And then we are talking about RON losses of even less than 1. And it would not be false to say that the prime G and GTBTX plus solution combined can offer you a RON loss much better than the other commercially available technologies over the market. So I'm sure, moving on, that with this information which I have provided, everybody would be interested is that what about the commercial aspects, right? What happens commercially? So let's go into a case study which has been developed to compare the operational costs before the installation of GTBTX plus and after that. What you see here is a basic scheme, one stage with a finishing reactor by Axens. Now, the table on the right is very simple, but then there are two tables you will note. The first table actually gives you the operational cost associated directly with the utilities like electric power, fuel gas, steam and cooling water and hydrogen. So this for an average sized FCC naphtha hydrotreater comes at around $12.85 million. Now, if you remember, we talked about the octane barrel. The octane barrel is related to your octane loss, and it's the incremental value a refiner pays for getting a better RON by 1 of the average what he is producing. And then that is very important considering the premium gasoline range like 92 to 95, 98 RON as well. So octane barrel is also a high cost center, and the loss, let's say if you are operating on a RON loss of 2, this octane barrel brings in additional operational loss of around $18 million. And then combined basis, we understand that the operational utilities going in are roughly to the tune of $32 million. And next, we compare it with the combined GTBTX plus solution. So here you would see that an MCN splitter has been added an extra.
So MCN splitter is added to actually control the properties of that intermediate stream. And you will see that we have been able to raise the FBP almost to around 150 degrees Celsius. So the more this is the flexibility we get added with an MCN splitter. Now, if we compare these utilities, again, it is very simple that the utility consumption goes a little higher because we are adding a splitter and we are taking some more material out. So this combined with an octane barrel, now the loss has been reduced to around 0.4. So combined basis, this brings down our operational cost to around $20 million. Maths is very simple. You get a payback of almost $12 million in a year. And then I think we can always correlate it with the investment a refiner would be doing to install a GDBT plus. And I think that will bring out the payback for a refiner. So summarizing the gasoline mode, this enables you to have the lowest octane loss, as I said, compared to other commercially available technologies. This, both for a revamped unit or a grassroots unit, lets you have a lower capex, lower utility consumption, and even the optimization of the catalyst volume, which you put in a prime G unit. Overall, with the payback, with the saving of around $10 million in a year, the payback for the average unit comes to be less than 2 years. With this, I think I will hand over to Charlie, who would go into the details on the petrochemical possibilities, right?
Thank you, Anuj. So as Anuj said at the beginning, our combined offer not only help the existing refinery FCC unit to have the ultra low sulfur FCC gasoline with almost no octane loss. It actually have another mode to operate, a petrochemical mode. So to save the octane is a gasoline mode, but the same solution has a petrochemical mode to operate that can give the refinery additional petrochemical product. And why is this important? Because as you know, while right now the gasoline may be a pretty good product, the price is high, but all the study shows globally the gasoline market will eventually drop and will keep dropping in the long term. So it is important to know this trend to plan your refinery's future. So the gasoline demand will continue to drop, while the study shows that the petrochemical product demand is still continuously grow at a healthy pace. So we can see a lot of new refineries being built. They are already start at the beginning to plan, to design the whole refinery to maximize the crude to petrochemical or to crude to chemical. But that also posed the challenge to existing refinery for how are they going to do with their refinery that designed originally for making the fuel. When the fuel is no longer a favorite product, how can they utilize the existing facilities to convert the gasoline to petrochemical? And our combined solution, the Prime G Plus and the GDBTX Plus, will also provide this solution to the industry. So how do we do that? It's actually very simple. This configuration you see right here is the same configuration that Anuj shows just a few minutes ago for the combined solution to minimize the octane loss. When you operate at the petrochemical mode, you will have exactly the same configuration, the same MCN cut, and the same GDBTX Plus unit with the same raffinate and the same extract. The only difference when it operates at the petrochemical mode is the extract will be diverted to a separate HDS. And this HDS will operate at a little higher severity to reduce the sulfur to be less than 1 ppm. Once the sulfur is less than 1 ppm, then right away you will get the BTX and even the C9 aromatics as a petrochemical product. The reason is the extraction is very efficient, so that the extract itself is already a pure aromatics. The only the only impurity in that extract is the sulfur. So once we use the HDS to remove the sulfur, then right away you get the aromatic product. More than that, when you look at the raffinate from the GDBTX Plus, the raffinate has no aromatics and it's very rich in olefins. The olefin content right here can be as high as half of the stream. So this actually is a perfect stream for the refinery to recycle to the FCC or RFCC or high severity FCC, and that will crack the olefins in this stream into additional propylene. So if you would like maximizing the propylene in your refinery, then this will be a good additional feed for you to send back to the FCC unit. And just to make show some numbers so you can get a better picture, for a typical 50,000 barrels per day FCC, let's say 30% BTX and C9 aromatics in the full range FCC gasoline. By taking those BTX and C9 aromatics out, you can expect to have a 300 KTA of a BTX C9 aromatics product. That is already a world scale aromatics plant. And also, when you recycle the raffinate back to the FCC, it is also can be expected to have additional 2 to 6% of the additional propylene, and that is a huge propylene addition to the refinery. If some refinery, they do not want to have additional propylene, they only want to focus on the additional BTX, we also have another option. There's a technology called aromatization that can take the olefinic stream and convert the olefinic stream into additional aromatics. So it can take the raffinate as well as the LCN to react and become more BTX. For some refineries, they are sending their existing FCC naphtha into their straight run naphtha hydrotreater and followed by the CCR to make the raffinate. While we see this is not the perfect configuration, but if your refinery is doing this configuration, then GDBTX Plus can also help you to improve the efficiency. Because when you send the FCC gasoline to the naphtha hydrotreater and the reformer, the aromatic content inside the FCC gasoline is taking a free ride. The aromatic content is doing nothing at all in the naphtha hydrotreater and in the reformer. So when the extraction unit GDBTX Plus taking the aromatics out, before you send to the naphtha hydrotreater and the reformer, you can best utilize this naphtha hydrotreater and reformer to fully convert the non-aromatics into additional aromatics with the minimum energy. So let's make some case study to show you some figures. This is a case that contains processing 25,000 barrels per day or about 125 tons per hour of FCC gasoline. This is a typical prime G configuration and the final product is the gasoline. If you are operating the petrochemical mode and using the GDBTX Plus, then you can expect to have about 2.3 tons per hour of benzene, about 8 tons per hour of toluene, and about 15.5 tons of mixed xylene can be the BTX product from this stream. Then we estimate the total investment of the additional unit. We calculate the BTX price minus the cost, the raw material cost, which we consider the BTX octane value. Because if you don't take it out, then it's contribute to the octane in the gasoline. So we use the BTX value minus the BTX octane value. Then we can calculate the gross profit. And then we also know the operating cost of this additional unit. Then all in all, we calculate the additional profit, and with the additional net profit, we can calculate the project return. So the project return in this case is 62%. Or 1.6 year. It's a very significant high return project, and we have not even considered the additional benefit of the existing prime G catalyst life can be extended simply because the throughput to the existing prime G unit has been reduced to roughly 1/3 or even a quarter. And there is additional benefit of if you choose to recycle the raffinate back to FCC, you will get additional propylene. So just a summary for the petrochemical mode on this combined offer. First, it gives the refinery choice to convert the gasoline to petrochemical, which is BTX and extra propylene. It can also reduce the hydrogen consumption, the same as in the gasoline mode. The additional HDS that I mentioned that to process the extract to reduce the sulfur to less than 1 ppm, that can actually be reused, the same reactor that's in the two-stage prime GHDS, so that you don't need to build a new reactor for that. It's a very high return project. Typically, the return of the investment is less than 2 years. It also reduced the CO2 footprint because the refinery will be producing the petrochemical instead of the combustible fuel product. And it's a commercial proven technology. So just a recap of both the gasoline mode and the petrochemical mode of this combined offer. While I think it's very clear right now, this combined offer will, at a gasoline mode that can give the refinery highest quality gasoline with almost no octane loss. Whatever your octane loss right now in your FCC product, FCC gasoline product, with the dropping GDBTX plus, it will become nearly zero. And the same unit, you can operate a petrochemical mode that can convert the gasoline to petrochemical. And more unique about this combined offer is the flexibility. So you just need to put in one-time investment for this configuration, and you are free to switch between the gasoline mode and the petrochemical mode at any moment. So you put the investment right now for the gasoline to maximize the gasoline profitability, and you do not need additional investment when 10 years later the gasoline market change and you have to produce petrochemical. You do not need a new investment, just simply switch the next day, you can start to convert the gasoline to petrochemical. This flexibility will be invaluable to the current refinery to stay on the top. With that, I conclude this combined presentation by XNC and Sosa GDC. We'll be happy to take any questions.
Any question, please? Please arrange for mic. My question is to Rahul Khandelwal. Is it there online?
Yes, I'm on.
Rahul, you gave us a very good presentation on the recycling the plastics back to the main monomers. So there was a presentation to recycle mixed plastics back to different grades of fuel, and there was from polystyrene to styrene. Simple thing I wanted to ask you, what is the percentage wise, how much you are able to recover in a broad way?
So that's a good question. So let's start with the mixed plastic strategy. So typically speaking, I mean, it depends upon every thermal pyrolysis process or a catalytic pyrolysis process. If you're starting from mixed plastics, your pyrolysis oil yield would be anywhere from 55 weight percent all the way to 70 weight percent. And I mean, it depends a lot upon the kind of waste plastic you're feeding upstream. Also, it depends upon the operating conditions of your pyrolysis process. So, I mean, now based on that, you can calculate. So you have now 70% yield. So that much pyrolysis oil you have. Now, then how you are utilizing that oil, whether you're going to a cracker to produce a light olefins or whether you're going to a refinery unit, for example, the FCC, and how much is the yield of the valuable molecule. That can be calculated, depending upon which asset you are using. So that's one way to look at it. Regarding polystyrene, the story is pretty much the same, but over here the yields can be defined quite good. Again, starting from waste polystyrene, you can expect 75% yield of the crude styrene oil, and that crude styrene oil will contain approximately 60 to 65% of styrene. So, I mean, if I have to really roughly give you a ballpark, so if you're starting, let's say, from 1 ton of waste polystyrene, you produce approximately 0.5 or 0.45 tons of styrene movement. That's the way to look at it.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. One more small note on it. See, when we produce the polymers, there's a lot of additives which are added in the extrusion process. So once you recycle back all the polymers or plastics, so how do you take out those additives? Because you told that you can straight away make them into the fuels, but how do you handle those additives?
Again, a very good question. So yes, you are correct. So additives as well as plasticizers are added during the plastics manufacturing process. What happens is a lot of them actually translate into impurities like phosphorus or silicon, which you see in those pyrolysis oils coming from the, let's say, the mixed plastic pyrolysis process. Now, as I mentioned in my presentation, you need to remove certain impurities before you can use these oils for downstream, for example, you said for fuels production or even for petrochemical cracker. I mean, for cracker, silicon is a big issue. And you really need to get it down. So in that hydrotreating process, which we advocate, we take care of most of these impurities. Not most, almost all of them. That includes halogens, that includes these additives like silicon or phosphorus. You have trap beds or guard beds for those. Olefins, which get saturated during the hydrotreating process, oxygenates, which get removed by the H2O or the hydrodeoxygenation process, or the sulfur, which gets removed by the STS. So you need to have some sort of impurity removal step, either in the form of hydrotreating, as we advocate, or you can also just consider adsorbent or scavenger beds, but that only works for very small scale. The robust solution is a hydrotreating.
One last question on the same topic. You had shown in your polystyrene scheme, there's from the quench column bottom, you are taking out some oligomers, right? So what is that percentage of oligomers you removed, and how do you handle them? Can you take them directly to the fuel stock, or you're treating them separately?
You're talking about the polystyrene recycling scheme, right?
Yeah, the bottom of your quench column, you have shown that oligomers are separated.
Yes. So typically what they do in those oligomers, so there are two ways to go about it. One, in order to boost the yield of the styrene from the overall process, you can recycle it back to the pyrolysis reactor. So you can break down those oligomers into even smaller molecules. That's one way. The other way is, I mean, you can utilize, for example, if that is not a possibility because of technical limitation on the pyrolysis process, you can use it as a fuel oil.
Correct.
Similarly, if you notice in our styrene purification scheme, we have heavies coming from our distillation column. We also have residue mother liquor coming from our crystallization section. All these streams can be combined and sent to the fuel oil for energy purpose.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Khandelwal, my name is Jayan Joshi and I am from Engineers India Limited. I have a similar question. We have been doing this pyrolysis of waste plastic, and we have developed a process on that also. I have a simple question whether you would be able to take PVC along with the, say, during this conversion. That is first question. Second thing, what will you do of the carbon which you will get ultimately? How do you dispose it of?
Good question. So PV, I mean, as we said, as Sulzer as a corporation, we are not positioned in the pyrolysis step, but I will give you, our guidance of what we have seen in the marketplace when it comes to PVC in the pyrolysis section. So PVC is generally limited I mean, generally, a lot of these pyrolysis providers, they try to limit the PVC to around 1 or 2%, not more than that, even less than. And I mean, the reasons are quite simple. The chlorine issues downstream, not only on the reactor, but even downstream. So, I mean, that's the way it is. So it's pre-sorted. I mean, it's a very crude way of explaining, but that's the way of dealing with it. Now, regarding your question on char, that's another interesting thing we have experienced in different pyrolysis processes. So, depending upon the technology of, we have come across one or two plastics pyrolysis companies. I mean, one of them is based in the US. They have been able to come up with a method by which they can continuously recycle the char back to the reactor. So they don't need to, these reactors can be operated in a continuous fashion. I mean, since you have already developed a pyrolysis process within your organization, I'm sure you must be aware that a lot of these reactors, they're actually operated in a semi-batch mode. You let the build up and then you let the other reactor come online, right? So, I mean, it depends upon the technology that is being deployed. In one instance, we have seen the char being recycled. In other instances, you have to stop the reactor and take care of it. I hope that answers your question.
Do you mean to say that whenever you are recycling your char, you want to increase the profitability in terms of the liquid obtained?
Yes. So you can recycle the char to, first of all, to increase the continuity of the process. That has benefits on the capex investment of the unit, number one. Number two, we have also seen instances where certain pyrolysis companies are claiming that they can use this char for the carbon black market. Now, whether it is completely true or not, or whether it's still at speculation, we don't know, because to qualify as a carbon black feedstock, you need to meet certain properties. It's not so straightforward. The other options we have seen in the market is that people are using this char as for asphalt and roads. So there are different ways to go about it for increasing the profitability of the unit. Either you put it back in the process if you have the technology capability, or you find different streams, like if you can qualify for carbon black or for asphalt to increase the profitability. That's what we have learned. Again, as I said, this is just a guidance. We are not positioned in the pyrolysis space. This is what we are experiencing in the market.
Thank you very much. Very informative talk by you.
Any more question? Else, from my side, I think it was a very insightful presentation by Mr. Khandenwal. Actually, it is the need of the hour, because whole world is, or whole country is going to be garbage with this plastic. So it is a very insightful presentation. I must thank you. At the same time, Mr. Jaldi and Mr. Said, they have made a presentation basically for Petro FCC, which is talking about how our production facility should be flexible. Today we need maybe gasoline more, and tomorrow we may be, rather we require more petrochemical products. So in that case, in that way, their presentation is excellent. And if we talk about the petrochemical products or PII index of India, it is less than 5. Whereas world is going 40 to more than 40 PII, or rather 60. There are refineries or facilities are coming, which is giving that. If I talk about a little bit of Indian context, see, we are consuming, rather we had been consuming pre-COVID scenario about 215 million metric ton of petroleum products. In the COVID scenario, definitely it come down to 195. Again, we are coming up, and this year probably will be going more than 215 million. Some of the more technologies which we should also think about, that is your, one is Petro FCC, what they have already told, resid hydrocracker, which is primarily in our country, it is very less, so we should think about the resid hydrocracker also. Then catalytic deoxy unit is also a requirement of the time. One more thing, that is we are talking about the hydrogen unit and reforming. And now the technology is available, in fact it is matured also, that you can produce ethanol from your off gas from hydrogen unit. When she was talking about that India is heavily dependent on crude oil import, that is 85% of our 250 million ton capacity across India. So this ethanol, if we can produce from PSA of gas, that will give a lot of foreign exchange saving. In India, we have a very shortage of acetic acid, carbon capture and utilization sequestration. That is also not a very, as on date, it is a requirement of the hour, but it is not that developed. But there is in India, we have a lot of petrochemical products requirement, and we are bringing out from other part of the world. And if I give some of the names where India is importing, each case more than 1,000 crore rupees. These are your MEG or BTA or LLDP or HDP or polypropylene or polyvinyl. There are many products we are importing from abroad, and each case it is more than 1,000 crores. So potential of India is very, very high. So we should think about in that direction. So this is a business opportunity. I think this will help every one of us. With these few words, thank you. Thank you for making good presentation, Mr. Kandalwal, Mr. Charlie and Mr. Seth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Siddharth, for summing this up. In fact, the presentations have been appreciated by everyone, and it has been informative for everybody. I request you to please honor our speakers who have come here and made the effort to share their experience. I request you to please present mementos to Mr. Charlie Chu, Licensing Director, Refining, Aromatics and Derivatives, Sulzer GTC US. A memento for Mr. Anuj Seth, Deputy Country Sales Manager, Axons India. Thank you so much, Mr. Khandelwal, for joining us virtually and sharing the wealth of your information with everyone. I would request Mr. Ajay Deshpande, former Director, Technical, EIL, to please come on stage and present Mr. Siddharth with a memento for steering this session so ably. I would request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. Big round of applause for all our speakers on the stage. Thank you all for taking the time out and sharing your experience with us. Right, we are planning to keep up the momentum of all these informative presentations. So we're not going to have a break at this point in time. We'll go on to our next session, which is also a technical session on process safety and operational excellence. So we are again talking about processes. This time we're talking about safety and operational excellence. And we have noted speakers coming on stage to share their experience in this important sphere because safety also costs money. And if you want to be efficient, you might as well make the effort to ensure your processes are safe and train your employees so that they are also aware of the steps to follow and to keep themselves as well as the equipment safe. Please welcome on stage our speakers who are going to join us for this discussion. Please welcome Mr. Trinath Sahu, Chief General Manager, Paradeep Refinery Indian Oil Corporation Limited.
Joining him on stage, we have Mr. Vikram Pandit, AVP Sales and Marketing India and DDM APAC Region, Sandvik Materials Technologies. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Vikram Pandit. We have with us Mr. A. Sahani. He's a sessions chairman for this panel. He's Executive Director, Petrochemicals, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Mr. A. S. Sahani. Mr. Sahani has acquired functional expertise of more than 28 years, working extensively in operations, technical services, HSE functions at Maroni, Gujarat, Paradeep, Mathura and Panipat refineries before joining the present position of ED at IOC. Also joining him on stage is Mr. J.K. Joshi, who's the co-sessions chairman. Please welcome Mr. J.K. Joshi on stage. He's Group General Manager, Engineers India Limited. Mr. Joshi is a chemical engineer from IIT Roorkee with 35 years of rich experience in the hydrocarbon industry. He has successfully pioneered zero liquid discharge systems in HP Industries. A round of applause for all our speakers on stage. I would hand it over to Mr. Sahani and Mr. Joshi to take this discussion forward. And just to tell everyone that coffee and tea will be served at the end of the session. Sorry for a long break, but we'll just keep up with the momentum of all the presentations.
Yeah, good afternoon, delegates, co-panelists and speakers and seniors in the audience and dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon and namaskar. The topics of process safety management and operational excellence, they are the most relevant topics that that can be on the back end. When we are talking of, like in the previous session, we were talking about petrochemicals, we were talking about MS maximization, we are talking about even petrochemical recycling, polymer recycling. These are the front ends, but at the back end, when refinery operations and petrochemical operations and cracker operations have to deliver, they are based on these tenets of operational excellence and process safety management. Process safety management, as I don't want to repeat that how it started, because of the accidents that have taken place in industry, some of them in India and some of them abroad. The Bhopal is the first one that comes into mind, and that was a typical process safety management failure. Then there were other like Piper Alpha, that was the offshore rig that happened way back. That was also a typical process safety management failure. We can go on discussing on these. Then we have BP Texas, that isomer or splitter column overflow. That was also a typical process safety management failure. And this is how these incidents have given the impetus to the subject of process safety management. Process safety management is nothing but we have to do what we are professed, whatever we are in, whatever I've seen that all good things are there in our manuals, all good things are there in our SOPs, but the focus, the leadership has to take the challenge, the leadership has to have the authority, and they have to take the responsibility, and they have to be accountable for that. Then only we can think of a good application of process safety management in a system. There should be a clear understanding of any major accident risks that are available, that are there in the process. We can't rely on only a safety wall or a relief wall or a PSV or a stopping system where a shutdown wall which will cut off the feed. We can't rely on that. We have to have a clear understanding, and that goes starting from the drawing board itself. When we are at the drawing board, when we are at the designing stage, then only we have to see the hazards, then only we have to do the due diligence, not only in the commercial terms, but in the safety terms also. So that is how I understand of process safety, and I think during this process, we will be much richer when we move forward. And going forward, I'll say, we have a We have a nice panel here. Joshi Saab doesn't need any introduction in the industry. He is my co-chair, Mr. Jayant Kumar Joshi. He has been our guru in several of our projects of, especially when we talk of effluent treatment, when we talk of water treatment, when we talk of very typical solutions which we have faced. And personally, I have been involved with him and through EIL for many of the cases. He is a perfect hand for the industry and perfect guru for the industry, I'd say. And Mr. Vikram Pandit, AVP Sales and Marketing, India Business Development, he is there. And I think I'll start with Mr. Vikram Pandit because I think he has a flight to catch. So I'll give him the privilege of starting the session, and then Mr. Joshi can pitch in later, and Srinath Sahu we can hear later. So let us start with Mr. Vikram Pandit. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thanks to GRPC for this opportunity to present before you. Honorable dignitaries and my industry colleagues, very good afternoon to you. Today I'm going to present, of course, we talked about a lot of topics. We covered sustainability, we talked about operational excellence and new technologies, innovation and things like that. And Sandvik as a company also is committed when it comes to materials, when it comes to different alloys, in how kind of new innovations in materials, which are very slow because metallurgical development takes a lot of time. And we have done some aspects, some things around it, which we would like to share today with all of you. But let me draw your attention to the significance. Why are we talking about it? We all know about corrosion. It's a big challenge within the industry, not just in refining, but especially in petrochemical as well. And look at the cost of corrosion. It's almost $2.5 trillion US dollars. Though it's a little old study, but it still holds good even in present times as we move forward. And as we see more and more challenges in terms of Euro 6 norms and more tighter quality norms across, so it's going to put up a lot of pressure when it comes to the materials as well. So even if we add certain of the good practices, we should be able to at least recover roughly around 15 to 35% of the loss which is happening in the industry. We all know about it. You have seen these day in, day out, these kind of issues, whether it's chlorides. We do fight them every day within the industry, especially refining and petrochemical. We talk about H2S. These norms are getting more tighter. It's getting more and more difficult. Ammonium compounds, ammonium bisulfide, ammonium chlorides, these are having a serious challenge on the productivity, operational excellence, and ultimately the safety of the equipments and persons as well. So what are we doing about it? Yes, we have advanced material technology. We have been doing it since last 150 years. We established in 1862. So what we are looking here is solutions which are more smarter, more sustainable. How are we globally? Our presence, we not only manufacture for example, the tubular products, but we also manufacture the stainless steel or the high exotic steel, which is associated with it. And if I have to highlight one thing which kind of sets us apart is basically the research and development. Innovation is the need of the hour. We have roughly around 40 PhDs working full-time with us on research and development within Sandvik Materials Technology, if I have to say. Right now, as we're talking, we have roughly active patents close to around 7,000. And so in terms of the capability, we have the complete value chain here, right from research and development. We have our own melt shop, hot working processes, cold working, finishing. Everything is in-house to ensure we are able to manage the quality of our products. Now, in terms of moving along with respect to the strategic research platforms, what we have decided is of course the challenges that the segment is having, right from corrosion to high temperature. We also have developed powder technology. We are getting into the cloud technology, where you can imagine you're at your home and on your mobile phone, you're able to trace or you're able to get all the functions that is happening inside an equipment. We have started doing that in Europe with various petrochemical units who have started to basically, there's sensors embedded in the tubular products known as intelligent tubing systems, which we have created, and also the surface engineering, especially on the fuel cells. We have developed certain material which is a strip material, coated material for fuel cells. So again, as a company, we are very committed in terms of building advanced material by, of course, understanding customers' know-how, process knowledge, and creating products which are sustainable and at the same time efficient. We are present across the segments here, right from oil and gas, nuclear, renewables, chemical, aerospace, industrial heating, and medical as well. I'm going to quickly rush onto as we are rushing on time, but this is a little bit of an evolution because we know the corrosion is a big problem, especially in the petrochemical and refining. So I'm giving you here an evolution in terms of how the stainless steels, which we normally use against our fight against corrosion, you see there's an evolution right from 304Ls, you must have seen right from our kitchen utensils to 316L. That's how you like, for example, you add molybdenum to 304L is 316. And then we came up with lean duplexes, 904L, duplex metallurgy. Sandvik invented that, followed by super duplex, 6 moly, and there are high nickel alloys also. Now, when you fight against this corrosion, of course, you have to use higher end alloys to have a reliability factor, safety factor, and operational excellence. But right now, what has happened across the globe is this important factor, which I want to highlight in front of this August assembly, is the nickel pricing. And this is just a graph of last 6 months. And recently, industry had a tough time because all of a sudden, London Metal Exchange stopped the trading of this key critical element for almost 2 weeks. It had touched $1 lakh per ton. So imagine we had a nickel content, and many of the projects of refining project we were working for got stalled. And most of your critical equipments, whether it's reacts, screw plug exchangers, seawater condensers, everything was kind of halted. All the offers were withdrawn. And with this EV also coming up, you're going to have a double-edged challenge for this to be a sustainable business. So what is needed here is to ensure that we have some smarter solutions in between, which can help our clients to ensure that you have that same sort of performance, operational excellence, performance and reliability of the equipments. And I'm talking a very basic ground level situation. That is what has happened in the past 3 months. And you can see the nickel price has just gradually doubled. So you can imagine if you're using an alloy 625, which has a 70% content, is pure nickel. If you're using cupronickel, many of you using cupronickel, 70-30, or it has 30-40% of nickel content. Now look at the costing wise, what will happen to the project. It actually becomes unviable. So what we're trying to introduce today in front of all of you, and it gives me a pleasure that it took us almost 8 years to build this product, called as Synchro 35. It's, as you can see, bridging the gap between stainless steel and the nickel alloys. And if I remove the hyperduplex, which is again a Sandvik invention, you see there's a big gap between the nickel alloys and the lower end austenitic alloys. So whenever there is an upgrade required, there's a problem you have in your system, in your operations, what is required here is you need to jump directly to the nickel alloys, which means additional costing, availability is always a concern, and you end up buying some, or you stay at the same level, keep changing the equipment, or what we can do is build a material which can actually fulfill that gap. And Synchro 35 is something which we have introduced into the market for this particular reason. Complete control over the production process is extremely important. We're talking about very critical equipments. We're talking about overhead condensers. We're talking about reacts, where we had so many accidents, not just in India, I must say, because I've been traveling quite a bit in Asia. It's a serious problem. We had accidents in Malaysia, Indonesia. So people are looking for safety and reliability in their equipments. Quickly onto the properties. It's an austenitic alloy. I'm not sure, austenitics are basically 300 series, very easy to weld. This is the typical composition of this. Something I would like to highlight, nickel is 35%, pretty less than alloys like 625, C276, Monel 400. It's pretty less with respect to that. So of course, you will have an advantage of cost plus, of course, the availability. In terms of yield strength, as a designer, many of you are here. I met some of you during the break time. And designing is such an aspect where it gives good control to the designer in terms of designing the equipment, because the yield strength is almost double than that of the normal austenitics. So you can have the same pressure ratings, everything same, even by reducing the wall thicknesses of your tubing or piping material. You can reduce, which means the volume which is required, but at the same time, the heat transfer ratio is also much better. Corrosion, of course, is the most critical part. We talked about it, and you can see here. I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of the technicalities here. Normally, G48 is a test which is normally used to ensure that this can withstand seawater. And G150 is a little slightly, we have modified it, made it more aggressive. The salt is magnesium chloride, very aggressive than even sodium chloride. And we have got corrosion at 110 degrees centigrade. It's very, very excellent result, if I have to say. And with the PREN number, which is the pitting corrosion resistant equivalent number, is almost 52. It's pretty high. So it's one of the best materials when it comes to pitting corrosion. Same thing for crevice as well, very high. And it's one of the major problems. I was talking to some of my industry colleagues from some refineries. We talked about the under deposit corrosion. It's pretty similar, what you call as crevice corrosion. And it has the ability to withstand such kind of corrosion over 100 degrees centigrade, And also when you compare it with very high nickel alloys, its performance is more or less pretty much at par with C276. Now, if in terms of the costing, if you see, it's going to be 40-50% cheaper than C276 and even 20-30% cheaper than even 625. So, but performance-wise, it's more or less actually same. Of course, slightly better in case of 625. It's another phenomena, stress corrosion cracking. We have seen this operationally. It's a nightmare for any operational manager, stress corrosion cracking. This kind of cracking phenomena happens, it can happen in hours time. typically from 1 hour to 24 hours. You have a crack and your complete exchange is actually leaking. It can happen within 1 hour. Rest of the corrosion might take some time, but this corrosion is really dangerous. And we have tested this material for almost 500 hours, and it can withstand this kind of corrosion as well. Of course, the next question is, of course, the weldability part. How is it? It's very easy to weld, ensuring that we have proper shielding gas, which is argon and nitrogen, a combination of that. Well, applications, it's a versatile alloy, and you can use it across, whether it's a reactant effluent air coolers, or is it screw plug exchangers, hydro treating units. This alloy can really be a game changer. We have already seen some of the results within India and globally as well. Some of the reference cases I have is a fractionator unit in United States. We recently changed. They switched over from super duplex. The life was very less. Now from 6 to 8 months, we are going to almost 48 months with this. This is a refinery in India, again a super duplex converted into Cynicro 35. It's basically FCC unit, debutanizer overhead condenser. This is for ammonium chloride. Some of you had asked me the question during our interactions. We have tested it. You can look at the data below. It's almost 15 to 16% of ammonium chloride entering point, and the bottom point is almost 35%. And the results what we got was the percentage of loss of material was extremely low. It's almost 9 times lesser than even super duplex. We also had a 5-day test. These are all the actual field tests what we have done with our customers, with the end customers, refineries. And you can see here the percentage loss is almost negligible. Ammonium chloride, 25%. So like that, we have done a lot of testing. Sulfumic acid result is right on the bottom, is excellent, 0.03 mm per year. I'm going to quickly rush through on the approval side. We have the UNS number for this alloy. It's very much approved by the international governing body. It's approved under NACE 0175, 0103 for downstream. It's already included in the latest ASTM B163. And of course, we have all the ASME code, which is 2982 for this material. So you're free to use it for your exchangers or pressure vessels. It's available within various product forms, whether it's a small size. So it's available for size range of 6.35 to almost 25.4. So all the sizes are available. And they're produced in India. That's the best part of it. This is our a mill, our production unit in India, where we are, it's 100% owned by Sandvik AB Sweden, highly qualified people, lab and production unit. We have 100% traceability within the system. It goes up to the melting stage. And something interesting which I want to highlight with all of you is this part. We have recently started research and development. We have scanning electron microscopy, EDS, all the high-end systems where we are helping with materials characterization, materials modeling, whether it's thermodynamics, etc. We also help our end customers with failure analysis, material selection, and of course, process data analysis as well. And many of you we are already doing some of the study cases, some failure analysis for you. That is something we'll continue building upon with our end customers in India. So to just summarize, I guess corrosion is a real and a big challenge for the global industry. And we need solutions which are not just smart, but of course we would say sustainable as well. And one thing I want to highlight here on sustainability factor, that Cynicro 35 uses 82% of the raw material is recycled. And we certify that whoever buys this material will have a certification from our side that 82%, and the target is we will want to reach to 90% of our raw material will be recycled material, actually. High nickel alloys may not be always the option. And of course, as I said, There are always upgrade possibilities, broader temperature range, and performance, as I said, for this alloy can easily match up very high nickel-based material. So thank you very much for your attention. These are my contact details if you have any questions, because I may have to rush. But if you would like to connect, I'll be very happy to share any further details required. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vikram. It was an interesting topic, and as
So he has to leave. Mr. Pandit has a flight, and Mr. Sani is not holding him back. But I would just request Mr. Sani to present Mr. Pandit with a memento for taking the time to come here and give us this presentation. So please continue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vikram. And our next speaker is Mr. Tinath Sahu. He is CGM at IOCL Paradeep Refinery, and I have known him personally, and I have the privilege of working with him for long years. And one thing that the audience might not be aware, and it will be very good to know, that he is a very accomplished published writer, and he has around 3 books to his account, which are based on basically reliability and safety and rotary equipment and inspection and all those topics. He has got 3 published books to his account, and he has n number of, I think, uncountable number of presentations that he has made on international seminars, not only in India, is outside. So he's a very accomplished engineer. So I'll take my privilege to welcome Mr. Tinath Sahu for his presentation. While we are setting up the presentation for Mr. Sahu, I'll request Mr. Joshi to share his thoughts on the subject so that we can save some time. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. A very good afternoon to all of you, my respected colleagues, my seniors, Mr. Deshpande, Saxena ji, Mr. Sani ji, I think, and Mr. Sikdar ji. Nice seeing all the faces in the industry whom with I worked, And it is really a nice feeling that today we are talking on a subject which is very relevant to the changes which are happening to the industry. People are talking about IoT, people are talking about, say, net zero, people are talking about hydrogen, and the changes which is going to come up in fuel. So all these things are relevant, but the most important thing at the end of it is the safety. We have seen a small, say, concern about the safety if we don't look into can create a havoc. We have seen Bhopal tragedy, how it happened, and what was the magnitude of that. So, as a designer in Engineers India Limited, we do take of these things in two modes. One is passive mode and other is active mode. When we talk of passive means, when we design the thing, we take care of these passive mode things, like when we design, say, any PNIDs, we do the job. We do carry out, say, hazard analysis. We do carry out, say, low-pi studies, various studies which are relevant to the safety of a plant. We do that. Not only that, we also consider, see, how the dynamics of safety plays when the actual operation happens. And of late, we have faced many such situations where we have to be very firm with the client that we don't want to budge in our safety. Though they have the requirement of space, and they have to, say, spell upon that we have to carry out this analysis, and then you have to give us some leverage. But as EIL, we don't budge into that. So this is the kind of safety which we have to integrate in our plant. I will tell you something about which happened to us, because prior to my talk, something was talked about the material. And one incident which I just recall, and how it was important for the safety purpose, that we designed a plant for one of our clients, and that was a very new technology based on, say, wet air oxidation. And when we designed that plant, somehow we overlooked the material component. And that was giving us a continuous barricade, backlashing, whatever you say, about the continuous operation which was not happening. And it took us almost 2-3 years to realize that where the mistake happened. And when we realized the mistake, we just choose the right material, and thereafter there was no complaint afterward. So this is the importance of and that was triggering to the safety aspects also, because there was a lot of leakages which was happening, gaseous leakages. So we have to integrate, say, the safety in our culture. And I'm very happy now to announce that the plant which was, say, we were getting backlashes is now working perfectly for 2-3 years. So this is the importance of a safety of the material which you select, and the operational excellence which you get over a period of time when you get into all the aspect of safety. Not taking much of the time, because time is already up. I would like to give you one example, wherein basically recently we were trying to find out how EIL should go ahead with the hydrogen, how EIL should adopt the hydrogen, say, in our system. So we have formed a group, and during the formation of group, we have all the engineers, we have process engineers, we have got, say, engineers from EWS, we have engineers from rotating equipment, we have, say, the engineers from our R&D, but we missed one, and that was a safety person. And then when we realized that if we don't take into account the safety right from the beginning itself, we would be doing a major mistake. So we included them in our portfolio, and that group would be basically looking after all the hydrogen, say, the carry forward which EL is going to have. So this is the type of safety you should inculcate in your system right from the beginning. And then when you inculcate the safety right from the beginning, then whatever development which are going to take place over the period of time, whatever technological solutions which you have got, you have to incorporate. There should be no laxity in that. People talk of machine learning, people talk of IoT. I was just discussing with one of my colleagues that this system can be dynamic to analyze anything which is going to fail. So yes, we can do it. Now we have got so much of data from our systems which can be analyzed and can be put into the, say, forecasting. So not taking much of your time, I think our speaker is ready now, and we will let him speak about, because he is a thorough, say, safety person in the field, and we would like to hear him. Thank you.
Thank you, Session Chairman. My topic will be business transformation through operational excellence. It is a bit a different topic than what is going on since morning, but the topic is aligned with the theme of the conference, agile and innovative. Why agile and innovative? You see, if you see the companies like Nokia, in 1998, it was a brand name. Everybody used to have a pride in having a Nokia phone. But by 2007, when Apple came, the market share started slowly reducing. And by 2012, it was nowhere. And just I have given a statistics. During 1973 to 1983, in Fortune 1000 list, 35% companies were new. During 83 to 93, 45% of companies were new. From 93 to 2003, 60% companies are new. And if the same rate continues, maybe 70% of the companies will be new again. So companies need to be agile and innovative. Why Nokia? There are many companies like Kodak also. They started acquiring companies after companies, but they didn't go to digital space. I'm more of talking about the operational excellence and a bit of safety. So how operational excellence help a company to be in business for a longer period of time? I'm giving two examples. In 2010, Toyota was beset by massive product recall. It is because simple egg floor mat. In 2010, the floor mat, which was designed by the Japanese engineers, it was used by Americans. But what happened, one police officer, while he was driving, it was overspeeded and killed one person, and his vehicle was overturned also. Then there was a committee. And there are a lot of accidents also happened in 2010 by Toyota for the same mat problem. Toyota president was called by US Congress to give answer. Why you are not allowing the safety? You are not giving importance to safety part. Then there was a committee formed. For 4 months they have investigated. There was not a design problem at all, but it's a user problem. Like the way they have thought of, the Japanese engineers, the way they have thought of the mats to be used, the Japanese people, the American people are not using in that way. So what is happening? Whenever they're putting the mat over that another mat which they have used earlier, sometimes it struck and they accelerate the accelerator. It struck the accelerator. So that way, some of the accidents happened. So immediately what happened? Toyota president make a SMART group. What is that SMART? SMART is basically Swift Market Analysis Responsive Team. Earlier, what they used to do, they used to believe in their dealers. Whatever the dealers in US used to say, they used to design the product in the similar fashion. But subsequently, they used to deploy the smart team, Swift market analysis team, and they used to give the feedback. Accordingly, they to design the product. That is called Gemba. So that is a Toyota. I will come to the Toyota production system, how the Toyota production system, though Toyota is more than 100-year-old, still it is in the fortune list. And its value creation is 8 times than the peers in the industry. Another incident in the same year, 2010, BP, Deepwater region in the Gulf of Mexico. Whenever the leak occurs, and it continued for a few months, for that there were a lot of environmental setbacks, but the well was leaking for silly reasons because of the wrong quality of cement and not adhering to the procedures. So these are the small things for which the big companies like Toyota, BP and BP, they have to be defamed basically. Another incident, Exxon Valdez oil spill. In 1989, when the Exxon ship was carrying 53 million metric ton of crude oil, one night, the captain, he was retiring. Just after the ship left, he was retiring. And there was not enough staff. One man only who was guiding the ship, he was there. Another shift officer, he was sleeping. Who was guiding the ship, he thought that he is shipping, let me alone take the ship. So what happened? It collided with a reef. After that, there was a lot of hue and cry. And the operational excellence started since then. And after the investigation, it was found that the management was not very responsive because there was a radar in the ship which was not working for more than a year. But though the down below people, they have found out this thing and reported to the managers, nobody could take action because of the high cost. And when its CEO, Mr. Rex Tillerson, he found that he managed a marine well containment system, and Rex Tillerson found that there should be public and private should work together to have operational excellence in every system. And since Valdez oil spill, the operational system is in place. So why operational excellence? How it can be implemented in our oil and gas industries? Because for many companies, operations can become an Achilles heel as legacy attitude and entrenched habits block performance improvements. I'm telling you, there are the cases of Air India. You look at the Air India. Just 2 months back, the flights were not going on time. And recently also in newspaper it came, there was an article when Tata's took over Air India, they have deployed some of their best managers to find out whether everything is fine, where improvements are required. Some senior management team, they were telling that there is some what is called watermelon effect. They found that some person are taking a watermelon, one person is cleaning it, another person is cutting it, the third person is taking to serve. So they tell why 3 persons are required. And another thing, in Indigo, they say on time and every time. It is very difficult to also implement in Air India. Initially they were thinking, but right now they have changed every setup and now flights are going 10 minutes before. So that, what is that calling this legacy attitude? You have to change that legacy attitude. So transforming that program in a oil refinery, one consultant has given ideas like first concentrate on quick wins. Let us make a team of experts within your organization, and if required, you take some experts from outside, find out what are the quick wins. Following a few week diagnose and design process which focused on demonstrable impact through quick wins and on building momentum per change. The second point is emphasizing on piloting internal institutions to embed changes. These changes should be on performance, process, and people. For that reason, they were implementing the Toyota way. What is this Toyota way? Actually, Toyota in 2003, it was the fourth auto seller in US. Since 1931, General Motors was having highest number of sales in USA. But Toyota is thinking how to cut cut the General Motors and I will become number one. But they could not become. In 2021, last year only, they become number one auto sales. They have highest sales in USA. And whenever the senior vice president Jack Hills was asked, what is the secret of becoming number one? They told it was never our motto to become number one. Only we follow operational excellence. Whatever we do, we want to excel in that. And what is that excellence method? Toyota follow 4P models: the philosophy, the process, people and partners, and problem solving. They told this is the best way to have operational excellence in your system. And what is that philosophy? Philosophy is, they tell, we have always a long-term philosophy, like 50 years and 100 years. Maybe for short run, we may lose, but we will have a long-run philosophy. And we have to engage stakeholders to foster trust, build relationship, and promote two-way dialogue. How it happened? Denso Corporation, you may be knowing Denso Corporation, which is a subsidiary of Toyota. They are supplying to 300 auto manufacturers. They are the second highest auto component manufacturer. And for Toyota to have just-in-time management, they depend on Denso also, because they don't need to have unnecessary inventory to have just-in-time. The next part is the safeguards. There should be embedded safety system everywhere. The corporate philosophy tells that management decisions are based on safety and reliability. So, the establishing safeguards, there are a hierarchy: elimination, substitution, engineering control, administrative control, and PP. Next is the process. How the process is implemented in oil and gas industry. You see here, there are different processes like HSE management, reliability and maintenance, optimization of planning, technology management, budget management, project management, business development, human resources management. All these are sub-functions. And each of the processes need to be taken very accurately. Suppose let us take one turnaround process. You have taken the sub-process which is turnaround. So for turnaround, to make the turnaround process very effective, they have subdivided into the goals and strategy, set up PA organization, scope development, detailed planning, detailed scheduling, contractor management, pre-execution, TA execution, pre-startup, post-implementation review. So every phase you have to analyze which lacuna is there. It is not only safety, it is how to complete on time. Another tool which is used by Toyota is the lean tool supply flow. First is the 5S visual workplace, then the total productive maintenance, quick changeover, standardized work, and quality method. One of the concepts is the lean manufacturing to reduce waste and reduce unnecessary inventory, like that is just in time. Yeah, time. Oh, yeah. The next important point is the standard work tool. If whatever job is done at the subfloor, it should have a standard work sheet. Because the standardization was started by Henry Ford. And it is what Henry Ford says, it is the necessary foundation on which tomorrow's improvements will be based. If we think of standardization as the best tool to know today, but which to be improved tomorrow, you will get somewhere. But if you think of standards as confining, then progress stops. So whatever you do, it should be standardized. Then coming to people and partners, in Toyota, they are having a school, the book, the people, the system. What is this school, book, and system? The school, it showed how specific operation initiative could be put into practice, and the new participants could go there to witness the processes, tools, and attitudes that led to operational excellence. That should be school. And the book represents the curriculum of the academy. What need to be taught? The system, among these measures were individual capability tracking of change leaders and line managers, peer benchmarking within refineries. These are the systems followed to educate the employees and make them experts. So in Toyota, they have different level of job, job delegation. At general manager level, they concentrate on business planning and policy improvement tools. At manager level, focus on soft floor and system improvement tool. At team leader and group leader level, manage standardized work, process improvement, develop problem solving skill. At team member level, focus on fundamental skills and standardized work. So the important point what they want to say is, whenever you are becoming a manager level or a general manager level, if you do not know the process, it is not good. Whosoever is sitting as a general manager or a manager, they need to know the process. And they need to know what are the waste which can be eliminated and what is the way how it can be eliminated. Another important method Toyota follow is the problem solving. If you are telling that there is not a problem at all in the system, then there are big problems in the system, what they say. So problem will be maybe very large, they may be medium, they may be smaller size. So to resolve those issues, they are telling whenever their sales are going down, what Toyota people are doing, the people who are becoming free, they want to ask them to make kaizens. Kaizens means the smaller improvements. The area where you are working, you have to find out the kaizen, how the system can be improved, what value addition can be done, and there will be quality circles also. Among the group, wherever you are working, you should have a group together to find out how best it can be improved. So that is called quality circle. And these are the lean initiative. The operational excellence journey normally takes 3 to 5 years from design, deployment, compliance. So the operational excellence objective, it eliminates fatalities, serious injuries and illness, eliminate high consequence process safety incident, assess and manage significant environmental risk, use energy and resources efficiently, prevent high consequence security and cyber security threats. So Toyota being more than 100-year-old company, till today they are having a market share more than any other company because they follow the operational excellence method. From my side, this is thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sahu. Today we had in this session, we had two approaches to PSM and OE, that is operational aspect and the reliability aspect. So the first presentation, it talked about a new material which brings down the cost while maintaining the same performance standards. Innovation has been done as it was described or claimed in the presentation. Going forward, we will learn that whether it is the new metal which we have to go towards, or there can be some similar innovations happening all around the world, because the type of price variations that he was highlighting in nickel, so that will lead to some innovation in the materials technology. So we are looking forward to that, and we wish all the well to the company that is Sandvik. Mr. Joshi, he has touched upon the real operational issues related to the safety and how he was emphasizing on integrating safety in the design and material selection stage and the operational excellence to follow. So that is how his take, Mr. Joshi's take was there with a very small 5 minutes talk that he has given. He has also touched upon the role of IoT and advanced technology in how it can be used for safety improvement. And coming to Mr. Sahu's presentation, he has talked about the legacy issues, the operating capabilities, and how to overcome the inertia and scale to reach the excellence levels. And he has also emphasized more on how we can learn from the best practices that are being followed in the industry. So that is how it sums up the whole session. And if we have some questions like for Mr. Sahu or Mr. Joshi or me, we are welcome, and then we can close the session. Thank you.
If there are any questions, please raise your hands.
Latest one is even better itself.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for this informative session. The audience has enjoyed it. And now we are getting requests for the presentations as well, which I hope Mr. Sahu will share. I would like to thank all of you for taking the time and coming here. I would request Mr. Sani to please present Mr. Sahu with a memento as a token of our appreciation for coming here and sharing his knowledge with us. All right. I would like to invite upon stage Mr. Shastri, Director Oil Refinery and Marketing FIPI, to please come on stage and present our session's chairman and co-chairman with a memento for steering this discussion. So a memento for Mr. Sani first. And a memento for Mr. Joshi. I'll request all of you to gather for a group photograph. I hope all of you have put your visiting card in the bowl outside, because the lucky draw for the Apple AirPods is still on, and if you haven't done it, you still have the chance, because we will be doing the draw at the close of this session, which is the last session of the day. And after this session, the last session of the day, we will also have a networking tea, so you'll get a chance to catch up with everyone towards the end of the day. And you can, of course, share your contact details, discuss the proceedings of the day. A lot can happen over a cup of tea. But if you haven't put in your visiting cards into the bowl so far, I suggest you do it, because this is your last chance. We're now going to move on to our closing panel, and this is on decarbonization roadmap, the road to net zero. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has vowed that India will reduce emissions to net zero by 2070. If economy-wide decarbonization is going to be accomplished, it will not be enough to simply advance the sales of cleaner substitutes like EVs. How can refineries reduce their own carbon footprint? How can refineries become more sustainable? Some of the ways that are being suggested include carbon capture and storage, even in the refinery itself, electrification of processes with the use of green electricity, the use of hydrogen as a fuel, and supplying residual heat to customers outside the refinery. Are refineries deploying processes to cut emissions, like using low NOx burners, sulfur recovery units, flue gas scrubbing at FCC units, and flare gas recovery systems? During our last panel discussion of the day, Decarbonization Roadmap, Road to Net Zero, we will discuss all these issues and we'll have our esteemed speakers joining us on stage to discuss all these issues. Please welcome on stage Mr. Ashish Mathur, General Manager SD at IOCL, who will be taking part in this discussion. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Mathur on stage. Please welcome Mr. Tommy Kerr, Senior Director, Solution Consulting, Aspen Technology. Please also welcome on stage Mrs. Amirendra Chatterjee, Joint Senior Vice President, Bharat Oman Refineries Limited. Round of applause, please. And also welcome on stage Mr. Bharat Goenka, Director Decarbonization, Hydrogen, Carbon Capture and Biofuels Shell. Mr. Bharat Goenka is going to moderate this discussion. Mr. Goenka has over 25 years of leadership in delivering business growth and multi-million project deals for major clients with an integrated view of technical and commercial acumen. He specializes in developing new business opportunities in synergy with existing line of businesses and introduction of new technologies to augment the top and the bottom line. Mr. Goenka, I'll hand it over to you to take the discussion forward.
Thank you. So I think we already got an excellent introduction for the session. Just to set the stage, I want to reiterate few things which all of us know very well, that we are coming across environmental challenges globally because of two big reasons which we say, one being that the population is growing and it is going to be in the range of 9.5 billion by 2050. And the energy demand forecast is to increase by a third. So we need to reduce CO2 equivalent and by around half to meet the goals of Paris Agreement. Because if we talk about Paris Agreement, we want to control the temperature increase by 1.5 degrees. So there are significant parts of society who are working in full force to meet this high ambition. And there are multinational companies who are coming forward. There are countries who are working. There are people who are working within the sectors. For example, we hear steel industry or cement industry. They are really making good efforts to make decarbonization. And then there are individuals, probably some environmentalists as well as some people who are, very focused to improve the environment. But still, we feel that there are enough challenges which need to be taken up by industry, by people, by individuals, or by legislation to address these factors. So, and those are the questions which we are going to discuss in today's session, and I am very pleased to have very impressive panelists over here. So, but couple of things which maybe I would like to raise is that what are the factors which are deriving different organizations, different countries to move forward? So if we kind of try to bucket it into different components, there are components like social pressures. So there are few countries in Europe, particularly in Europe, where organizations, including organizations like Shell, who is under huge social pressure to reduce the overall carbon footprint and not only reduce, but to give a full plan of what we are going to do until 2050. There is pressure from investors. So this is a pressure which is being felt by developing nations because there are few global investing organizations who invest in the projects globally, and they are now making it sure that they will invest only in the projects for the companies who have their decarbonization roadmap already ready. And even there are cases where they want to go away from, even if they have already invested, they want to, take back their investments. And the third part is legislation. Probably legislation plays one of very critical roles, and we would like to hear the views of our panelists in few minutes on that. So with that, maybe I'll quickly introduce you to our panelists. We have Mr. Ashish Mathur. He is GM Sustainable Development in IOCL with 27 years of experience in different functions within IOCL. He is currently he is in business development vertical. We have Mr. Tommy Kress. He is Senior Director, Solution Consulting for Aspen. And he is responsible for Asia Pacific and Japan. And with more than 2 decades of industry experience, he leads the Aspen Technology Solution Consulting business for this Asia Pacific and Japan region. We also have with us Mr. Samrendu Chatterjee. He is dynamic professional with over 34 years of extensive experience in instrumentation, fire safety, environment, process safety management, in fertilizer, gas distribution, and oil refining. So practically, I can say that he has covered most of the breadth of our chemical industry. and presently he is looking after fire safety. He is looking after fire safety, PSM, and business excellence as senior VP in BORL. So welcome all panelists. Just to kickstart the debate, maybe I will raise my first question to Tommy.
Sure.
So, how do you see a balance between policy and enforcement and organizational willingness to focus on decarbonization solutions? You know, this is kind of a debate because decarbonization doesn't come cheap. It comes with a cost. But then who pays for it? Whether it is through our license to operate by policy making or through some kind of subsidies. Like, how do you see this thing being balanced?
Yeah, no, it's a very good question. And actually, when you look around the globe, it's quite different, the situation, right? In Europe, the legislation is there, that there's a proper carbon trading scheme in place, there's a carbon tax in place. So carbon has a value in terms of reduction. There's an incentive. And so that makes projects that focuses on decarbonization positive in ROI, and that drives people, irregardless of legislation, which is always difficult, because even Europe is still governed, although it's the European community, they're still independent countries. If you look at the rest of the world, I would say that they're lagging a little bit behind Europe in terms of legislation, but also in terms of carbon tax. As you know, I work in APJ, and you see Australia versus Japan versus South Korea versus countries in Southeast Asia all have good intentions, but they have difficulties formalizing policies and getting them accepted in their countries in terms of policies that are endorsed by their respective parliaments or governments. Having said all that, I've also noticed a very interesting trend. So we within our company, we did back in, it must have been September 2020, we did a global survey. We have a huge customer base globally, and so we utilized that customer base to just do a survey around what would be your top 10 decarbonization initiatives. And obviously things like hydrogen pops up in the top, about 41% of the customers. Hydrogen, move towards hydrogen. How can we make hydrogen blue and eventually green? Around 40%. And then, interestingly, somewhere in the bottom, hovering around 20% of the customers were talking about efficiencies. And there was a speaker earlier that says efficiency is king. He used different words, but with efficiency comes positive ROI, but also comes, if you make the same amount of products with less energy, you basically are saving carbon emissions, or you reduce your carbon footprint. We repeated the survey just in February. Energy efficiency shot up from 8 to number 3rd in initiatives. Hydrogen is still there. Number 2 is carbon separation and storage, CSS, or some people use CUSS. Anyway, carbon separation with amines, and then try and liquefy and then inject them in a high pressure, maybe in sediments. And maybe in the future we use technology to convert CO2 into chemicals. That would be great. That's far away. But it was very striking that energy efficiency became a top priority. So 40% of all the companies we surveyed. And I see this, in all our client engagements, people are focusing on what can we do now? We are investing, but we have to be patient with legislation, right? To maybe invest in CSS, invest in more longer-term solutions to reduce the footprint. But a lot of companies realize that there is still this low-hanging fruit. 10 to 30% of your emissions can be reduced by simply running more efficient. whether that's advanced process control on a large scale, whether that's digital twins that are looking at rigorous modeling of your plants, so not linearized modeling, no. Rigorous modeling to make your planning models, to make your operation more accurate, so you can actually predict the carbon that flows through your plant. Now, whether that's selecting the right feedstocks, we heard it earlier, that could impact the carbon throughout your plant, or whether that's tracking of the carbon throughout the manufacturing process. And I think that's an interesting concept. It's also the only thing you can do right now at relatively low capex, with a relatively quick return, and efficiency is everything in this world where society demands that we produce our energy sustainable. I mean, we owe it to ourselves to become efficient, right? And we see a lot of focus in terms of companies focusing now on digital transformation, trying to incorporate all these tools that are available, right? And deploying them end to end, connecting the planning and scheduling of plants to the actual operations with advanced process control, and having digital twins deployed in the cloud, monitoring the energy use of your processes with the objective to minimize the energy usage for your production. And I think this is I see this at almost at every client as one of the key priorities.
I really like your answer, and as a matter of fact, when we talk about what we are trying to do in Shell, probably improving the efficiency of current operations or current processes, it is in terms of energy efficiency or in terms of process efficiency, but overall reduction of the energy footprint, which in terms is reduction of carbon footprint for a process, and it is actually rewarding.
Exactly. It has a good ROI, actually.
Yes.
And it's also not something new. I mean, everyone in the audience, I'm sure, is very familiar with the importance of energy reduction. And we as an industry have been doing it for years. But now we have the modern digital tools that have matured, that are augmented with AI. And so, yeah, really, I think it's going to be a step change towards digital transformation and focusing on getting our plants really efficient and producing energy, and that also gives you the time to develop the more difficult transformation, which is CSS, and maybe in the future even innovative processes to turn that CO2, not put it back in the ground, but maybe turn it into useful chemicals. Yeah.
Great. I'm moving on with my next question, but I will encourage audience, if you have any question in mind, just be ready, and I'll come back to you in few minutes if you have any question to any of the panelists. So I'll move my question to Mr. Samrendu. My question to you is that what are scientific ways of achieving net zero? Like, of course, we are talking about few things, and we just talked about energy efficiency as one of them. What do you see as other things or the steps of achieving net zero?
Yes. Am I audible? No. Am I audible? Yes. During this 2 days conference, we discussed on decarbonization, green hydrogen, and some topics on net zero also. Net zero is the meaning of net zero is to achieve the amount of emission, balancing of amount of emissions produced and removed from the atmosphere in order to reduce the atmospheric warming. In refineries, majority of emissions are because of fuel consumption, consumption of hydrogen, and also consumption of power. Near about 80% of the energy of the emissions is from the fuel consumption, burning of fuels, and near about 12% is from the emission because of production of hydrogens, and near about 5% is for power consumption, and others, rest of the other percentage. Then there is no one sort of solution for all the industries. As you know, the industries, depending on the locations, depending on the complexity, depending on the scale, it may be taking some various path. But the common thing is to identify the channels of reducing the emissions. We need to increase the decarbonizing energy fuels like green energy consumption increasing. We need to improve our operational efficiency by improving EII, by improving the reliability. Again, we need to deploy the emergent technologies for green hydrogen, for carbon capturing, crude to chemicals. And also we have to see the how to manage the policy mandates time to time coming to us. Having said all this, the next step is to find out how to go ahead for the net zero. First of all, we have to find out a base year where we need to calculate the total GHG emissions. Then we have to find out the boundaries, how to act upon this, and next to decide and take a target when to meet the net zero, individual, company-wise, and also systematically segregate the various emission sets. I believe these are the way we can take up to the net zero, and depending on the complexity, and also I have mentioned the locations and others, company are required to work upon this. Okay, with this, hand over to you.
So maybe a question to you, Mr. Mathur. Ashish, I would like to ask you a very simple question from the perspective we are seeing Indian Oil doing quite a bit of endeavors in biofuels side. How do you think like biofuels projects are progressing, and what can they contribute to in terms of CO2 reduction, like in terms of, is it quantifiable reduction in terms of every biofuel project which is set up?
Thank you, and a good afternoon to all of you. Well, as a company, if you see, the maximum emissions that we do is from the products that we sell in the market. These are commonly called the scope 3 emissions, And if you see our industry, the scope 1 and scope 2 emissions are only 1/10 of what we do as scope 3 emissions. So until unless we change the product slate of our business, the scope 3 emissions will never be mitigated. And here is where the biofuels will play a major role in mitigating your carbon emissions. So two of the current biofuels that we are selling in the market include CBG, which is compressed biogas, and the other is ethanol. And incidentally, both of them have been mandated by the government statute about 2 years back. Talking about CBG first, compressed biogas is a fuel which is almost similar to the CNG, which is being sold in the market, properties-wise. And 1 ton of carbon dioxide, 1 ton of CBG, when burnt, reduces the carbon emissions by almost 3 tons. Carbon dioxide reduction is there. This scheme, which was launched by the government 2 years back, mandated setting up of about 5,000 CBG plants across the country with a potential of almost 15 million metric tons per annum. And the CBG potential in our country presently stands at almost 60 million metric tons per annum. But unfortunately, despite having environmental, economic, and social advantages, this scheme has been a non-starter for various reasons. I'm not trying to put the government or the whole scheme in a wrong perspective, but I would like to share with the audience the challenges that our company is facing. Even after 2 years of its launching, hardly 18 to 20 plants have been launched with a capacity very, very minimal, which is even not worth talking about. But the challenges that we face have to be, shared with the public. The first and foremost thing that I would like to share here is that a 5 tons per day plant, CBG plant, requires an investment of almost 35 crores. Now, earlier, the government body of MNRE was giving us a subsidy of about 4 crores initially, but that has been, unilaterally been withdrawn for some reason. Secondly, the banks are not very forthcoming in, subsidizing and providing capital for setting up these plants. With great difficulty, the industry has been able to, persuade with the ministry's intervention that this has been brought under priority sector lending, but still finance is a difficult proposition for these projects. Some banks have been providing finance, but it has not really percolated down to the grassroots level. Third challenge that we are facing is in the byproduct that we are, producing as from CBG, which is called liquid fermented manure. This manure is, with great difficulty, we have been able to get it classified as a fertilizer. It was not recognized as a fertilizer earlier, but with recent order from the government, it is now recognized as a fertilizer. But to sell it and to get it, it is being competed by the chemical fertilizers, which are heavily subsidized by the government. In fact, on the bios fertilizers, government has imposed a tax, which is actually a negative signal, because once CBG is produced, the offtake of manure is a necessity, otherwise you can't run the plant. And similarly, there have been other issues like imposition of the GST. This fuel that CBG is a GST product, whereas a CNG is an excise and a VAT product. So though they are similar products, because of different taxation structures, they cannot be blended. And you can't be used against one another. So these are the basic challenges. And the last challenge that we faced in this is the pricing. CNG today's price is almost 70, but the government's price is about 46. So the entrepreneurs are really not making money. So the investments are difficult to get. So this is as far as the CBG system goes. Regarding ethanol, this is again a government mandated scheme. And in this particular scheme, if you see, we are almost blending at the rate of 10%, which is mandated by the government in 2022. And this target has been enhanced to 20% by 2030, which was the initial target, which has been preponed to 2025. And the ethanol blending from 20% has to be enhanced from April 23 onwards. So on the infrastructure side, the oil companies have all geared up to set up the requisite structure. The tankages are in place, and gradually we'll be, ramping that up as per the requirement. The sourcing of ethanol from the distilleries, from food grains, have all been in place. But I think the biggest challenge that we will face in this ethanol blending system would be from the manufacturers, from the car manufacturers. Because as you all know, that ethanol is a corrosive fuel. When blended, it can corrode various parts, and until and unless we have a system where we can replace hoses, elastomers, gaskets in the cars, this fuel cannot work. The current population of the cars or vehicles that we have in road are all E10 compliant. That means 10% of blending is permissible, and these cars are good to hold that. But when you are wanting to shift to E20, when you have a 20% blending, then it will be a difficult challenge. So what the government is trying to do is that it has mandated that from 23 onwards, as soon as the E20 will be rolled out, cars will have to be necessarily material compliant. Material compliant means that it will be able to good to hold E20 fuel, but the efficiency would be less. So that is called engine tuned. The engine tuned cars will be rolled out only post 25, when the entire country will be on E20 fuel. Bigger than that, I think the other challenge that we'll face is what will be the fate of the current vehicles in the country, which are not good for E20 compliant fuels. And we have a population of almost 33 crore vehicles on the road, out of which 26 to 27,000 are two-wheelers, and about 3 to 4 crore vehicles are four-wheelers. So how to get E20 workable for the current crop will be the biggest challenge, which only time will only be able to tell us how we will move on. I think that's all from.
Very, very well said. I have few more questions in my list, but maybe I would like to give some time for the delegates to raise some questions.
My question is to Ashish Pathur. Do you see any logistic problems to produce CBG on feedstock side? Raw material is easily available, or some extra organizational efforts are required for that?
So that's a very valid question. This is a big challenge. Feedstock side is also a very big challenge. And the main reason for that is basically the economics. Till the time this economics is workable for us, this fuel price with the current economics is obviously, we are not able to price the fuels as close to what we would want. So, and secondly, we need to have infrastructures in place where we can, take all the farmers and the organizations who will be, supplying this to us, to reduce their price or some kind of government support. Till the time it is not there, it is not going to be viable.
And I would just like to add one point to it, that one is feedstock pricing, and the second thing is feedstock security, because that's the other thing which this industry is particularly struggling, because the moment one unit is set up and it is requiring huge quantities of feedstock, immediately, the neighboring industry starts mushrooming in a very different way.
Yeah, I have a question, Ashish. Forest fire is one of the biggest CO2 emitter, and somehow there are. See, I belong to a place called Uttarakhand, and there people have started making briquettes out of this dried leaf and dried this thing. And whether these type of project will qualify for, say, this as a CO2 say removal from the system? Because if you consider the overall, say, percentage of CO2 which are being emitted is huge in nature, and when you are controlling these fires, so I think these type of projects which say, these governments, these local people are, say, going ahead, so they should qualify for this? If suppose we ask them to help somehow?
So I'll not be able to answer this question because I'm not too conversant with this fact.
This is a very tricky situation which we thought we discussed with the people, like say some of the IIT Roorkee, the say management fellow, they say this kind of project should qualify. So I thought, being say in the same business, you can give us
Maybe
insight.
I'll ask you to give, because you seem to be having more knowledge about this particular subject. So can you share what is your learning on this point? Like, how do you see this evolving?
See what happens, when we talk of the forest fire, like forest fire means it starts from say small, say dry leaves which are there, and then it's spread over say a area of which are in kilometers, and then along with the say the dried leaf, you take along with the say the whole tree which are say green in nature. So the amount of CO2 which are emitted in the atmosphere is tremendous. And when you are controlling this through removing this, say, dried leaf and say the dried sticks which are there, and turning into the briquettes, and then using as a fuel, alternate fuel, and you can use in a boiler or in some other say stuff. So those type of project, like one thing is the sustainability of the say people who are basically collecting it and turning it into the briquettes, and then overall considering the forest fire. So I thought this is the right forum I should discuss this.
No, that's actually an excellent point. And, because I have heard and discussed about things where we are talking about pelletization of these biomasses. But the challenge of collecting that biomass and the impact of removing that biomass is something, but that's the part of growth, I would say, that we are going to look in future. But this is something very important point you have put forward. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
In fact, I don't have question. I want to just substantiate Mr. Mathur and Joshi ji. India is one country. India is one country where each and every village has got the potential to have the CBG. Why it is not happening? Government is trying, government has made the policy, but still it's not happening. Few of the example he has told what is the problem. There are many other problems. Main problem is that we have been told that 5,000 CBG plant will be coming. Indian Oil alone has issued more than 1,500 TOI. All along oil sector has issued about 2,500 TOI, LOI, letter of intent. Now issue is that what he was talking about, the person who will be making this plant, he need to spend some 30 or 35,000 crore rupees. The first question comes, logistics, getting the material is not at all an issue because we are in Panipat refinery, we are setting up a plant based on the rice straw. That is a 2G plant we are setting up. So there all those logistics we have lined up. That is not a problem. Problem is that suppose he produce the CBG, who will take it? How do I transport? Because he has to procure a compressor. Because CBG has to be delivered and 250 kg pressure. First, he has to procure a compressor who can deliver the 250 kg pressure, number one. Number two, how do I transport these 250 kg pressure of CBG to the petrol pump or wherever it will be sold? That cascade, India, that many amount of cascades are not there. That means there is a problem of transportation. Second, who will be procuring this CBG? There is a problem because I as an Indian Oil or whosoever is the oil sector, they are not having an agreement, you produce CBG, I will procure. Then why it is not happening? There is also a reason because even if I bring the CBG, who will procure the CBG? Do I have that much number of cars in the road? No. So these are the issues. One is that there is no agreement between the person or the villagers or whomsoever is the entrepreneur. That is one part. He is not getting the money. Bank is not giving the money until and unless I have an agreement with the end user. That is one. Second, I don't have the adequate amount of cascades. Third is I don't have any facility to download that CBG in petrol pump or wherever it will be sold. And next is that I don't have that much amount of CBG or CNG driven car. Another 2-3 issues he has already been explained. So these are the whole global issues. That's why whole Indian issue. That's why it's not happening. Otherwise, India is a fit country where each and every village can have this CBG plant. And through this CBG plant, what he said that 15 million metric tons of CBG can be produced. There 1.575 lakh crores of rupees can be spent. 75,000 jobs can be generated. And many things can happen. And not only that, right now, if you go to the villages, whole villages will be neat and clean. If I want to have it. And one thing he has also shared that whatever the outlet is coming, that will be used as a fertilizer also. Okay, some of the issues, somewhere it is be taken with the government of India, and somehow these relations are to be built. But it is a profitable and viable proposition so far India is concerned. And it is a huge amount of import substitution. 15 million metric ton, probably it is as on that figure. Probably it can be produced much more because we have to create the total infrastructure. Policy and then implementation, there is a huge gap. These gaps are to be filled up. That is how we have to make the policy point to point. And if it is made, it is possible. India is fit for this. Thank you.
Very, very well said. And maybe I'll expand your point a little bit because it's, we were talking about in terms of CBG, but this is in the end, if we talk about the whole decarbonization process, decarbonization comes with its own cost, and there needs to be some kind of support, either in terms of policy or in terms of subsidy or in terms of enforcement to help these projects propagate.
One more thing which Mr. Joshi was asking, or probably you also asked, that whether the CBG can be mixed with the CNG or not. It has already been stated, government of India has given also permission. We are punching the CBG with the CNG. But again, depends on how much CBG is available. It depends on that. So that permission is already there.
So
we are punching.
The permission is there, but only thing is the pricing structures and the financials.
Yeah. All those things. I support whatever you said. I am not telling whatever you said is perfectly okay. But then we have to make this policy.
Yes, correct. Thank you. Maybe a couple of quick questions before we wrap up. So a question back to you, Tommy, that when we look at when we look at industry, we also see IT industry is one of the biggest emitters, though they seem to be sitting in nice green offices, but these data centers are huge emitters. So how do you see a kind of decarbonization roadmap for them?
Okay, well, that's a very big question, right? Because I don't think, like, Espintech is not a spokesman for the digital industry. And I've seen huge data centers in companies that are not really an IT company, but yes, I get your point. So I think we need to focus on the large IT companies. Google with data center. I saw a data center coming up in Singapore that almost looked like a refinery. These data centers are huge. So we are collaborating with those types of companies to promote our tools, to help them design CSS plants, because they do have a obligation to society to also become carbon neutral. And companies like Google or like Microsoft, who have these huge data farms that produce a tremendous amount of energy, right? Whilst providing us with all that digital services, should also take responsibility, and there are examples, I can't go into much detail, that are using Espintech tools, right, to design, incorporate into their system really a carbon process, chemical facility to remove carbon. And I think that is something unique. That is something that in the past large IT companies would not look at. So that gives you a bit of a, and I think that's quite unique. To be honest, I haven't seen that. I'm seeing that now. obviously as a company, I'm happy that that's happening, but also I think it's good for society that those companies, take an environmental responsible position and deliver their digital services also in a green way. So hopefully that gives you a bit of gives you a bit of flavor how those companies now are also looking at it, and they can't be exempted from investing in carbon neutral ways of operating and managing their digital farms.
Thank you. I know I'm sitting between the tea and the people. Just very last question to Samrendu about, because this question is not particularly for Bharat Petroleum or BORL. It's a bit of question which we can expand to the refinery sector. What do you see as, the enablers and blockers of net zero for a refinery?
Yeah. While we setting the targets and also taking a target of net zero, achieving the net zero, in between there will be some requirements. Suppose EV is coming, we have to go for expansion for petrochemicals and all those things. Those are not taken initially into account to reduce the net zero. So time to time, as per the requirement, while those things are coming, we need to take care, and that is a blocks in the total net zero planning. What I understand. Yeah.
Thank you. Any last question from audience, or can we close the session? I think this was an excellent session with few points which came out very clearly and very strongly, is that we have to look at not only scope 1 and scope 2 but also scope 3 emissions, and we have to focus very strongly on our own internal energy efficiency, for which we don't need any subsidies, which is actually rewarding, which in end we can make money from that. So these are the couple of points which come very importantly, and on the top of that, of course, we need support from government on policy framing to perpetuate these projects very strongly. So thank you for being very patient to hear this whole discussion. Thanks a lot.
A big thank you. A big thank you to all our speakers for discussing this very important topic of the road to net zero. Thank you so much for taking the time and coming here. I would request Mr. Goenka to please present our speakers with a memento to commemorate this occasion. I would request you to please present a memento to Mr. Ashish Mathur, General Manager, SD IOCL. A memento for Mr. Tommy Kers, Senior Director, Solution Consulting, Aspen Technology. A memento for Mr. Samarendra Chatterjee, Joint Senior Vice President, Bharat Oman Refineries Limited. I would request Mr. S. Mitra, Co-Chairman, Governing Council, GRPC 2022, to please come on stage and present Mr. Bharat Goenka of Shell, a memento from our side for steering this very interesting discussion. Gentlemen, I'll request all of you to gather for a group photograph. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll request Mr. Kirsch to please stay back. Everybody is waiting for the lucky draw and who will be the winner this time. And I'll request Mr. Kirsch to do the honors for us and take out one name of the winner who will get the Apple iPods.
So the winner is from Bharat Petroleum, Mr. Satyanarayana. Are you still here? Do I pronounce his name properly? Satyanarayana. Ah. Is it?
Satyanarayanan, Deputy General Manager, Utilities and Blending of Bharat Petroleum, is the proud winner of the AirPods for the day. A round of applause for him. Congratulations. This brings us to the end of the two-day Global Refining and Petrochemicals Congress 2022. I'm sure each one of you would go back feeling better informed with a renewed sense of pride and purpose for the role each one of you played in the downstream sector. We hope you enjoyed the informative sessions, the exhibition and the chance to meet your friends here. We look forward to seeing you again next year. Goodbye.